Giving everybody whiplash this morning. I'm sorry. You guys, I am so sorry. What is your deal, Spike? What's wrong? Why are you being a nudge? Dude, what? You had both mommy and daddy all weekend, and now daddy's gone, and you need attention from mommy. Mommy's busy. I love you too. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Weren't you already a member? But thank you. Hey, Jill. Hey, Judy. Okay. I am so sorry, guys. I did not realize that the full trial of Mackenzie Shirella was not broadcast. And I'm assuming, hey, Wiggles, I'm assuming it was because of all the minors involved. And I could have still shown what clips were there, except for the fact that most of them were law and crime, and law and crime is very territorial and very litigious, and I don't want to get in trouble. So all I can say is I'm disappointed too, because I really wanted to watch this trial. Now I want to go back on my own and watch whatever clips there are, because y'all, this kid and her parents, man, there's a documentary about her on Netflix, and it's called The Crash. This little girl put a hole in a brick wall. Hey, Paul. She went 100 miles an hour, never took her foot off the accelerator. Hey, Nichelle. This road had S curves. She never, ever lost control of the car. Never went off the road. She claims she doesn't remember a thing. There's no reason. She says there's no reason for her to have done that. She had THC in her system, but this is a girl. They showed so many social media posts of her smoking blunts. Like, I'm talking like every single post. Like, well, maybe not every single post, because she posted a lot, but post after post after post. I mean, like, that's all this girl did was smoke pot. And I mean, I do too, but I do it for pain, and I mean, I don't smoke at all compared to how much this kid did. And her dad was like, I don't have a problem with smoking pot. I don't have a problem with you smoking pot. I don't have a problem with anybody smoking pot. She's 17. That's the problem. She has a child's brain that's not done developing. She's 17. And her boyfriend, who she killed, was 20. As soon as they graduated from high school, they let her move in with him. She's 17. She's not an adult yet. She was abusive to him. They have recorded audio of him trying to keep her out of his house, because he kept trying to break up with her. which is why she drove the car. I apparently she was trying to kill herself too, but then she's such a narcissist. Why would she want to kill herself too? But how? Well, the impact was mainly on his side. So I guess she turned the car at the last minute so that the impact would be mainly on his side. So I guess she wasn't trying to kill herself. I guess she turned the car at the last minute so it would hit the building on his side. But she killed her boyfriend and his friend, and she lived. And her boyfriend's dad and sister, yes, Nichelle. Yeah, she wanted off the boyfriend, and his friend was in the car too. Yeah, and then they dressed as corpse for Halloween. Yeah, the whole yeah, because it's not called a black box on a car, but the equivalent of the black box showed that on the road where she started accelerating, that there were some sharp turns, like someone had grabbed the wheel. And there was something else that she did right after, something else she dressed up as for something. I don't remember now what it was. But just her whole attitude towards life, her social media, she was a mean girl in high school, absolutely. The social media post was just the way she talked to people and she had POTS, peripheral orthostatic. I don't remember what all the letters stand for. Oh. So she says what must have happened, it must have been a medical emergency because she had POTS. And what POTS is, it's where your blood pressure doesn't adjust quickly enough. So, like when if you know how like when you stand up too fast, you get a little dizzy sometimes? That's because your blood pressure doesn't adjust fast enough when you stand up. You've stood up too quickly and your blood pressure didn't get a chance to adjust. Well, she had that. What POTS is where it's a disorder where your blood pressure doesn't quite adjust quickly enough. And if you make a sudden movement up or down, you could actually pass out. And her mom actually claimed she could just move a little bit and it would happen. That's not that's not how POTS works. Number one. So let's say, for instance, she just moved a little bit while she was driving and she passed out. That's not how that works. But let's say it did. If you pass out, you go limp. How was her foot still down on the accelerator? And it was an S curve. It was a curvy road. How did she stay on the road? Why did he lose his job? Wasn't his fault. That's stupid. Maybe. I don't know though. She's such a narcissist. I mean, that word gets thrown around too much, but this girl was in love with herself. Really? Well, they were selling drugs too, because there was scales and baggies and all that kind of stuff confiscated too. Oh, okay. Yeah. You guys, if you haven't watched that documentary, I need to go watch some of the YouTuber stuff on her because, oh my God. Oh my, that's, guys, I was talking about this with a friend yesterday about someone that comes on a bunch of Disney channels and does inappropriate things. And then when we tell her to stop, she gets all upset and blocks us. And because she's not used to being told no. And I said, that's what's wrong with the world today. Too many people that aren't told no enough. Just, it's not going to hurt to tell somebody no. They might get mad at you for a little while, they'll get over it. Especially if they're your kids, that's what you're supposed to do. Parents aren't there to be their kids' friends. They're there to raise them correctly and tell them what to do and teach them to make wise choices. They're not You don't have kids to make friends. You have kids to raise them up to be productive adults in society. Like this family tried to do, unfortunately, and got killed. So today I've been wanting to watch this trial for a long time. This is another one that has a documentary. I think it's on Paramount, though. I think it's on Paramount Plus. So this guy's name is Grant Amato. He's one of ours. He is actually involved in two cases because when I went to make the thumbnail, I found pictures from the other case. Although I don't know if he got charged for anything in the other case. So the trial that we're watching, and we can watch because the other trial, the lady that was involved took a plea. We can actually watch her sentencing afterwards. And her husband's victim impact statement. So this guy fell in love with a cam girl, which they're OnlyFans now. Are they still called cam girls? I guess this might have been before OnlyFans. I don't know. But anyways, he fell in love with a cam girl and he was sending her all kinds of money. Now, this guy was a nurse. He I told you not to worry about it if you didn't have time. Because I was just giving everybody whiplash this morning. Taking down streams, putting up streams, taking down streams, putting up streams. Thank you for reminding me, though, that I forgot to read it again. Grant Amato is being tried of familicide that occurred on the evening of January 24th, 2019. Amato pewed and killed his father, mother, and brother Cody in the head at their home. I don't even know where that is. I don't even know how to say it. Chulada? Chalupa? Florida. I have no idea where that is. I've never even heard of the town before. Yeah, Cody is his twin, too. I was like, oh my God, I've been doing this so long. That was such a rookie. That was such a rookie mistake that I did. And I had plenty of time to look too. I was like, man, I'm such a rookie. Why did I make that mistake? Um, so he was a nurse. He spent all his money on this girl. He borrowed money from his brother to spend on this girl. Um, he started borrowing money from his parents. I can't remember if he got fired or if he just quit working. And then he lived at home unemployed, and then his family, of course, get out and get a job. We're cutting you off. And that's when he decided to kill everybody. So it's the documentary is called Control Alt Desire because it's all over a computer. I don't think he ever met her in real life. And so he was convicted, went to prison, and last year, if any of you guys watch Ghost Adventures, I don't watch it anymore. I used to watch it. I don't watch it anymore because I cannot stand Zach Bagans because he's such a fake. I cannot deal with him. But Aaron Goodwin, he seems like he's such a sweet guy. And Zach always puts him in the scariest place whenever they go ghost hunting. And he's always been my favorite member of the team. And his first marriage broke up supposedly because an entity followed him home from a ghost hunt and he said would stay back. Judy texted me yesterday. She's like, if I hear that door open and close one more time. um yeah, I used to watch all those kind of shows. I don't anymore. Cause I mean, it's on TV. It's like who knows what's real and what's not. They can do anything they want to on TV. Um but he just seemed so sweet and genuine, and then it's like I'm still friends with my ex-wife, but she just couldn't handle it anymore because the entity would stay back and mess with her while I was off shooting this show. And I agree with you 100%. 100%. Yep, absolutely. You are the only two other people. I didn't want to say anything because if I say that, people think I'm crazy, but I feel the same way. I love Ryan and Shane. I watch them because I don't think the stuff that they get is real. I think the stuff they get is because I think like they cause things to happen. It's not that they cause things to happen. The things that happen to them, I think they make like a mountain out of a molehill. You know what I mean? like, like, do you remember the time they were in? I think it was the Sally house, and the flashlight rolled, and Ryan lost his crap, man. He lost it. And Ryan's like, "What? It's cylindrical. It's gonna roll." So that's the kind of stuff with them that it's funny. It's like, I don't really think it's anything going on. It's just funny because Ryan's like, well, I mean, Shane's like, what? And Ryan is just losing his crap. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny. It's not anything really. It's just funny. So anyway, so Aaron, bless his heart, had remarried and found somebody that he said was his soulmate, his best friend. He loved her so much. So she was having what they called a spiritual affair with Grant Amato. They were writing letters and having a spiritual affair. And then she asked him to hire a hitman to kill Aaron. So she paid him. I don't know how much she paid him, but she paid Grant Amato to hire a hitman to kill Aaron. And he was on location filming Ghost Adventures. And there was apparently a hit out on him. And he had no idea. And I don't remember how this all came to light, but she's in jail now. And I don't know what happened to Grant Amato. I don't know if he got any. I mean, he's in there for life. Like, I don't know what else they could have done to punish him, but Aaron spoke at her sentencing hearing and cried through the whole thing. It was very, very sad. So, okay. Yes, Aaron seems like a very, very sweet person, despite his association with Zach Bagans. He seems like a very nice guy.
Do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to need the overhead.
All right, the court deputy will set it up for you.
Thank you. And does the court have the laser pointer?
The laser pointer would be, I believe, with the clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you know, you know.
First of all, let me wish everyone good morning.
Ooh.
This is 2112 Sultan Star.
What just happened? What is happening?
As you can see, it's a nice house. It's a big house, and it's on a lot of property. There are over 20 windows in that house. None of them are broken. None of them have any pry marks on them, nor show any signs of any type of forced entry. There are 5 doors to that house. None of them have any broken locks or latches, any broken or smashed door frames, nor any sign of a forced entry. Inside the house, there are several televisions, several expensive gaming systems, sound systems, valuable computers, 3 safes, and other valuable items, including jewelry. Nothing was taken nor missing from the house. No signs of any type of home invasion, burglary, nor robbery. Inside that house, depicted in that photograph, are the dead bodies of Margaret Amato, Chad Amato, and Cody Amato, each shot through the head execution style. Margaret Amato. This thing is not working. Margaret Amato, as you can see, she's sitting in a chair. She's slumped over at her computer desk in front of her computer with her face down on her keyboard. Margaret was the defendant's mother. Chad Amato, as you can see right there, there's Margaret. Chad Amato is laying on his back, face up in the kitchen. Chad was the defendant's, Grant Amato's, father. A good way to memorize or to connect the two is Chad is dad. Chad is Grant Amato's father. Was Chad Grant Amato's father. Cody Amato, on the top there, is laying on his side in a fetal position at the threshold of the door of the house that connects the house part to the garage. Cody was the defendant's brother. Through the examination of Margaret's computer, e-pass toll records, surveillance video, phone records, witness testimony, a reliable timeline will be presented to you as to when each victim was shot in the head. Margaret was the first one to die. She was sitting at her computer desk, when she was shot in the left back side of the head with the bullet coming out her right cheek. The last human activity that took place on that computer occurred at 4:44 p.m. At 4 p.m., a call was made from the landline at the home, at that house, to a conference call service.
Go, Spathers.
The time of that teleconference call, and 4:44 p.m., the time of the last human activity on that computer, took place before Chad and Cody arrived home from work. You'll see from the e-pass toll records for Chad and Cody, from the work time records for Chad, or surveillance video for Chad, and also witness testimony for Cody, that Margaret was shot and she was dead at her computer desk the late afternoon of January 24th, 2019, before Chad and Cody arrived home. Chad was the second one to die.
Hey, Carla.
He was shot once behind his right ear in the back of his head as he was standing in the kitchen shortly after he gets home from work. That first shot, Chad was shot twice in the head. That first shot occurs approximately 5:25, 5:30 that evening. Chad falls down after the first shot gets him behind the ear and literally goes through the side of his head. He falls down, he crawls around the kitchen counter to where he shot a second time in the back of his head, execution style. How do we know this? Once again, I'm referring to Chad now. How do we know this? Well, a combination of evidence that's going to be presented to you. Chad's iPhone almost exactly shows what Chad was doing when he left work until the time that he arrived at home, which includes how many steps he took when he got home and walked into the house. He had one of those applications. When he took those steps and the number of those steps that he took. Chad's e-pass records show him going through the Dean Road Toll Plaza, eastbound on the road, Highway 408, at 5:02 p.m. on his way home. His e-pass records. The crime scene photos that you're going to see shows a smearing of blood from where Chad was first shot to where he crawled around the kitchen counter and where he was shot a second time in the back of the head. The bullets were recovered, and you'll see that the first shot was recovered from an upper kitchen cabinet where Chad was standing when he was first struck. The second bullet strikes Chad in the back of the head as he's face down, goes through his head, and strikes the kitchen tile. Chad's lunch box or bag or container, you'll see photographs of it, which is lying on the kitchen floor right next to Chad right next to the kitchen counter is the location where he was first shot behind the ear. And you'll see Chad wearing the same clothing, laying dead on the kitchen floor with that lunchbox nearby as he was wearing when he left work at approximately 4:30 that afternoon. From that surveillance video that I expect you're going to see with that same lunchbox or container that he was carrying. Now, in a few moments, I'm going to talk about the evidence concerning the activity on Chad's phone. Activity that occurred both while Chad was still alive, by Chad, and activity that occurred on Chad's phone after he was dead by the defendant. Cody was the third and the last one to die. On January 24th, 2019, Cody leaves work at approximately 9:15 that evening. Cody worked at ORMC as a nurse anesthetist. You'll hear the testimony of a friend of Cody, a co-worker also, Christopher Sisko, co-worker and friend of Cody, that Cody left work that evening at approximately 9:15 on January 24th. Cody's e-pass toll records show him going through the Dean Road Toll Plaza eastbound on the way home on the Highway 408 at 9:36 p.m. Moments later, Cody arrives home. He parks his vehicle under a makeshift kind of like carport, tents that are on the property, and I expect you'll see photographs of this, tents that are on the property that kind of serve as a makeshift carport. There's also a garage that has two cars in it, but Cody parks under that tent that's near the house. He gets out of his car. He enters the house through the garage, enters the threshold of the door that connects that garage to the house, as depicted in that diagram on the top there. And as he enters the threshold, he's shot once in the face immediately below his right eye, with the bullet going right through his head and out the back of his head. The bullet's going from front to back, from his right to left, and slightly downward. And Cody is found in a fetal position at the threshold of that door. And you'll just see photographs of all this. But the way the bodies of Chad and Cody, the way they were found by the police the morning of Friday, January 25th, and as depicted in those crime scene photographs, the scene photographs that I expect you're going to see, is not the way the bodies were positioned immediately after Grant Amato shot and killed them on January 24th, 2019. What the defendant did in this case is he staged a murder-suicide scene. And in order to do that, he planted certain items of evidence at the scene to give the appearance of a murder-suicide. I'm going to talk about that, of course, in a few moments. But what I first want to do is I want to explain to you the background regarding how the bodies of Margaret, Chad, and Cody were discovered by the police. Chris Cisco, as I mentioned a few moments ago, is Cody's co-worker and a friend. He got concerned when Cody did not show up for work the morning of Friday, January 25th. Cody was very punctual, always on time for work, and he never missed work. So what Chris Cisco did was, being concerned, he called the police and he expressed his concerns. And he asked that a well-being check.
No, he claims he didn't do it. I forgot exactly what he said. I don't remember. It's been a while since I watched the documentary, but he claimed he did not do it. And in the documentary, he's talking to the filmmaker through the whole entire documentary, and he denies doing it through the whole entire thing until the very, very end, because he was gonna appeal. I don't remember if he ever appealed, but I do remember at the very, very end of the documentary, he finally admitted, yes, I did it. So his whole thing through the whole entire thing was, I didn't do it, somebody else did it. But I can't remember what, like most of them will say, like, well, I came home and found him. I can't remember. I don't remember what the story was, because it's been a long time since I watched the documentary. Oh, wow, you're sensitive. I'm sensitive too. No, that was Chad. Wasn't it Chad something? We watched his trial too, didn't we? Chad, what was his name, Judy? Judy remembers the details for me. What was his name? I forgot his name. I can see his face. Oh, yeah. Hi, Melissa. Sorry.
Be done on Cody's home. And the Seminole County Sheriff's Office did, in fact, go to 2112 Sultan Circle
Quit being extra.
and do a well-being check.
Why are you crying?
Deputies Todd Moterson with the Sheriff's Office and Brent Matre, they went to the house.
I love you too.
And after being unable to make any contact with anybody inside the house, they received permission to enter the house and did, in fact, enter the house. Upon entering the house, they discovered the dead bodies of Margaret, Chad, and Cody. Originally, you'll see that they thought that Chad was the defendant in this case. They thought that Chad was Grant Amato. But in fact, it was Chad Amato. He's, once again, Chad, the dad. He's the one who was, the victim was lying in the kitchen. But at first, they thought that Chad was Grant Amato. You'll hear the testimony of Todd Moterson. You'll see his body camera video as they entered and discovered the bodies of Margaret, Chad, and Cody. And you'll see the photographs of the scene and the bodies as they were first found or discovered by deputies Moterson and Matre. So that's the background to how the bodies were discovered. There were 3 items of evidence that the defendant, Grant Amato, planted to make it appear that Cody killed his mother and father and then killed himself. What he did was he placed a handgun near Cody's body and 4 shell casings in the vicinity of each body to correspond to the number of wounds. Remember, there are 2 gunshot wounds to Chad and 1 each to the heads of Margaret and Cody. He also placed a holster with a gun on it on Chad's right hip underneath Chad's belt to make it appear that there was some kind of confrontation between Cody and Chad that required Chad to arm himself. I'm now going to explain to you the evidence that will show that these items are planted. And in conjunction with the other evidence in this case, that I'll talk about in a few moments, that it was the defendant who planted these items of evidence. Four shell casings. The 4 shell casings that were found in the house match the gun that was found near Cody. Those shell casings were ejected from that gun. So it would appear, obviously, that that was the gun that Cody used to kill his mother, kill his father, and then kill himself. Or so it would appear.
Hey,
That's
Marty.
what Grant Amato would like it to appear. But it's wrong. And the reason why we know it's wrong is because of this. The 4 bullets, once again, distinguish the shell casings from the bullets.
This is the one, Carla.
Projectiles. The 4 bullets that killed Margaret Chad, and Cody, and found and recovered at the scene were not fired from that gun. They were not fired from the gun that was near Cody.
No, I couldn't find the whole trial, Marty.
The gun that killed the defendant's family has never been found. A FDLE, a Florida Department of Law Enforcement expert, Richard Ruth, will tell you, he's going to testify in this case, obviously, that the 4 shell casings that were found in the house were in fact ejected from the gun found near Cody, but the bullets that were recovered that killed the victims were not fired from that gun. The gun that was found near Cody was excluded as firing those 4 bullets that killed Margaret, Chad, and Cody. Those 4 shell casings were planted there. They were put there. Those 4 shell casings are not part of the bullet. You know, by no means an expert. You will hear the testimony of an expert, but you have the bullet, you have the shell casings, and you have the projectile. The shell casings did not match, were not part of the same bullet. Those bullets are going to be excluded as having been fired from the gun found near Cody. They were planted there, they were put there. The third item that was planted, in addition to the gun found near Cody and the 4 shell casings, is a holster containing the gun found on Chad's belt. There was a holster, and once again, you're going to see photographs of these. There was a holster that was found on Chad's right hip. In that holster was a gun. Well, you're going to hear testimony and evidence that Chad is right-handed. The evidence is going to show that everything that Chad did was right-handed. The holstered gun was placed on Chad's hip backward for a right-handed shooter. This is a toy gun. That holster was on his right side, and it was like this. Additionally, a spot of blood was found on Chad's pants underneath the holster, and I emphasize underneath the holster. The significance of that is obvious, but it will be explained during closing arguments. And the medical examiner is going to testify. The medical examiner is going to tell you that all 4 of those shots, including the one that killed Cody, was not a close range shot. It was not a close range shot. It was from a distance. If a person's going to kill themselves, it's going to be closer, and you're going to get the powder burns on the head. The medical examiner is going to tell you that these are not close range shots. Cody did not kill himself. It was not a suicide. Now, regarding the positions of Chad's and Cody's body when they were found versus the position of their bodies when they were shot, they were moved. And let me explain to you why the evidence is going to show that. In addition to the back right ear, the shot to the Chad's back right ear, Chad was also shot in the back of the head. It went right through his head. You're going to see the damage that was done to the kitchen tile when the bullet went through his head and struck the kitchen tile. Chad's body was found on his back, and it was found 2 feet, maybe 3 feet to the left of the damage to the tile made by that bullet that went through the back of his head and into the tile in the kitchen. He was flipped over on his back after he was shot in the back of the head while he was laying face down on the tile. The medical examiner is going to tell you that bullet went through the back of his head, and you're going to see the damage to the tile. So he was face down when that bullet went through his head, and then he was flipped over, and you'll see the damage to the tile. You'll see the position of his body on the back with that holster in the reverse position on the right side. And you'll see that his body is to the side of the damage done to the tile by the bullet that went through his head. So he was flipped over. You'll also see from the evidence that Cody's body was not in its original position when he was discovered by Deputies Moterson and Matre. He was shot, clearly he was shot, that you'll see from the evidence, and went down at that garage / house door where the garage connects into the house. But you'll see from the evidence that while his body was found at that threshold, it was moved a foot or two from where he fell. You'll see from the photographs and a discussion of those photographs during closing argument why it's very apparent and evident that his body was moved. And finally, with respect to Cody's body, you'll see from the evidence that when Cody was shot, that door that leads from the house into the garage, it was open. Yet you'll see when the deputies arrived, and you'll see this in the body camera video, when the deputies arrived, that door was closed when they discovered Cody's body. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the evidence with you that shows that the defendant in this case, Grant Amato, was in that house for hours with the dead bodies of Margaret, Chad, and Cody. Grant Amato was in that house with the dead bodies of his mother, father, and brother for at least 2.5 hours. You're going to see evidence that puts him in that house probably longer. But for at least 2.5 hours, he was in that house with those 3 dead bodies. Once again, remember, Cody was the last one to die. Cody passed through that Dean Road toll plaza on his way home at 9:36 p.m., and he arrived at his home shortly thereafter. You'll see from a map that the house at Juliot is not that far from that toll plaza. Cody walks into his house and through the threshold of that door approximately 10 p.m. You'll see that he still has his work scrubs on. You'll see that he still has his badge, his work badge that's on his chest. So he's clearly coming home from work.
What does that mean?
Grant Amato's car, a few days later, was searched. Grant Amato was located on January 26th. Now, this is all to show you how we put him in that house for at least 2.5 hours with the 3 dead bodies. Grant Amato was located on January 26th, just 2 days after the murders.
No, he lives there.
A search of his car was conducted, and in his car, his pants were found. And in his pants was a flash drive.
I thought they were called squatters. No, he lived there. He lived with his parents. Oh, you're talking about people like hiding in someone's house and then when they leave just... Oh, that's creepy. No, he lived there.
Transferred onto that flash drive were the contents, the data of a computer that was located in Grant Amato's room at 2112 Sultan Circle. And most critically, after the data was transferred, you unplug the flash drive from the computer. That flash drive was unplugged from that computer at 12:27 a.m. Friday, January 25th. The defendant was in that house at least until 12:27 a.m. As I said, there's going to be evidence presented to you that puts him in there longer. But he was in that house until at least 12:27 a.m. the following morning, January 25th. At 12:08 a.m. on January 25th, more than 6 hours after he kills his father, Chad, he, the defendant, accesses his father's USA bank account using his dead father's iPhone. At 12:08 a.m. on January 25th, 2019, Chad's iPhone, his iPhone USA application, was accessed to add an account on for funds transfer. You access your account and you can add on to that account another fund to which you can transfer money. Well, at 12:08 on January 25th, Chad's iPhone, was accessed, his USA bank account.
I don't remember if his brother was living there or not. I don't think he was. I guess Grant knew he was gonna be there that day. I'm not sure. But Grant had lost his job and had moved back in with his parents. And I think the reason why he killed them was because they wanted him to move out. They were done supporting him because he was giving all of their money to this cam girl and all of his money to the cam girl. And he'd lost his job because of all of this. I don't remember. I think because he wasn't going to work is why he lost his job, because he was staying home on the computer to talk to the cam girl.
App was accessed to add an account for funds transfer. The account that was added for funds transfer was the defendant's PNC bank checking account. The defendant was in Chad's USA app for 12 minutes. You'll see that through the forensic examination of Chad's iPhone, and was done by the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, and through the USAA and PNC bank records. You'll see Chad's bank records from USAA, and you'll see the defendant's bank records from PNC. And you'll see that an account was added for funds transfer onto Chad's USAA account. Once again, that was done hours after Chad's murder. Now, on January 26, when the defendant was located, he agreed to give an interview with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office investigators in this case. And to be sure, and you'll see it during that interview, he denies responsibility for hurting his family. In that interview with the police that was conducted on January 26th, the defendant admits to being home all day with his mother. He also admits to being home when his father, Chad, gets home. The defendant says that this occurred 5:30, 5:45 in the evening on January 24th, 2019. And he also admits to being home when Cody got home. Grant Amato, the defendant, says that occurred at around 10:30 in the evening. By the way, after lying to the police that he met Cody down the road or down the street from the house, and he also admits during that interview going onto his computer to back up some stuff, and that's his words, to back up some stuff onto flash drives. And remember that flash drive was unplugged from his computer at 12:27 a.m. that early Friday morning. Not once during that police interview, remember it's about 4 hours long, not once did that police interview did he ask about his family or ask them why he was there and why they were talking to him and questioning him. Immediately after being interviewed by the lead investigator in the case, Danny Anderson, and Danny Anderson is going to testify in this case, the defendant's brother, Jason Amato, is allowed into the interview room and has a conversation with the defendant. During that conversation, the defendant claims that he had nothing to do with hurting his family. But when Jason indirectly, and at one point, and you'll see it pretty much directly, accuses him of being responsible for the family's death, the defendant doesn't deny it. He was home alone with his mother all day when the last human activity occurs on a computer. He was home when his father Chad arrives home from work, and he was home when his brother Cody arrives home from work, all by his own admission.
I don't know. Maybe Kobe was living there.
And in order to kind of
Maybe
set the
they all did live
stage
there.
for his murder-suicide story,
My stepdaughter still lived with their mom. They're in their
when he's
30s.
asked by one of the investigators, he's asked this question: what do you think happened to bring law enforcement to your home? The defendant, unprompted, his answer was that there was a shooting between Cody and my dad. And when asked why, his response was, Cody was protecting me or helping me or something with me. To give the appearance of a murder-suicide, the defendant on some other occasion fired 4 shots from Cody's gun, and you'll see that
I was
they had
thinking
guns in
the
the house.
same thing. Look at all
they-
those bags.
He was familiar with guns. You'll see that from the evidence. Actually all 3, Grant, Amato, Cody, and Chad. To give the appearance of that murder-suicide, the defendant on some other occasion fired 4 shots from Cody's gun, collected the shell casings, and then placed them throughout the house. After killing his mother, father, and brother with another gun, he plants those 4 shell casings in the vicinity of each body, and then he places the gun that matches those shell casings near Cody. Cody's gun did not kill them, did not kill Margaret, Chad, nor himself. Once again, those 4 bullets, those 4 projectiles that were recovered were excluded from having been fired from that gun that was found near Cody. And to further that contrived murder-suicide scenario, he places that holstered gun on Chad's right side. But once again, you'll see that it's placed in a position that would not be appropriate for a right-handed person and a right-handed shooter. And once again, you'll see that it was placed there after the shooting, by that blood being underneath that holster. The gloves. There are gloves in this case. The defendant was located at a hotel in Orlando on January 26th, as I mentioned, just 2 days after the murder. Found in that hotel, among other items in possession of the defendant, were a pair of black leather gloves. You'll see that these are not what are called range gloves, kind of gloves that you would use at a shooting range. They're not those kind of gloves. These are just regular cold weather, black leather gloves. On the outside of those gloves is gunshot residue. On the outside of the gloves, gunshot residue. On the inside of the gloves, on the cuffs of the gloves, is what is called wearer DNA, the defendant's DNA. gunshot residue on the outside of those gloves, the defendant's DNA on the inside, and the cuffs on the inside. A 1 in 700 billion chance it's someone else's DNA. Now, you're going to see other evidence in this case that puts those gloves on Grant Amato's hands. In December of 2018, he went on a trip to Japan. He went with his brother Cody and a friend by the name of Jericho Fine. Jericho Fine is going to testify in this case. And he will identify those gloves as appearing to be the same gloves that were found in the hotel room with Grant Amato that had the gunshot residue on the outside and the DNA on the inside, his DNA on the inside. And you'll see photographs of them in Japan. And those photographs will include photographs of Grant Amato wearing gloves that appear to be those same gloves. Now also note that when the defendant was interviewed by the sheriff's office on January 26th, he completely divorced himself from all guns. I got rid of all of my guns a while ago, and we can confirm that because you're also going to see evidence that in August of 2018, on 2 separate occasions, you'll see the records from the Florida Gun Exchange in Ormond Beach, that Grant Amato sold them a significant number of guns, both handguns and rifles. So he completely divorced himself from firearms, completely separated himself from them. But yet you have the gunshot residue and the DNA on those black gloves. But why? What was his motive? Why did he kill his family? The answer to that question lies and will be found across the ocean in Bulgaria and a woman named Sylvie, if that's her real name. Grant Amato was and is obsessed with this woman. Sylvie is an internet cam model. I put quotation marks around the word model, working from Bulgaria. The defendant, Grant Amato, became addicted to her, consumed with her, possessed by her, to the point that he was spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of the family's money on her. Hundreds of thousands of dollars to, quote, be with her on her internet website. And he presented to her a persona that was not who he really was. A professional gamer, owned his own home, drove a BMW. That's what the persona was that he presented himself to her. And when his parents found out about his, quote, relationship with Sylvie and the tremendous amounts of money that he was spending on her, they contacted her and they let her know the lies that he was telling her and who he really was. And that effectively ended his relationship with Sylvie. Sylvie now knew that Grant Amato was not a professional gamer, did not own his own house, did not drive a BMW. And to Grant Amato, that was the end of the world. There was nothing to live for. And he was furious with his family for ending his world, his life as he believed it to exist. But how do we know this? How do we know that? Well, Grant Amato told us this. On January 22nd, 2019, just 2 days before the murder, before murdering his family, Grant Amato typed an 8-page letter on his computer to 6 other men that were in that internet virtual room that interacted with Sylvie. Jim, Josh, Ian, Sven, Frank, and Wolf. In the letter, which I expect that you're going to see, the defendant details his obsession with Sylvie, the lies he told her and told the group, and his contempt for his family for revealing to Sylvie that he was not who he portrayed himself to be. And how life, as he knows it, is over, that Sylvie now knows that he's not who he put himself out to be. The letter contains the following, and it's typed on his computer 2 days before murdering his family. I lied to her and you guys from the beginning about myself. I'm not a professional gamer, did not own my own house, and did not drive a BMW. I felt intimidated from the onset of the room environment and felt like I had to be something far more unique than I was. My family found out about her, the website, and all the money I had been spending on everything. They would not have this and subsequently ambushed, put quotation marks around the ambush. They would not, that he did, Grant Amato, they would not have this and subsequently ambushed me where I was staying and forcefully signed me into a clinic in Fort Lauderdale here in Florida. The clinic's name was Cornerstone, if anyone was interested. This was an addiction clinic. They felt that I had an unhealthy addiction because of the type of profession Sylvie has and the quantity of money that I had spent in the span of 6 months that I had known her. I was not allowed to leave the clinic while I was there, I was not allowed to access to the internet. I did not have access to my phone. I did not have access to my computer. I was admitted in there until I was able to convince my family that I was fine and able to be released on January 9th. By this time, the damage was done. My family had hacked my computer at home, gained access to my phone records, and all my personal things related to Sylvie. They then took it upon themselves to lie to her about so many things related to me, which in turn led her to believe me even less after I finally came clean to her about the lies I told you above. I should mention the stipulation for me to be released from the clinic was to go along with the lies my family had told her to poison my image that much more. While Sylvie says that the reason why she can't forgive me is solely because of what I did, I can't help but feel that it is all part of it. Further, in this 8-page typed out letter, he says, I will never be able to forgive myself for making Sylvie sad and betraying her trust in me. I care for her deeply and wish for an actual second chance with her and the room. I am willing to do whatever it takes to be able to show the real, with quotation marks around the real me to anyone and to build a relationship that doesn't involve lies. Everything between me and Sylvie grew so fast. I hate myself for what I did, and I hate the thought of never getting to be with her again. After everything that I gave and everything that I tried to do with her, I just can't comprehend being without her. I am unable to function normally without her. Not hearing her good mornings or good nights. Not talking to her for hours a day. Not being a part of her room and her life outside of it. It's the most painful experience I've ever been through, and I will never get out it. I will never get over her, and I never plan to simply replace her with the next one. I truly love this woman at first sight, and I fell in love with her over the months that I got to know everything about her. She never believed that you could love someone so fast, but I did. I was part of everything to do with her, and now I'm reduced down to only being able to send her DM direct messages on her public Twitter. No private Twitter, no phone number, nothing. I send her messages every day, and I rarely get a response from her. Seeing her be able to be so happy without me in her life is something I hope you guys never have to live through. It's a feeling that makes you wish you did not exist in this world. It's a feeling that rips your heart out and makes you realize how pointless everything is without her. It makes you give up on life as I have without her. I don't think you guys would ever be as stupid as I was, but don't ever lose her. Don't ever do anything against her. And towards the end of that 8-page typed out letter, he says, I can't give up on her, and I will never, and the word never in capital letters, never go to someone else. She is my everything, and I will give her my life to simply be able to make her smile again. Don't ever lose her, guys. She is someone that you will never forget and never want to forget, no matter how painful. I hope I can be with her again. I'm sorry for what I did to her and to you. I'm truly sorry.
Well, that's kind of bizarre.
Grant Amato was so obsessed with this woman. You're going to see from the evidence in this case, at 2:53 a.m. on January 25th, after leaving the house that contained the 3 dead bodies of his family. The defendant goes to a nearby Publix parking lot, logs onto their Wi-Fi, and uses his dead brother's USA checking account to pay $599.99 to get onto Sylvie's website at 3:02 in the morning. That's how obsessed he was with that woman. That's what this case is about. It's about his blind obsession with this woman, the end of the world, as he believed it to be, because of his family, and his absolute contempt for those that he held responsible. That's what this case is about. Thank you.
Is the defense planning on making an opening statement?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Chair is present. You may be seated. Has everyone had a good lunch? All right, at this time, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, but before that, we would invoke the rule of sequestration.
All right. Are there any witnesses present in the courtroom?
Yes, can we approach, please, Your Honor?
You may.
I guess so, if he-
I'm told there are 2 potential witnesses who are in the courtroom.
I guess so. If
At
he
this
puts
point,
up with
rule of sequestration's been invoked. You need to step out.
Aaron's wife. Yep.
All right, you may proceed with your.
Your Honor, can we wait until Mr. Leo gets back into the courtroom?
And then
As to the opening,
told
You'll
the
be right.
guys that were in her chat room or whatever,
Thank you.
don't ever do anything to let her go. You'll miss her if you do.
at this
What
point, I
were-
think the
oh my
defense can
God.
start to proceed if he cuts it during the
Nuts.
course of it. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Chair.
May it please the court. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for your time and attention. Really appreciate it. Now, the most important concept of this case is a statement I'm going to go over for you right now. That
My
statement is, if not Grant Amato, then who did this? Now, however, what I want to make clear is that that argument is not legally sufficient to convict Mr. Amato of murder. That is the most important concept in this case. If not him, then who is not legally sufficient to convict Mr. Amato of murder? Now, your legal duty as the jury in this case is to determine whether the state has proven that Mr. Amato is guilty of committing these murders beyond a reasonable doubt. Your legal duty is not, however, to determine exactly what happened in the Amato household between January 24th and January 25th, 2019. These are 2 separate questions, but your legal duty in this case is to determine whether the state has met its burden to prove Mr. Amato's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, Mr. Amato is not guilty because the evidence will show these 3 most important facts in the case. Fact number 1, a complete lack of physical evidence linking Mr. Amato to the deaths of his parents and brother. Fact number 2, Mr. Amato had no firearm with which to commit these murders because he had sold all of his guns and had no access to any other guns that may have been in the residence. And fact number 3, police, when they entered the home of the Amato family, found a nefarious combination of drugs, guns, and ammunition. The evidence will show that there is a complete lack of physical evidence linking Mr. Amato to these deaths. The evidence will show that his family members' DNA is not on any items that were recovered from Mr. Amato. That includes his clothing. The state tested Grant's scrubs and shoes. to see if his family member's DNA was on them, and none of his family member's DNA was found on his scrubs or shoes. There is no evidence whatsoever of a cleaned up crime scene. No blood, no bloody footprints, no bleaching, no evidence of cleanup whatsoever. The evidence will show that Mr. Amato's DNA is not found on items belonging to his family members. The evidence will show that the state tested items found on Chad for Grant's DNA and found none. These items included Chad's belt that he was wearing, that was referenced earlier, the holster that was found on Chad, that was referenced earlier, and Chad's card holder. Once again, no DNA on any of those items, none of Grant's, and they were tested for such. Now, the evidence will also show that the shell casings from the fired bullets that were found at the house were also tested for Grant's DNA. The evidence will show once again that Grant cannot be linked to these shell casings because the DNA was not found on them and DNA tests were performed on these shell casings. Now, the state earlier had mentioned something about gunshot residue, and this is going to come up in the case. The evidence will show that gunshot residue testing was performed on the gloves that were found in the hotel room of Mr. Amato. Now, what's important about this testing, the evidence will show a low particle count. Now, the evidence will show what a low particle count means and why that's significant. The reason why that's significant, and the evidence will show this, is because it's more likely to obtain a low particle count from transfer than from holding an actual firearm. The evidence will show exactly what transfer means. Well, basically, it means sitting on a surface or coming from a surface that had gunshot residue on it. And the low particle count, the evidence will show that that is how this occurred based on transferred gunshot residue and not the holding of an actual firearm that was fired. Now, the evidence will show that Margaret Amato, Chad Amato, and Cody Amato were all killed with a firearm, as the state had described earlier. The evidence will show that Grant Amato previously owned firearms, and that is something that we are in agreement about. However, the evidence will show that Mr. Amato sold all of these firearms in August and September of 2018. The evidence will show records of Mr. Amato selling 7 of his guns to the Florida Gun Exchange on August 21st of 2018. The evidence will show that Mr. Amato is selling 2 of his guns to the Florida Gun Exchange on August 24th of 2018. The evidence will show, finally, that Mr. Amato sold his final 2 firearms, a 9mm pistol and his shotgun, to Florida Gun and Pawn on September 23rd of 2018, and this evidence will be presented by third party, meaning we'll have a witness to show this. The evidence will show that Mr. Amato sold these firearms in order to continue being able to afford to remain in contact with Sylvie. The evidence will show that he sold all of his firearms in order to maintain this contact and being able to afford to do so. The evidence will show at this time that Grant Amato owned no more guns and therefore could not have killed his parents because he had no guns with which to do so. In addition, the evidence will show that there were still guns in the home, but one was Cody's 9mm pistol and the others were locked up in Chad's bedroom. The evidence will show that Cody's 9mm pistol was his carry pistol that he took with him when he left the home. Cody would take this pistol to work, and therefore Mr. Amato had no access to this pistol at the time Cody, Margaret, and Chad had died. Also, the evidence will show that any additional firearms that were in the house were locked up in Chad's bedroom, safe, and closet. The closet was actually locked at the time the police entered the Amato home on January 25th of 2019. The evidence will show that not only did Mr. Amato sell all of his guns, but that he had no access to the guns that were left over in the home. The evidence will show that this is one of the main reasons Mr. Amato could not have shot his parents, because he had no gun with which to do so. In addition, the evidence will show that Mr. Amato is no professional shooter and has no training whatsoever in using a pistol. This is important because he would be incapable of committing these murders all at this time, with this frequency in this short amount of time, without such training. The evidence will show that when police entered the Amato home on January 25th of 2019, they found a nefarious combination of drugs, guns, and ammunition. The evidence will show that the master bedroom's connected bathroom, police found a large armoire that had been designed in a sophisticated way in order to produce significant amounts of marijuana. In addition, the evidence will show in the master bedroom locked closet, police found 3 mason jars full of marijuana that each had temperature gauges in them. Additional marijuana was also found in the bathroom connected to the master bedroom. The evidence will show the police also found several rifles locked in the closet, along with cans and cans of ammunition. Furthermore, the evidence will show that a Glock pistol was found in a holster, as the state had described earlier, on Chad Amato's body. And Cody's Smith & Wesson 9mm that he carried with him was found next to Cody's body. The evidence will show that Mr. Amato is not guilty because, to summarize, once again, number 1, no physical evidence linking him. Number 2, no gun with which to use it. And number 3, the nefarious amount of drugs, guns, and ammunition found in the house. But also, there are additional significant pieces of evidence that will come out and that the evidence will show. That information is as follows. We expect the state to construct a timeline of what they believed happened in the case, which is something the state had mentioned earlier. However, the state will not be able to show medical evidence as the time of death. And that is an important part. The defense expects the evidence to show how multiple pieces of digital evidence disprove the state's timeline in this case. The evidence will show that Chad Amato used his fingerprint on his iPhone to access his USAA banking application on 11:08 p.m. on January 24th, 2019, which is later than the state believes he was alive. You will see photographs of the body of Chad Amato. In those photographs, it will be clear as to why he could not have accessed, as a dead person, his phone using his fingerprint application after death, and why his body could not have been manipulated to do so. Furthermore, the evidence will show that Chad Amato used his iPhone to delete an application called Blink at 12:31 a.m. on January 25th of 2019, which is also later than the state believes that Chad Amato was alive. The evidence will show that Chad was told a week prior to his death to delete the Blink application by Cody. This is how the evidence will show that Chad Amato was the one who deleted the application at 12:31 a.m. on January 25th of 2019. This is how the evidence will show that Chad Amato was actually alive at 12:31 a.m. on January 25th of 2019. Also, there is a neighbor from the Sultan Circle area named Rodney Funk, who will specifically remember hearing gunshots in the direction of the Amato home on the morning of January 25th of 2019. The evidence will show that these critical pieces of evidence will disprove the state's timeline of events in this case, which further supports Mr. Amato's innocence in the case. Also, when the police arrived to the Amato home, they actually entered the home. And what's important, when the state had described the lack of forced entry, the police in the case, when they had entered the home, also created no sign of forced entry. So when they entered the home using a pocket knife, caused no damage to the exterior of the home. So there are similarities in that after the police entered the home, they left no sign of forced entry. And when they had looked at the home initially, there was no sign of forced entry. Furthermore, they found wet blood around Cody Amato, and they found wet blood around Chad Amato. Evidence that also supports Mr. Amato's innocence is that he had no motive whatsoever to kill his family members. The evidence will show that the relation between Mr. Amato and his parents and brother will show a clear lack of motive. There was absolutely no friction between Mr. Amato and his mother, Margaret. The two were close, and she supported Grant to an incredible degree financially, along with Chad Amato as well. The evidence will show that Cody Amato and Grant Amato were inseparably close, and that even Cody took care of Grant financially to a significant degree. Cody even paid for a lavish trip to Japan, something that the state had mentioned earlier, that included Grant and their mutual friend, Jericho Fine. The evidence will show that Cody paid for Grant's entire portion of the trip back in December of 2018, which was a month prior to Cody's death. The evidence will show that whenever Mr. Amato had an issue, Mr. Amato in this portion being Grant, that required monetary support, he received it from his father, mother, and brother. The evidence will show that Chad and Cody gave Grant their bank cards to make sure that Grant had monetary support. The evidence will show that Grant always had the support and that there was no motive whatsoever to kill his brother, his mother, and his father. The evidence will show, and you all will hear Grant's description of his actions on January 25th and 24th of 2019. Starting on January 24th, you all will hear that the evidence will show that Grant woke up on January 24th around 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. He was home with his mom and saw his dad leave for work that morning. This was a normal workday for his mother, who worked from home. Grant watched content online on the first floor during the day. That included materials having to do with video games and YouTube. Grant talked to his mom throughout the day and ate lunch between 12 and 1 p.m. Grant also took time during the day to prepare for a job interview that was scheduled for the following day on January 25th of 2019. The evidence will show that Grant had an interview lined up at a place called Express Scripts that was scheduled for the morning of January 25th. Grant made sure that on the 24th to go upstairs to his room, get his clothes and suit ready for this interview. Now, after preparing for this interview, Grant went back downstairs to the couch to watch YouTube. Around 4 p.m., Grant was watching YouTube and noticed his mother go to the kitchen, saw her put out pieces of chicken to defrost on the counter. He also saw his mom pour a glass of wine. He saw his mother take this glass of wine and go to the office. Grant then saw his dad arrive home at approximately 5:30, between 5:30 and 5:45 in the afternoon. The evidence will show at this time Grant was in the living room watching television. Grant saw his dad take his lunchbox with him into the office to talk to his mother. After his dad and mom talked, his dad came into the living room and sat on the couch with his mom, who was still in the office. The evidence will show at this time that Chad accused Grant of having contact with the woman that Grant had met online, even though this was against rules set by his father. The evidence will show that Chad was asking Grant why he was still having contact with this person. At one point, Chad physically grabbed Grant by the thin jacket that he was wearing and told him that he had to pack up his things and leave the house. At this point, the evidence will show that Margaret is still in the office. Grant then grabbed his duffel bag upstairs and also grabbed his clothes, gloves, and toiletries. Something else that's really important the evidence will show in this case that goes to the gloves. The evidence will show that on the night of January 24th, the temperature reached into the low 40s. So it was very cold that night for Florida standards. Chad went upstairs at this point arguing with Grant as he was packing up his things. At this point, Grant made clear that he needed his cell phone and car keys that Chad had kept from him. Then Grant.
In that interview that I watched with Poot, he said that there was new evidence that they'd found since the trial. But why would that have been since the trial? That's something they should have found before the trial. We love you too, Wiggles. So that must have been what he was talking about. But why wouldn't they have already found that before?
Chad went into the master bedroom, where Chad kept Grant's passport and car keys in the safe. When they were both in the bedroom together, the evidence will show that Chad told Grant that he would have to reset the safe passcode because Grant had been in the room while the safe had been opened. Then Chad went into his closet to retrieve Grant's cell phone and laptop and Grant's banking paperwork. Chad also gave Grant his credit cards and his car insurance information. At this point, the evidence will show that Grant went back upstairs to put his stuff into his duffel bag. Chad and Margaret were talking downstairs at this time. The evidence will show that Grant then went into Cody's room to retrieve flash drives that would allow him to reinstall programs to his laptop. After this, Grant then went downstairs with his stuff that he had packed up and went through the garage to put his duffel bag into the backseat of his car. Grant then went back into the house, back upstairs while his dad continued to speak to him. The evidence will show that Grant then grabbed his suit from his closet.
I've never seen a judge type constantly during opening statements. Is that how she makes notes? Typing?
For his interview the next morning. Grant then grabbed some heavy coats and shoes because of the cold weather, and then he took them down to his car and placed them in the trunk. After Grant put his clothes in the trunk of his car, he spoke to his dad on the driveway for about an hour and a half. Grant then went back inside and upstairs, and at one point after Grant had returned upstairs, Chad came to talk to him and gave him a credit card for one night stay at a hotel. Grant then noticed that Cody had come home as he had saw headlights pull up to the home. Cody then came into the house and Grant saw Cody in the kitchen. Grant then left his dad and Cody as they were talking downstairs. Grant went upstairs to transfer files to his flash drive, something that the state had brought up earlier. Then Cody came into the room while Grant was transferring the files. At this time, Cody gave Grant his debit card for anything Grant needed to take care of himself while Cody tried to smooth things over. Grant made it clear to Cody that he didn't expect to be back to the house anytime soon. And the conversation ended with Cody and Grant talking both downstairs and walking out together. As they talked to avoid Dad, Grant said goodbye to his mother. And when Grant went to his car, it was between about 12 and 12:30 in the morning. This is when the evidence will show that Grant went to his local Publix because he knew he could get onto the Wi-Fi there at the Publix in the parking lot. Grant eventually turned on his laptop and used the Publix Wi-Fi internet to get the address for his interview the next morning. Grant turned on his cell phone and confirmed that there was no service. Grant eventually slept in his car and left for his interview the next morning around 6:45, 7 in the morning. Grant got to the interview location in Lee Vista area between 7:45 and 8 in the morning, which was early for the interview. Grant had his interview around 9:50 a.m., which lasted for about 45 minutes to an hour. You will hear evidence confirming Grant's attendance at this interview. There will be a third party, Erica Johansson, who conducted that interview that day, and she will be testifying in this case. The evidence will then show that Grant drove back to the area where the Publix was because he knew there was a Verizon store there, so he could figure out how to get back onto having a working cell phone. This is January 25th. The evidence will show that Grant went into the Verizon store but was unable to get his phone back on because his father was the one on the account. Because his father wasn't present, he wasn't able to turn his phone back on. So after his time at the Verizon store, Grant at this time thought about going back to the house because he had checked his email earlier and had not received anything from Cody, his brother, yet, which he was surprised by. When Grant went to go by the house, he went down Lake Mills Road and saw a news van at the Fort Christmas Road intersection. Grant didn't turn down the Fort Christmas Road intersection after seeing the news van. Instead, Grant eventually went to a Panera at Waterford Lakes, where he brought on his laptop and used Google to try to find out why the news van was there. He saw something about shootings in Chuliota and that it was still under investigation. At this time, Grant had a bad feeling about it, but had no phone service, so he was not able to call his parents at that time or his brother. At this time, Grant checked into the Hilton in Orlando using his debit card between 3 and 3:30 p.m. that day. Grant at this time was expecting to hear from Cody by email, which was what happened the last time that Grant had left the home to stay with his aunt. When Grant was at the hotel, he logged onto his email and still didn't see anything from Cody. He didn't use the landline to call them because he didn't remember the last time he had used the landline that night. And that night on January 25th, Grant watched YouTube and did speak to Sylvie through Twitter that night. Now, before Grant went to bed, he wrote a note to himself on hotel stationery. Grant then woke up at 8 a.m. and when he went out of the hotel and started to leave his hotel room, he was detained by police. Now, at this time, the evidence will show that police did not tell him why they were detaining him. They gave him no information at that time about why they were talking to him and detaining him. He was not even told by Seminole County police officers who were there why that had occurred. At this time, Grant agreed to go to the station with the Seminole County police officers, and he agreed to do so and let them know that. Grant was at the station for 7 hours giving an interview in this case. The evidence will show that during all of the time that police officers were questioning Grant throughout the day, they lied to Grant repeatedly about what evidence they claimed to have had against him. The officers told Grant provably false statements about what they claimed to know, and in the face of these provably false statements, the evidence will show that Grant denied all involvement in the deaths of his family. The evidence will show the emotion Grant has when he finds out what happened to his family. The evidence will show Grant crying in the interrogation room as he sat there by himself after finding out the deaths of his family members. The evidence will show that police officers released Grant after the interview because they did not have the evidence to support an arrest. The evidence will show that after 7 hours of time in the police station, Grant was released from the police station after consistently denying having anything to do with his parents' and his brother's deaths. In summary, the evidence will show that after his family members died and were deceased, Grant went to, or it was unclear about the time of death because you're not going to hear about the medical evidence at that point, but at least when he left the home, he went to a Publix. Then he went to the interview the morning of January 25th, and stayed at a local hotel, making no attempt to leave the area. Grant then agreed to go to a police station for an interview that required his presence for 7 hours, and the evidence will show that afterwards he was released due to lack of evidence. Getting back to the most important things about this case, if not Grant, then who is not a legally sufficient argument to convict Mr. Amato in this case? Additionally, there is no physical evidence linking him. Mr. Amato had no gun with which to perform these murders, and a nefarious combination of drugs, guns, and ammunition was found in the house. Based on these facts, Mr. Amato is not guilty in this case, and accordingly, Mr. Amato had nothing to do with his parents' and brother's deaths. Therefore, after all of the evidence is shown in this case, we will request you all to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Not the best opening statements I've ever heard.
All right, it has been brought to my attention that someone may have made a statement during the course of the opening statement. I just want to indicate that everyone who is present in the gallery to not make any statements, comments, or otherwise, because any comment that could possibly be heard by the attorneys and also could be heard by the jury. So if you are going to make any comments, I can tell you that this court will otherwise remove you from this courtroom and exclude you from the courtroom for disrupting the process. So I just want to make sure that everyone who is present in this courtroom make sure that they remain silent during the course of this trial and throughout the introduction of any of the evidence and any of the witnesses. All right, any opinions or otherwise need to be refrained from. Any comments cannot be made throughout the course of this trial. Again, if so, for the purposes of making sure that there is not any mistrial in this case, or that there is not any interference with the jury, or just the disruption of the process, I will exclude you from this courtroom. All right, now, who's gonna be your first witness is Mr. Cisco. If you all wanna go get Mr. Cisco, and if you can go get the jury.
I like her.
Inquired of the jury if they heard anything from the gallery.
I will.
I like her. She looks like Sandra
You can
Bullock.
still bring him in to just sit.
Doesn't she look like Sandra Bullock?
You may be seated. I would like to ask just the jury just to make sure. Did anyone hear any comments made or otherwise during the course of the defense's opening statement? And everyone's shaking their head no, and there's no show of hands. Just any comment being made from the gallery or otherwise during the defense's opening statement? Okay, and everyone's indicating no for the record. All right, the state may at this time call their first witness.
The state calls Christopher Cisco.
All right. Mr. Cisco, come forward, raise your right hand, sir, be ready to be sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the complete truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, sir, if you could please have a seat in the witness stand as the deputy instructs you. Okay, you may proceed.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Please tell us your name.
Chris Cisco.
And for the record, would you please spell your first name and also your last name?
CHRISSISCO.
What do you do for an occupation, Mr. Cisco?
I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist.
And may seem somewhat obvious, but tell us, what does a nurse anesthetist do?
So a nurse anesthetist, we provide anesthesia for patients that are undergoing surgery or procedures in the hospital. I work at the Orlando Level 1 Trauma Center. So we work in a team with other CRNAs and anesthesiologists to provide anesthesia.
And where do you specifically work, at ORMC?
Yeah, the ORMC, the Level 1 Trauma Center in downtown Orlando.
And how long have you been doing this and working there?
So I completed my schooling there. So if you count the schooling of January 2015 till now, I've been there about 3.5 years.
Okay. And tell us where you live. And I'm not asking for a street address, but if you prefer a city, town, county, that's fine.
Southwest Orlando, Florida.
Now, Mr. Cisco, did you know a person by the name of Cody Amato during his lifetime?
Yes, sir, I did.
And tell the jury, please, how did you know of Cody Amato and how long? Just kind of give us a sense of who he was to you, your relationship to him.
Sure. So the first time I met Cody Amato was in the spring of 2014. We were both applying for the same anesthesia program. And what that was is we met down in Miami and we were interviewed for going to school. So I met him that day. It's kind of like you all meet in a classroom together. You meet each other, potential prospects. You get interviewed and then you leave. And then later on in the year, you find out if you got accepted. And then, so I just met him that one day. And then we both come to find out got accepted. And in January of 2015 is when we started our program together at the Orlando campus. So we started school together. And that consists of you go to class a couple of times a week, and then you have clinical after that. So you spend a good, they say anywhere from 40 to 60 hours a week between school and clinical time. So between January 2015 and the early summer of 2017, we completed that 28-month program together. And so I would see him in class and both at clinical throughout the week for those 28 months.
And how long had Cody been working at Orlando Regional Medical Center as an anesthetist?
Yeah, so the same time frame as I. We both started the program together, did clinical schooling together. We both, early on in our program, still in school, decided we wanted to work at ORMC when we completed our schooling. So then we both signed on, and as soon as we graduated in May of 2017, we signed on and started working together. So for the January.
So your co-worker of Cody?
Yes, sir.
And would you consider yourself a friend of Cody also?
I would, yeah. So in the program, like we joked around that we would see each other more than we saw our families, just because we spent so much time together. But after we would study together or see each other in class, see each other at clinical. And then as of late, I'd say over the last, maybe since we started actually working together, graduated and working, he would spend more time with my family, come over and have dinner or whatever, meet my wife, meet my kids. So yeah, within the last year, I'd say he was probably my closest friend at work, I would say.
Now, let me ask you about Grant Amato. Do you know a person by the name of Grant Amato?
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell the jury, kind of like to ask the same question that I asked about Cody. Tell the jury how do you know Grant Amato?
So I would say almost the same exact story as meeting Cody. Met the first day. They had applied and wanted to go to school together.
Well, she was rude
So
to you.
again, I met Grant that same day, like March 2014, when we were interviewing, but it was just a brief hi. And then in January of 2015 is when we all started the program together. Again, I would see him at school a couple of days a week, and then see him periodically throughout our clinical time outside of the class. But around the spring of 2016, I didn't have any more contact with him.
With him meaning?
Grant.
Okay.
Yeah, no more contact.
And let me ask you this. Do you see, and if you need to stand up to look around the courtroom, do you see Grant Amato in the courtroom today?
Yeah, I see him over there.
And would you please identify him?
Why not?
Is he the person sitting at
He's
the
the-
back counsel table in the chair that's closest to the wall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please let the record reflect that Mr. Cisco is the defendant, identify the defendant in this case. Now, would it be fair to say that you were much closer with Cody than you were with Grant Amato?
Yeah, that would be a fair statement. Definitely talked to Cody more, spent more time with Cody, in clinical and in class, talking to him. And then especially since me and Cody grew closer after we both graduated, that's when I spent more time with Cody. I was closer to him, but with Grant, not really a friendship, I would say. Just more like a working colleague.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a couple of questions concerning Cody's work habits. And once again, can you remind us how long had you and Cody actually worked together at Orlando Regional Medical Center?
So again, from 2015 is when we first started the program. It's a program that takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of dedication. And so again, January 2015 until when he passed away in January 2019. I had worked with him, spent a lot of time with him at work. Again, we joked around about seeing each other more than we saw our family.
Tell the jury about Cody's work habits with regard to showing up for work, coming to work, punctual.
Sure.
I mean, tell us about that.
So I'm sure we'll talk about this later, but one of the reasons why I had called in the wellness check was because from what I can recall, I never could recall a time when Cody would show up late to class, when he would not show up to class, when he would not come on time or not show up to clinical. I never heard of an instance where he, just did not show up for any reason. Extremely dedicated, knowledgeable. He worked hard at being the CRNA that he was.
What about coming to work on time?
When we graduated and we started working as CRNAs at ORMC, it is when you work a day shift and your schedule ahead of time, you are scheduled to show up at least at the latest 7 o'clock. But you can show up earlier if you'd like. And so you can clock in at 6:45. And that's when you can start getting paid, but you're not considered late until you show up after 7. Cody and I and a couple others, we would show up even earlier than that, 6:15, 6:20, we would clock in, knowing that we weren't going to get paid, but we would, come and get our rooms ready, go see our patients in pre-op, see them ahead of time, talk about the care plan with our anesthesiologist. So I would say that Cody was, again, never late, not even punctual. I would say he's always early. And so, again, never saw him show up late at all.
Okay. Now, let me direct your attention to January 24th, 2019, Thursday, January 24th, 2019. And just ask you about that day. First of all, did you work that day?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what your shift was that day? How many hours that you were supposed to put in that day?
So on that Thursday, I was scheduled a 16-hour shift, which is, again, you show up at 6:45, 7. Then you have a 12-hour shift until 7 p.m. And then if needed, you stay an additional 4 hours until 11 p.m. if there are emergencies and such. So Orlando is a big city, a level 1 trauma center. It's not uncommon that for your 16-hour shift, you're there for the whole 16 hours. So from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. would have been my shift for that day.
And do you recall, I'm going to ask you about Cody in a couple of seconds, of course, but
Mhm.
do you recall what time did you arrive to work that day? About.
About 6:20 to 6:25. That's when I clocked in that day.
Did Cody come into work that day?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall, once again, about what time Cody arrived at work that day?
After I clock in, I always look at the board and then I see where my room is and I go straight to pre-op. And then when I got to pre-op, he was already there, seeing his patient and, prepping his patient for surgery.
So he was early and on time?
Yes, sir.
Now, just very briefly, I want to kind of fast forward up to the evening, but just so the jury has a sense of continuity, just generally describe that day, your work day, and what Cody was doing also.
Right. So, again, our days are normally filled. They're very busy. But I do remember that that afternoon, it had kind of slowed down a little bit. And so what happens is there's 4 of us that are scheduled that 16-hour shift. And again, for some reason, if it slows down in the afternoon, what we'll do is either we have to stay there on call, even though there's no cases going on, or if there's even sometimes no cases going on, sometimes the head anesthesiologist that's running the board for the day, who's in control of the board and of when we get to go and come, they will first ask us if there's any volunteers, if anybody wants to leave early. Well, that day I remember that none of us wanted to leave early. So instead of any volunteers, what will happen is we'll put all of our names in a hat and draw names out of a hat. And Cody's name came up first, and he was going to leave at like 9:30 that afternoon. And then
Evening, afternoon or evening? You said afternoon.
Yeah, 9:30 p.m.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yep, 9:30 p.m. is when he was going to leave because we didn't need him. And then I would stay until 11 to cover until the night guy came in to cover the night shift.
So drawing names out of a hat the purpose of that was really designed to see who has to go early.
Correct. Yeah, because the hospital can't just pay and then all 4 of us to be there if we're not doing anything. So they
get paid very well if you stay later.
Oh yeah. So that's that'll be another reason why none of us wanted to leave early. So if you follow me, their first 12 hours is regular pay, and then whether or not that week is in overtime or not, you automatically get bumped into overtime, and you get paid double time for the last 4 hours. So if you think about it, you work 12, then if you just stay for another 4, you get paid for an additional day of being there. So that's why initially none of us wanted to leave, because you're already there. You might as well just make the money while you're there. A lot of people, some people like to volunteer to leave, and then a lot of us don't like to volunteer to leave. So then that's where you go with the drawing the names out of a hat, and somebody has to leave.
Okay. So Cody drew a time where he had to leave early.
Yes, sir. About 9:30 is the time. So he drew his name out of a hat. He was first, and then the head anesthesiologist just picked the time. And 9:30, Cody will leave at 9:30. Somebody will leave after that, and then Chris, you're the last. You'll leave at 11 p.m. when the night guy comes in. So yeah, okay. Cody was supposed to leave at 9:30 p.m.
So 9:30 was the time for Cody.
Correct.
Let me ask you, did there come a time when Cody did leave and it was earlier than 9:30?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that.
And so if nothing is going on, typically what happens is whoever the anesthesiologist is and the CRNAs that are there, we will kind of congregate in this anesthesia office that's right by the OR desk. We call it the bubble room because there's a big mirror or a big window right there that you can see in. But we kind of hang out there because at any one time during the day, you can get a stat call, which means that a patient is coming up within 5 minutes and you have to be there and available. So that's where we all kind of were, just hanging out in there. And Cody was talking to us about, and then he ended up leaving that room and going, and he was like on his phone or something. And then I decided that, well, since he left and we weren't really talking a whole lot, I went to go take a quick lunch break. So I was taking a lunch break, and I was just sitting there watching TV or something, and Cody
Don't
popped
talk
his
too
head
much,
in
Marty.
the break room at about 9:10, 9:15, and he said, "Hey,
Can we approach, Your Honor? Okay, you can answer the question then. What did Cody say to you?
he said that he had talked to the anesthesia doc and said, I'm going to leave a little early, but I'll see you in the morning, and we'll have coffee after we see our patients."
So he left,
Yes, sir. He left early,
and this is approximately when now, please?
about 9:15.
And let me ask you, even that 15 minutes of when he was supposed to leave versus when he actually left, did that seem a little bit unusual to you?
Yeah, that might.
Why?
So that might not sound unusual to somebody who doesn't have our position, but when you're making double time and you leave 15 minutes early, that's quite a bit of money that you're just leaving on the table for no reason. He wasn't told to leave early, and we all have jobs. We like to make money, so I just thought it was weird. I'd never seen Cody leave early and leaving money on the table like that, just to dip out early.
Nurse anesthetists get
Showing
paid a
the
lot
counsel
of
states
money.
Exhibit A for identification. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
I was gonna go into that until I found out about the malpractice insurance being so high.
Recognize that photograph?
The
Yes, sir, I do.
insurance is
Please tell
very
the
expensive.
jury who's the person that's depicted in the photograph.
That would be my friend Cody Amato.
Okay, and do you recognize what he's wearing?
He's wearing the scrubs that he left in. He's wearing the badge that we use to get in and out of the hospital. And his watch, his big watch that he always used to wear at the hospital as well.
Okay, that's the way that he appeared. He was dressed like that when he left you at 9:15 in the evening on January 24th?
Yeah.
I'd offer this in evidence as a state's exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? It's been pre-marked for identification as exhibit number, what's the exhibit number? A will be moved into evidence as state's exhibit number 1.
I think you can, yeah, do you have you have the screen in front of you. Is it up on the screen there?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you, and I think if you touch it, something will come up on the image here. Yes? No?
Touch the screen?
Yeah, see what happens. No?
No. I have a laser pointer.
You have the laser pointer?
Yeah.
Yeah, then why don't you show us, first of all, that's how Cody was dressed when he left work?
Yeah, so he always wore, we always have to wear these green scrubs. No matter, when we're in the operating room, you have to wear it. And he always wore the long sleeves because he was always cold. This would be his badge right here that we use to get in and out of the hospital, in and out of lounges, in and out of everything. And then he always had this watch on as well that he would have left with.
Okay.
Is there a mouse right there?
There is a mouse, yes.
Use that mouse, and that's what we work on.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, did you eventually leave work that evening? And once again, I'm referring to the evening of Thursday, January 24th.
Yeah.
About what time did you leave?
About 11:10 is when I clocked out.
Now, did you go to work the next morning?
Yes, I did.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
I believe I looked at my timesheet. I clocked in at 6:19.
And Cody, what time was Cody scheduled to come in?
So again, scheduled to be there no later than 7. You can clock in earlier. So I would have expected him to be there before me.
And was he?
No,
And did Cody come in at all that morning?
no.
And did that concern you?
Yes, it did.
Tell the jury about that. When did you first start to get concerned?
So when I first got in, I had clocked in at where we clock in at, and you walk right by that, and there's the surgery OR board where you can see where your case assignment is for the day. I had ran into a colleague of ours that typically works overnight, and she had said, Cody's not here. I haven't seen him yet. He's not in pre-op. Have you heard from him? And of course, I was like, no, I just got here. I haven't heard from him yet. And so I went about, the next couple minutes. I went to pre-op just to see for myself, to see if he was there, and he wasn't there. So I looked at whatever room he was supposed to be in, and he wasn't in there. So then I ran into the colleague again, and she had expressed like a little bit more concern this time. And so I said, well, why don't I just try to call him or text him? So I tried to text him. And I know that when Cody has an iPhone like I do, and I know that when you have the iMessage, that when you send a text message, typically it goes through in blue, which means that the phone received the text message. And so when I text him, hey, where are you? It went through just green, like the phone didn't receive the text message, like it's either out of service or it's dead.
Had that ever happened before?
No, sir. Cody always had his phone on. He always had a charger on him. He always had it clipped to him. If I ever throughout the day, if I had a question about anything, I knew that if I shot Cody a text, he would text me right back with, advice or whatever. So then when it went through green, it was concerning. So I thought, well, maybe I'll just try to give him a buzz. So I tried to call the phone, and it went, rang a couple times and went straight to voicemail. So I did that a couple times. And then
Unsuccessful? Weren't able to get through to Cody?
never, no, it always went straight to voicemail or the text went green. So then I had we have a friend that we went to school with. He now lives in New York. I kind of texted him and I said, hey, if you heard from Cody, like overnight at all? He said, no, why? I said, he's not here at work. He said, well, did you try to call him? I said, yeah, of course I tried to call him. And then I had talked to a couple other colleagues about him not showing up, and everybody's response was, I can't believe he's not here. This is so out of ordinary. Why would he not show up? Even if he didn't show up, he always had his phone on him. He should have answered, called back, something.
So at some point, did your concerns rise to the level where you thought, now I better call
Yeah,
the
we
police?
got to do something because my friend's not here and he's supposed to be here. So we bounced around the idea of like what we should do if somebody should try to go to his house or whatever, or if somebody should try to call a wellness check. Well, none of us had ever called a wellness check before. So I just started Googling like how to do one. And I tried to type in like Chuliota Police Department, and apparently there isn't one. So I called Oviedo Police Department, and I called in and I got some, maybe a dispatcher or somebody. And I had said, hey, my friend's not at work. I'd just like to call in an official wellness check to see where he's at. And they had asked me a couple things about him, and I expressed my concern, and they said, well, we'll send somebody over to the house, and we'll keep you informed. I gave him my number and all that stuff. So maybe, I don't know how much time went by, but some time went by and I got a phone call back from the police officer that had received the the wellness check concern. So he said he was at the house.
Okay, I'm sorry?
Stated at this point.
Yes. So at some point, you did call the police, and then an officer who actually arrived at the scene gave you a call back?
Yeah, he called me back.
Okay. And and at that point, did you, without getting into what was said, the substance of the conversation, did you and the officer discuss your concerns?
Correct. Yes, we did. I just told him the same thing I told the court, that this is extremely out of the ordinary. This is very concerning for us at work, and expressed our concern.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cisco. You testified earlier that when you were looking at the photograph, you said those were the scrubs he left in. That's what you stated, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, they wouldn't be different than the ones he would wear the next day, correct? They would look exactly the same?
They're green scrubs.
Correct. So he wore the same thing almost exactly every day to work, correct?
We're all required to.
Okay. And when Mr. Amato said he had to leave, he didn't appear flustered or panicked, right?
Nope.
Didn't raise any alarm to you, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. No. No, he didn't.
And you can't be certain that those are the exact same scrubs he left in because he wears the same thing every day, correct?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat it one more time?
He wears the same thing to work every day, isn't that right?
Correct.
And because he would wear the same thing the next day, you're unaware whether those were the exact same scrubs that he wore when he left because nothing distinguishes them, correct?
If from one day to the other, you're asking me, are those the same scrubs? I wouldn't be able to know if they was the same exact scrubs from one day to another.
That's exactly what I'm asking. You said you
No.
would not be able to tell, correct?
No.
Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
Mr. Cisco, is that how he was dressed? The way that he was dressed in the photograph, was that how he was dressed when he left you at 9:15 in the evening on January 24th?
When Cody left the hospital, he was wearing green scrub pants, green scrub top, green scrub long sleeve shirt with a badge and a watch.
Exactly how he appears in that photograph?
Exactly how he appears in the photograph.
States Exhibit 1.
Well, the defense has a point. That is the same thing he wears every day.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions of this witness? And everyone's shaking their head no. May this witness be excused and released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Cisco. You're excused and you're released.
Okay,
Step
hang
down.
on a minute.
State's next witness.
Okay, this is Florida. I heard Peter Tragos say the other night, what trial was it? I don't know. What Charlie was talking about. Anyway, he did say that in some states, the juries are allowed to ask questions and that Florida was one of them. Peter Tragos did say that. And I was like, well, that's crazy because I've never in my life seen a Florida trial where they let the juries ask questions. But this judge just asked the jury if they had any questions. So this will be the first time that I have seen a Florida trial ask the jury if they have questions. Yeah, he mad. No, I don't know who that is. I can't remember what trial he was talking about. It was a different trial that where the jury was allowed to ask questions. I just don't remember which one it was. I guess it must be. Because when Peter said it's allowed in Florida, I was shocked because I've never seen one in Florida where they let the jury ask questions. Yeah, me too.
State's next
Oh, I'm
witness,
sorry, Your Honor. Deputy Todd Motorson.
Deputy Motorson.
Well, this is an old trial. This is from like 2019 or something. What year is this trial?
Please raise your right hand, sir. Be ready to be sworn.
I need to put Alexa in here so I don't have to keep
I do.
looking stuff up on
Please have a
ChatGPT.
seat, sir. Witness stand as the deputy instructs you. Okay, proceed.
Thank you.
Hold it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please tell us your name.
My name is Todd Motorson.
Would you please spell your first and last name?
First name Todd, last name Moderson.
Somewhat obvious, but let me ask what you do for an occupation.
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office?
About 20 years, a little over.
And what are your present duties with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office?
2019.
Assigned to road patrol.
Do you have any previous experience as a law enforcement officer?
I do. I have
cool,
almost 5
Marty.
years with the Lake Mary Police Department and about 2 years in Wisconsin.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
let me direct your attention to the
That
morning,
might have been the
approximately
trial.
9 o'clock
No,
in the morning.
I don't know what he was talking
On
about.
Friday, January 25th. First, let me ask, what were your duties back then in January of 2019?
My duties that day were to patrol, assigned to patrol, and I was patrolling the Chuliota area.
So you're pretty much the same now, road patrol?
That's correct.
Okay.
Chuyoda.
Now,
That's how you
that
say
morning, did
it.
you have an occasion to respond to
Never heard of it.
2112 Sultan Circle in
Apparently
Chuliota?
it's around
I did.
Orlando.
And this may seem like a silly question, but I'm going to ask it. That's in Seminole County, Florida.
It is in Seminole County, Florida.
Now, can you give the jury some sense of where that is, Sultan Circle? I don't know if you can use some major roads or thoroughfares or some kind of common
Certainly.
landmark. Is that located in Seminole County?
Generally, it's in the northeast part of Seminole County in the area of Fort Christmas Road and Lake Mills Road in the Picket Down subdivision, and that's sort of in the outskirts of Oviedo.
Now, tell the jury, please, why did you respond to 2112 Sultan Circle?
I was dispatched to a call regarding a well-being check.
Now, at some point, let me ask you, you went to that location, correct?
That is correct.
Excuse me, at some point, did you make physical entry into that house? I'm going to ask you a couple of questions regarding what you did before that, but just to establish that basic fact, at some point, did you make physical entry into that house?
I did.
Now, before actually entering the house, tell the jury what you did in order to try to make contact with anyone who may have been in the house.
Prior to entering the house.
Yes.
So Some of the things that I did to try to see if anybody would respond, come to the door or whatnot, answer a phone. Knocked on the door, of course, front and back doors. I knocked on windows, pounded on, actually physically pounded on the windows, called out the name of the person I was trying to locate, which was Cody Amato. I tried calling his cell phone, his brother's, Grant's cell phone, his mom's cell phone, his dad's cell phone, and got no response from anybody. Also, I hit the air horn on my assigned police vehicle, which is an F-150, which if you ever heard an air horn or a siren, you kind of can imagine how loud that would be sitting in front of a home. That would be the best way to try to get somebody's attention, to let them know the police are there trying to contact them beyond knocking on doors if they're in the shower or sleeping or something like that.
And no response?
No response.
Now, let me ask you this. As you told us that you went around the house knocking on doors and windows?
That's right.
While you did that, did you notice any type of forced entry? What I'm referring to is either a broken window frame, broken door frame, pry marks on windows, doors. Did you notice anything that would indicate or suggest a forced entry into the home?
There was nothing that would indicate that.
Now, at some point, did you go to the front porch of the residence and see if you could try to find some type of hidden key?
I did.
And tell the jury about that.
So a lot of people will leave a hidden key around their home somewhere, a lot of times around their front door somewhere. So I checked there for a hidden key to try to gain access to the home without causing damage to a door, such as kicking in a door, breaking a window, something like that.
And were you successful? Any hidden key?
There was none that I could find.
Now, also at some point during your time at the house, and I'm not going to ask you for the substance of any conversation you had, but did you speak with a coworker of Cody that was concerned?
I did.
Now, after going through this process that you described to the jury, did there come a point where you requested permission from a supervisor to actually force entry into the home?
I did.
Tell the jury about that.
So the concern rose to the level where I felt like we needed to gain access to the home to check on the well-being of Cody. And so I contacted the supervisor, explained all the details of what my concern were, the totality of the circumstances, if you will, and requested to enter the home.
And were you given permission to do that?
The first request was denied as far as the forced entry. She wanted to do a little more due diligence before we damage somebody's property.
And then after you did what you needed to do, were you granted permission to force entry into the home?
Once I found an access point where we didn't have to create damage, she said to go ahead in.
Now, at some point before actually entering the house, did you wait for another backup deputy?
I did.
Tell the jury about that.
Okay. Once I received permission to go into the home, the sergeant said to wait for, to call for another unit to assist me for officer safety reasons. So I did that. I requested a backup unit, and Deputy Brent Amato responded to assist me.
Now, once Deputy Amato responded to the house, at that point, did you and him enter the house?
We did.
Tell the jury about that, how you actually made entry into the house.
So based on my 28 years of law enforcement experience, you sort of learn little tricks that you can do to try to access homes. And one of the things that I know that is if a deadbolt isn't fully engaged, that you can sometimes use an instrument such as a knife to try to slide that deadbolt back. I tried it on the front, it didn't work, it was fully engaged. I tried it on the back door, as you're facing the home would be the back right of the home. And there was a back door that I was able to slide the deadbolt using my knife over, creating an access point to the home.
Now, let me ask you, which way did that particular door, which way did it open? Did it open into the house or out from the house?
It opened away or out from the home, not into
Okay.
the home, yes.
And in the immediate space, in the threshold, the immediate space of that door, was there anything?
There was. So when I opened up the door, all I could see is the back of some sort of a case. I didn't know at the time why it was there, if it was there to try to block entry, or what the purpose was. There was just a case there. So I waited, left everything as is until my backup unit arrived before we went any further.
Could you have made entry without moving that case?
I could not.
So at some point, did your backup, Deputy Brent Matre, arrive?
He did.
And at that point, did you and Deputy Matre enter the house?
We did. We entered the home.
And through the entry point that you had just described, the door that you were able to open with the case?
That's correct.
And did you have to move that case aside to get in?
I did. It was a large case. I was able to move it over to the right to allow us space to get past it.
Now, I'm going to, of course, ask you some follow-up questions, but let me just start by asking you the general question. Once inside that house, did you discover 3 dead bodies?
Unfortunately, yes, we did.
Tell the jury where the bodies were located. I'm going to get to your body cam in a minute, but tell the juries just generally where the bodies were located.
So the first one that we came to was in a kitchen area. The second one was in what I'll describe to be sort of a storage / workout room off of the garage. And the last one was in what I'll describe to be a sort of set up as an office area, home office area with a desk.
Now, initially, did you believe the body that was found in the kitchen area to be that of Grant Amato?
That was one theory. We didn't know for sure, but that was one theory, yes.
But at some point later on, did you discover that in fact it was not Grant Amato's body, but it was Chad Amato?
That's correct.
Now, also, let me, before we get to the body cam, a part of the process of your entry and movements throughout the house was part of that process called clearing the house.
That's right.
And it may seem somewhat evident or obvious, but tell the jury, what does clearing the house mean?
So clearing the house, we're there, of course, on a well-being check. So our primary focus is on the preservation of life. And also for our safety and anybody else coming in there later is searching for any kind of threat to us or anybody else, or the person that might have committed this crime.
And what did you do to clear the house? What?
Do sort of a methodical search of the home, room to room, opening doors, things like that, looking under things, any hiding spot, trying to identify that.
Any place where a person may be located or hiding?
That's right.
And what was the result of clearing the house that the only 3 people in that house were the dead people that you discovered, nobody else?
That's correct.
Now, during this process of entering the house and discovering the bodies, clearing the house, were you wearing your body cam?
I was.
And was the body cam on and recording your movements throughout the house, including discovering the bodies and clearing the house?
It was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let me show you what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibit B. Ask you to look at it. Recognize it?
I do.
And what is it about that allows you to recognize it?
It's got my name on the top, and it's got a date with my initials on it.
And tell the jury what that particular disc is.
This is a copy of my body camera as indicated at the top, Motors and Body Cam.
And you've watched this before?
I have.
Is that a true and accurate recording of your movements within 2112 Sultan Place, including your discovery of the bodies, as well, including your entry, discovery of the bodies, and clearing the house?
That's correct.
Okay, I'd offer this attendance as a State's Exhibit, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, with the mark for ID, State's Exhibit B will be moved from evidence, and State's Exhibit 2 in evidence. Publish.
Yes, may I please publish it, Your Honor?
All right, members of the jury, you're about to view and listen to a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and listen to and consider this evidence.
Okay, I'm going to, jury. And there may be occasions where, maybe not, but there may be occasions where I stop it or my co-counsel will stop it and just ask you to explain what you're doing and what's happening at that point, okay?
Sure.
But for now, let's just start playing the video.
Oh.
Now, who's that?
That is Deputy Grant Amato.
Okay, go ahead.
My bad.
Oh, we're blowing the horn and everything, so. Dr. No- There would be clearing residents.
Easy one.
Is this the door that you were talking about? We were able to open it up, and is that the case?
That is correct.
I know, right? Aliens or gremlins or monsters or something.
Sheriff's office. Right here. Where?
It's the process of clearing the house.
That's right.
Sheriff's office. Hold on.
What are you doing right now?
So trying to check on the well-being of, at this point, a missing person.
Right.
So there was a cell phone in the master bedroom, and the witness told me that he was very into his electronics and his cell phone and constantly communicating. And the fact that there was a phone sitting there, nobody's answering the door, told me he may be there somewhere if that's his phone.
Okay, so looking at that phone was part of your process. It may have helped you provide some information regarding what may have happened or what was going on in that house?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sheriff's office. Police. Police.
Okay, now can we stop it? Now you heard Deputy Matre?
That's right.
What was he saying to you?
He said, contact.
Which meant what?
He sees somebody.
Okay, go ahead.
So he was just in the house minding his own business, and then the cop showed up and was like, "Do you know your mom and dad and brother's dead?"
Signal 32 or correction, just nail down
No.
the signal 7. You had 7.
What may be obvious, but what's signal 7 mean?
I'm sorry.
Did you say signal 7?
No.
Yeah, I actually said 2 codes. One of them signal 32, which is a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And then I corrected that to just a mail down because I really didn't know what I had. And signal 7 is a possible dead person.
Okay, so the signal 7 is you believe he was dead.
Right.
Look,
Okay.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
Yeah. But I don't know who this is. Okay.
You're young. You're a little big boy. Yeah. You're a young one. Oh, you're hungry too. I don't have any worms to feed you. You're starving. You need to find some food.
You heard Deputy Matre say something at that point?
He did. He said another one down.
Discovered another body?
That's right.
Okay.
We got 2 down.
Oh, where are you going? Oh. You want me to put you outside and you find some food? Because you're hungry. You want to go outside? You're little. Where'd you go? I know you're a jumping spider, but don't keep jumping. Now I don't know where you went. I'm afraid I'm going to squish you. Oh, there you are. Let's go outside.
Yeah.
Let's go outside.
What's that?
Come on. No, let's go outside.
Yeah.
Come on.
Two down, 2 looks like signal 7. Should we do other FD incompatible with life?
What, can I ask you, what did you say there?
If we should bother with having the fire department respond if the injuries are incompatible with life.
In other words, if it's obvious that they're dead.
That's right.
Okay.
What did you do to my computer, Joe?
Okay.
At this point, you've not discovered Margaret?
That's right, not yet.
There's a meeting here too. We're just gonna go in with, make sure PD stages until we, get able to clear this room. Did you, what's that? No. That door goes into the other room, I believe. Okay.
What?
Yeah. I'm gonna check this out. That's a bar. Police!
That wasn't a squirrel that
Okay,
just
now,
got
did you hear Deputy Matre make a remark?
He said
That
another
was a
one down.
jumping
So the third
spider.
person that
I
you
had to
found.
save it.
That's right,
That was Margaret?
that's right.
It was starving. I had to put it outside so it could find food.
We got 3 down.
And in the meantime, this one had all kinds of windows open. I don't even know. She was trying to play a game or something. What were you doing? Don't. She's like, I didn't do anything.
You wanna go first? Let me go first.
You're silly.
Okay, I'm gonna cover the left first. Cover.
As soon as I grabbed the spider off the monitor, she jumped up here.
You
I
cover
decided it
everything, right?
needed to go outside.
Yeah, cover, kind of cover this.
You would have eaten that spider, wouldn't you?
Police!
Eaten it. Spiders are our friends. They eat bugs.
Police! Police! Got one more closet to check. Come on. Police! Blair, come up. Yeah, check. Okay, I'll check those, I'll cover this. Police! Closet. Hold on. Let's, I think we need to clear the garage a little bit. I cleared that one real good because Dad's not here. So. I wonder if we should just hit that garage door button. So we can clear it good. I'm just gonna take the peek this way a little bit more. Make sure I miss the door. Okay, good here. Just to make sure I know what's going on.
That's Margaret there?
Yes.
She's shot in the face. We got a dog too. Are you sure? Or that? I don't know, that's just
That looks like real grief.
Let me, yeah.
I don't know. But according to the behavior analysis people, if you believe that stuff, you got the they took the camera off of him. You got the chin quiver thing and the the swallow, the forehead creases, down. That's the classic.
Neighbors can't see.
That's the classic grief face. Unless he's just faking it really good.
I checked that one already. Dad's ID's in here? Dad's ID is in here.
Do you think it's possible to kill somebody you love and then still regret or have grief later? I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, to me, if you kill somebody, it's because you hate them. So,
3513, copy 3 type of the string. 2 type of the string. What's that? Yankee 44 Zulu Sierra Victor, Golf Uniform Lima, Foxtrot 16. Just in case somebody takes off on us or something, you know.
I'm sorry, Golf Uniform Lima Foxtrot?
Foxtrot 16.
Judy,
Okay.
when you murder him, I will cover your murder trial, I promise.
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
Now, in a moment, I'm going to ask you some questions about Deputy Matre's body cam, but first, let me ask, at some point, was the entire property cleared?
Yes.
Okay, and no one other than law enforcement or the 3 victims in the
Lock
house
him
was
out.
on that property?
Correct.
That's what they did to all the Gen X kids. They got tired of saying, get back outside. They just locked us out of the house.
Showing Mr. Dowdy State's Exhibit C for identification.
I can't cover it. I'll be called as a witness.
May I approach the witness? Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit C for identification. Ask you if you recognize it.
I do.
And what is it about that allows you to recognize it?
It's marked Matre body cam. It's got the date July 9th, 2019, and my initials, the date that I reviewed the DVD.
So you watched the CD.
I sneezed driving off the interstate onto the off ramp. I sneezed and rear-ended the car in front of me.
The video on that CD.
I did.
And is a true and accurate recording of the part where Cody's body was discovered.
That's right.
Okay, I know if this evidence of stations in New York.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, which is remarked as State's Exhibit C for identification will move into evidence, State's Exhibit 3 to evidence.
And may I play it for the jury? It's a very short video. Try to stop it. The door's closed.
Yeah. And not the car I hit, but the car in front of the car I hit, who also got hit because it was, chain reaction. She tried to sue me because she said she got, now listen to what she got from me hitting her. Degenerative joint disease. Degenerative from me hitting her. That's not what the word degenerative means. You don't get it all at once. It degenerates over time. My insurance company settled and my insurance rates went up. Yeah, everybody has. Yeah, exactly. Nice try, scammer.
No, down. We got two down. This is Cody.
Now, this is Deputy Matre's body cam.
That's right.
Do you see in the background there that door?
That's right.
And is that the door, the threshold where Cody's body was discovered?
It is.
At the time that you and Deputy
What is with the
Matre
time
discovered
in this
Cody's
court?
body, was that door shut?
That door was closed.
He just opened it?
He did just open it, yes.
Yeah, we won't be.
And one final question. Can you give us a sense of how much property that particular lot covered? Not an exact acreage or square footage, but can you give us some sense of how big that plot of land is?
Sure. It's sort of a square type shape, and you might say it's around 300 feet long and then square, if that makes sense.
It's a nice sized property. It's pretty big.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Good afternoon, Deputy.
Sir,
How long have you been with Seminole County?
a little over 20 years,
Okay. And how long have you been on road patrol in the Chiliota area?
off and on for a good part of my time with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office.
So you're pretty familiar with that area,
Yes, sir.
fair to say. And you're from Wisconsin?
That's right.
Would you consider Chiliota kind of like a rural area of Seminole County?
I would.
Okay. Now, you got there about 10:25 in the morning.
I would have to refer to the event screen to
Okay,
confirm
well, I
that.
was just noticing on the body cam. The body cam would be accurate, wouldn't it? The time?
I would assume so.
Okay. And while we're watching the body cam, we see you're the one with the gun, correct?
On the first,
Well, yeah, on the first body cam.
that's right.
Yes, sir. And it appears that, and we can see your gun in there, it appears that you have long sleeves on.
I don't remember if I was wearing long sleeves or a jacket. Based on the time of year, I could have had long sleeves on.
Had a
I don't
jacket.
recall for sure, but
If you saw just a snip of it again in the beginning, would you know
yes.
right away?
Yes.
They took the disc out.
Were you putting in this up? Yeah, if you don't mind. I don't want to mess up your computer. If you could- Sure. Thanks. Yeah, start it. As soon as you see it, you can start.
knocked on every window, every door, hit the air horn. We've had like every meat fighter around this. Sheriff's office.
That be good? Would that refresh your recollection, sir?
I can't. It looks like it might be a jacket.
Might be a jacket you're
What
wearing.
difference does it make if he's wearing
Would it be fair to
long
say
sleeves
it might have been a little brisk that morning if you're wearing a jacket?
It'd be fair to say.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I noticed when you're going in there, that's the case that you were talking about, P55?
That's right.
Okay, did you ever open that up?
Open,
That P55 case?
open the door,
No,
doors
not-
to the case, or
Yeah, the case that you're moving with your hand on right now.
I did not.
Okay. I noticed before you went in there, though, there was foil on the door. Looked like there was foil on the glass.
I believe that's right.
Now, it looks like when you were going around, the garage door was initially closed.
That's right.
Okay. And you had to open it with a click of the button, the garage door opener?
The one mounted on the wall.
Or some, yeah, okay. So there was a garage door opener, an automatic garage door opener.
That's right.
Did you happen to notice the keypad on the outside?
I did actually, yes.
Did, okay. Now, when you're going in around the outside of the house, it doesn't appear there's no porch lights on or anything of that nature?
It was the daytime, so I don't recall whether I noticed any, not that I recall.
Not that you recall. That's fine. Thank you. Were there cars outside the house?
There was one.
There was one. Did you by chance feel the engine on it to see if it was warm? It recently been operating?
I believe I did, and but I can't testify, recall enough to testify to it.
Okay. And so you're familiar with the area. It's 10:30. I don't know. Was there any dew on the windows that morning, on that particular car windows, if you remember?
On the car windows, I didn't notice any dew that I recall. I was able to see pretty clearly into the car.
Okay. And you checked the front porch. There was no hidden keys or anything like that you could find?
That's correct.
And the front door, there was no forced entry?
That's correct.
Now, you went to the back, and I appreciate you said at 28 years tricks, you found a deadbolt, what we're seeing right now, and you were able to jimmy it.
That's right.
That probably didn't cause little, if any, damage, right?
Correct. No damage.
Okay. When you're moving that case right there, was that pretty heavy?
It was pretty heavy, but I believe that was like a tile floor or something similar to it, so it was able to move fairly easily.
Good. Okay, now when you initially entered that put you into the master bedroom or the master bathroom?
Master bathroom.
Master bathroom. Do you recall, Deputy, if the lights were on in the master bathroom?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, as you said, your initial goal is preservation of life, to make
That's
sure
right.
the well-being of Mr. Cody. Or Cody Amato, was it your understanding that Cody was the owner of the home or that he just lived there?
He lived there.
Okay. Were you provided with information of all the occupants that would live at that home? If you remember.
I had a general idea who resided in the home, yes.
Now, you said you noticed a cell phone in the master bedroom,
That's right.
correct? Okay. And according to, based upon your information from Cody's friends, that he was, I don't want to say tech savvy, but he was always connected with the cell phone and everything.
That's right.
You didn't have any reason to believe, though, did you, that the phone on that bed was actually Cody's?
I've never been to that home before, sir.
Okay, because you didn't know if Cody resided in the master bedroom, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You did know, though, that Cody's parents resided at that residence? Or?
From what Mr. Cisco told me, he believed that the parents may have been out of town.
Okay. Now, it seems that when you're going methodically through the house, that it's silent, that there's no radios on, no music,
Correct.
no television on? Do you
Correct.
remember? Okay. It seems like it was deafening silent. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, there was
I don't
no,
wanna say deafening, but
no noises that
Okay.
other than our police radio.
Okay. I noticed when you're going through the kitchen area where you discover, who you thought was, I think you thought it was Grant in the beginning, but it actually was Chad, the dad.
Yeah, that was based on Deputy Matre's comment.
Right. I mean, nevertheless, there was a dead male.
Yeah, correct.
The lights were off in the kitchen, it appeared. I didn't hear anything on.
To be honest with you, that scene, when you walking into something like that, so hectic, you're not really paying attention to lights on or lights off.
I understand. And obviously, the body cam speaks for itself.
Correct.
So if we're looking at it and the lights don't appear on, they
Okay.
appear off. Now, observing the person lying down in the kitchen, it seemed to be a pretty bloody mess.
It was.
It was. I noticed that his right hand seemed to be covered in blood, and there was a lot of blood surrounding him.
There was a lot of blood surrounding him, yes.
Going into the gym, I noticed that the ceiling fan wasn't on, and it didn't appear that there were any lights on in there either, or no sound.
If you'd like to play that back, I could testify to that, but
Sure.
again, I didn't pay attention to details necessarily. That's for crime scene later on.
Am I allowed to fast forward? Now, right here, we're looking at the master bathroom.
I'm sorry?
The master bathroom here. You
That's
just
where
left.
we're at right there. Yes, sir.
Appears that light's off.
Correct.
Sheriff's office.
Once again, we see the gym equipment that appears lights off in there too.
Yes.
This is the phone that you found in the master bedroom?
That's right.
here?
Sheriff's office. Police. Police.
Again, the lights are off right here too.
That's correct.
Now, you don't go there, but beyond that window, that's where the mother was found, correct?
Yes, that's right.
3513 start rescue. One minute, stand by.
Okay, now we're going into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
This is the body, this is the right hand that I'm talking about right there?
Yes,
That appears to be bloody?
that's right.
Okay,
Correction.
that's good.
Just,
Thank you.
Nail down.
I can stop it.
Let's say, what's up?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm all done. And the mom, Margaret, she was the last one that was found? of the
That's
three?
right.
Okay. While you were upstairs, did you notice anything of evidentiary value, and specifically any blood, any bloody footprints or anything like that?
Not that I specifically noticed, but my focus was on, preservation of life and safety.
In safety, and also, that's why you're clearing that house, and specifically, that's why you go into the garage, you even checked the attic of the garage, correct?
I did not.
You did not, did someone though?
I wasn't there. I can't testify to that.
Okay. And you went through the closets and just to make sure that that house is cleared?
That's right.
Now, you wrote a report in this case, right?
Yes, I
Did
did
you
write
write
a
a
report.
report?
Yes.
You have it with you?
I do in the witness room. I just
Okay.
didn't bring it with me. I'm
So
sorry.
can I approach you, Your Honor? Well, first of all, let me ask you, sir, unless you need this for refreshing your recollection. Do you recall putting in your report that it appeared to you that some of the blood was still wet?
In certain parts, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy. No further questions.
Redirect?
Just one quick question. Mr. Dowdy asked about the garage door and opening the garage door. Was that, and you found a garage door opener? Where was that? I guess my question is, you didn't use the keypad outside
Correct.
to open. How did you open the garage door?
So where Cody was laying, that pedestrian door, if you will, between the home and the garage
Right.
opens up. And around to the left of there, there was a button mounted on the wall.
Okay, and that just opens the garage door.
That's correct.
All right. I have nothing more to add.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions of this witness? All right, if you could please write it down. There's some questions that some of our jurors have.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did the officer, which I assume is you, have any prior statement for him to assume code 32 self-inflicted?
Did I have any prior one? I'm sorry.
Statement that may have led him to believe for him to assume code 32 self-inflicted.
No, there was no prior statements or anything that lead me to believe that. That was based on, typically when we see that kind of situation, we're coming into it, that's sort of the first thought that comes. And then I was like, wait a minute, what am I doing? I'm kind of scanning then, and what am I seeing? And that's when I kind of retracted that, if that makes sense.
The next question is, was there an alarm in the house?
That I do not know.
What times did he call Grant? And I assume he is you.
Can I back up real quick?
Yes.
I'll say when I entered, no alarm sounded.
What times did he call Grant? And I assume he is you. So what times did you call Grant?
Did I call Grant? Prior to entry into the home, I will add that his phone, the number that I had for him, was disconnected. And I can't say exact time that I tried calling, but it was prior to entry into the home.
Did any phones go straight to voicemail?
Yes. Cody's phone went straight to voicemail, and I believe the mother's, I had two numbers for mom, work and cell, and I believe the cell phone went through to voicemail, straight to voicemail. Or, I'm sorry, both of them went to voicemail. Nobody answered either one.
Whose cell phone was that they showed?
I can't testify to that.
State, do you have any follow-up questions based on those questions?
Yes, I do. Deputy Motorson, if I heard you correctly, and you tell me if I'm wrong now, when you first saw Chad's body, you thought that it was self-inflicted? Or that was a possibility?
There was so much blood. That was a possibility. That's the initial thought that came to my mind, and like the normal human thought, I suppose. And then my training experience kind of took over. It's like, wait a minute, why am I assuming this? I shouldn't be. And that's when I retracted that. I didn't see any obvious self-inflicted gunshot wounds.
Okay, but let me ask you, why did you, when you first did see him, why did you, put aside your training, why did you immediately think may have been self-inflicted?
When all the different types of calls that we go to, the majority that we see, this is unfortunately, in the minority, the majority of calls that we see when we see this amount of blood and things is a self-inflicted gunshot wound. And so I think
Chandler
that's
Halderson, that's
why
the guy's
I
name
sort of
that
went
had,
there
that he had the
initially,
name,
but
had the
then
job at SpaceX.
my conscious thought
And
sort of
told his
took over
parents,
and went,
that's the one.
why am I assuming that? It shouldn't be.
Okay.
And so I corrected that on the radio just so, so that was out there that we don't know what we have.
Okay, thank you
Good.
very much.
No questions, Joe.
Any more questions from any members of the jury? All right, may this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much,
Thank you,
Deputy
Your
Witterson. You're excused and you're released from your subpoena. All right, at this time, the state may call their next witness.
State will call Arthur Rivers.
We can take a break.
Why don't we take a break before, we had taken a break earlier after the first witness, but we'll take another break, a brief recess before this witness. All right. Okay, we'll take a short recess before this witness and then we'll come back.
How many minutes?
10. Everyone may be seated.
I've got the break
State,
cut out of
you may
it.
call your next witness.
State will call Arthur Rivers.
Mr. Rubart, if you could please come forward to the podium, raise your right hand, be ready to be sworn.
Tommy swear to affirm your testimony you're about to give will be the complete truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
You can have a seat.
Did either of them ever work night shift duty? Maybe they did that
You
to
may
help
proceed.
them sleep
Thank you,
during the day.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the record?
I'm Arthur David Rubart, Rubart.
And Mr. Rubart, how are you employed?
I am a crime scene analyst with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed by the Seminole County Sheriff's Office?
I've been employed at the Seminole County Sheriff's Office for 6 years.
And what is your specific title?
Senior crime scene analyst.
What are your duties with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office at this time?
My duties include responding to crime scenes, to document them through photographs, notes, and diagrams, to search for items of evidence, and collect those items of evidence, and process for latent fingerprints and biological evidence. And then to generate a detailed report of my findings and testify in court as needed.
Now, what type of training and education did you receive in order to become a senior crime lab analyst with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office?
I have a bachelor's in science and forensic science degree from the University of Central Florida. I've also attended numerous 40-hour continuing education classes in topics such as shooting reconstructions, crime scene processing, homicide investigations, blood spatter documentation.
Do you have any prior analyst
Can we
experience?
see the witness?
I was a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff's Office for 9.5 years.
Oh,
And have you had continued training while employed as an analyst with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I
maybe
have.
they didn't want anyone to see in that
Now, I
window.
want to draw your attention to January 25th of 2019. Were you working on that date?
Yes, I was.
Were you asked to respond to the location of 2112 Sultan Circle in Chuleota, Florida?
Yes, I was.
Hey, princess,
Do you recall what that was in reference to?
are you hungry?
It was in reference to a triple homicide investigation.
What's up?
Now, approximately what time did you respond to that location?
Oh, you just didn't.
I arrived on scene at 11:35 hours.
And would that be in the morning?
Yes, it would be.
And was that location in Seminole County, Florida?
Yes, it was.
Oh,
Once
Good
on
point.
scene, did you meet with anyone?
I met with investigator Danny Anderson and Sergeant Negri of the Major Crimes Unit, as well as my crime scene supervisor, Christine Snyder.
When you arrived on scene, did you receive an initial briefing of what was occurring?
Yes, I received a briefing outlining what information was known at that time.
And after the briefing, did you begin to conduct an investigation?
Well, I began my investigation once we obtained a search warrant at 1400 hours or 2 p.m.
After receiving the search warrant, did you conduct the investigation with anyone else?
Yes, I began my investigation alongside Supervisor Christine Snyder.
Starting with the outside of the home, did you make any observations of the home?
I observed all the windows and doors to be secured, with the exception of the one that was opened by responding deputies. I observed the garage door to be opened, and I observed 2 vehicles in the garage, as well as a third vehicle under a canopy that was southwest of the garage.
Did you notice any damage to any of the exterior windows?
No, none of the windows appeared to have any damage to them.
Any pry marks?
No pry marks were observed on any of the windows.
Did all the windows appear to be closed?
That is correct.
Joint counsel,
That was a yes or no question. That is correct. Doesn't fit the answer. I'm so tired of hearing the word correct.
states
Who says
D
that?
through Q,
Nobody answers
states
questions that is correct.
13P. Or
But when they
definition.
get on a witness stand, the word correct just automatically comes out of their mouth.
Permission to approach the witness. I'm showing the witness what's been marked as states D through Q and states 13P for identification. Please look at these exhibits. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They are photographs that I took of the outside of the home.
And are these a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on January 25th, 2015?
Yes, they are.
So we move into evidence states D through Q and 13P.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then what's the pre-marked for identification? State's Exhibit D will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 4 in evidence. Pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit E will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 5 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit F will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 6 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit G will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 7 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit H will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 8 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit I will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 9 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit J will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 10 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit K will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 11 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit L will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 12 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit M will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 13 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit N will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 14 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit O will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 15 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit P will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 16 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit Q will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 17 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 13P will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 18 in evidence.
I'm sorry, what was the last one, Judge?
13P is 18.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Showing the witness what's now in evidence is states D.
States 4, you mean?
Oh, sorry, states 4. Officer Rubart, can you please describe what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the front of the home, the east side.
Now showing you states 5. What are we looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at the northeast corner of the home.
Now showing you state 6.
This is the north side of the home.
The state 7.
This is a mid-range shot of the front door of the home on the east side.
State 8.
A closer up shot of the front door of the home.
Now showing you states 9.
This is the one window in the east side of the home near the northeast corner.
States 10.
This is looking at the back porch area on the west side of the home.
States 11.
Another section of the west side of the home.
Now showing you states 12.
This is a window in the west side of the home.
Is this a closer up picture from states 11?
That is correct.
Now showing you states 13.
This is showing the southwest corner of the home and the opened garage with 2 vehicles inside.
Were these the vehicles you described earlier?
Yes, they are.
Now showing you states 14.
This is a photograph of the open garage on the south side of the home.
Now showing you states 16.
This is just a farther up back shot of the back porch area on the west side of the home.
And is the door open here? Is that the same door that Deputy Moterson and Matre used to make entry into the home?
Yes, it is.
Now showing you state 17.
That is a photograph of the door that was used by deputies to make entry into the home.
Now showing you states 18.
This is a photograph that shows the canopy where a vehicle was parked underneath in relation to the southwest corner of the home.
If we zoom up on it. That's a vehicle parked under the canopy.
That is correct.
I'm now showing you states 15. Is this the same vehicle you described parked under the canopy?
Yes, it is.
And through your observations, did any of the windows appear to be unlocked?
No, all of the windows were secured.
Did you have the opportunity to count how many doors and windows were on the exterior of the home?
Yes, I did. There was a total of 27 windows on the exterior of the home and 5 doors.
With the exception of the door used to gain entry by Deputies Moterson and Matre, did you observe any doors to be open?
No, I did not.
Did you observe any broken doors?
No, I did not.
Did you observe any damaged doors or locks?
No, I did not.
And with the exception of the exterior door used to make entry, were all the other doors locked?
All the other doors were secured.
Now, after conducting your investigation of the outside of the home, did you begin your investigation of the inside of the home?
Yes, I did.
And how did you enter the home?
I entered through the door that the deputies had made entry.
And is there a diagram that would help in your description of the interior of the home to the jury?
Yes, there is.
Showing defense what's been marked as states composite exhibit 6N. Permission to approach the witness?
You said that was 6M as in Mary?
6N is in Nancy.
Thank you.
Show the witness what's been marked as states 6N composite exhibit. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And would this exhibit help in your description of the interior of the home to the jury?
Yes, it would.
Was this diagram made based off of your sketches of the home?
Yes, it was.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the inside of the interior of the home?
Yes, it is.
State would move into evidence 6N of state's minutes.
No objection.
All right, what's been pre-marked for identification as 6N as in Nancy will be moved into evidence of State's Exhibit 19 in evidence.
Permission to publish states 19.
Okay.
Mr. Ribart, can you please describe the interior of the home? Or the layout?
Okay, the front door of the home is in the east side of the home right here. The foyer is located inside the front door. Doors here on the north side of the foyer lead into the master bedroom. Then a hallway here on the west side of the master bedroom leads to the master bathroom. And the door that the deputies made entry to is located in this corner here of the master bathroom. The living room is located at the end, the west end of the foyer. Stairs leading up to the second floor are on the south wall of the foyer. A doorway on the south side of the foyer leads into the office. The kitchen is south of the office through a door. An eating area is west of the kitchen and south of the living room. A small hallway at the west end of the eating area leads into a gym area. A small bathroom was located on the north side of the hallway, and a utility room with a washer and dryer were located on the south side of that hallway. And a door here in the west side of the gym, close to the northwest corner, leads into the garage.
And can you please indicate for the jury where exactly you entered into the home?
I made entry
It's
into the
either the
home
court
through the
reporter
doors
typing or the
located
judge typing.
in the southwest corner of the master bathroom.
I'm now going to show you in states 19 what's titled the second floor. Can you please describe the second floor layout to the jury?
Right here in the middle is a stairway leading up from the first floor, leads into a hallway. A door on the north side of the hallway leads into a bedroom or slash office that also had a bathroom in it. Two doors here on the west side of the hallway lead to a bathroom and then leads to Grant's bedroom. And a door here on the east side of the hallway leads into Cody's bedroom. And then there are two separate closets here on the south side of the hall.
Now directing your attention on states 19 to the office area. When you went into the office, what observations did you make?
In the office, there is a L-shaped desk in the corner here, the northwest corner of the office. And sitting in the office chair of that desk is Margaret Amato.
Now showing defense. What's been marked for identification of states are HH. Permission to approach the witness? Showing the witness what's been marked the states R through HH for identification. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I recognize them.
How do you recognize them?
They are photographs that I took in the office.
And are these photographs a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed in the office of January 2019?
Yes, they are.
States movement to evidence states R through HH, the states next.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, with some pre-marked for identification, states exhibit R for identity, will be moved into evidence, states exhibit 20, and evidence. Pre-marked for ID, states exhibit S. Pre-marked for ID, states exhibit T, will be moved into evidence, states exhibit 22 in evidence. Pre-marked for ID, states exhibit U will be moved into evidence, states exhibit 23 in evidence. When pre-marked for ID, states exhibit V will be moved into evidence, states exhibit 24 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID, states exhibit W will be moved into evidence, states exhibit 25 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID, states exhibit X will be moved into evidence, states exhibit 26 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID, states exhibit Y will be moved into evidence, states exhibit 27 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID, states exhibit Z will be moved into evidence, states exhibit 28 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID, states exhibit AA will be moved into evidence, states exhibit 29 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID, states exhibit.
I'm sorry. Can you just slow down 1 second? I don't see AA.
Well, it's actually called 2A on the sheet,
Oh, okay.
but it's
I got
marked
it. Sorry.
AA I believe, on
understand.
there.
Okay, understood.
Is it marked 2A too? It's AA. Okay, yes. Then what's been pre-marked for ID is BB will be moved into evidence, as states exhibit 30 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is states exhibit CC will be moved into evidence, as states exhibit 31 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is states exhibit DD will be moved into evidence, as states exhibit 32 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is states exhibit EE will be moved into evidence, as states exhibit 33 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is states exhibit FF will be moved into evidence, as states exhibit 34 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is states exhibit GG will be moved into evidence, as states exhibit 35 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is states exhibit HH will be moved into evidence, as states exhibit 36 in evidence.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Mr. Rupert, I'm now showing you what's in evidence of states 20. What are we looking at in this photograph?
You are looking at the west side of the office. Here is the L-shaped desk, and sitting in the desk chair is Margaret Amato.
Now showing you states 21. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Again, here is the L-shaped office desk, and in the desk chair is Margaret Amato. Here is the doorway leading into the kitchen.
Now showing you states 22 in evidence. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a closer view of Margaret Amato sitting at the office desk. Her head and her right hand are resting on a pull-out shelf for a keyboard for a computer.
Do you recall if the glass sitting in front of her was empty?
Yes, the glass there is empty.
Now showing you states 23 in evidence. What are we looking at in this photograph?
another view of Margaret Amato slumped over onto the pull-out shelf for the keyboard. A cell phone is on the desk right here. Her laptop computer is sitting right here.
Now showing you states 24. What are we looking at in this photograph?
It's just a different vantage point of the victim, Margaret Amato.
Now showing you states 25. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is showing the right side of Margaret's face on that pull-out shelf for the computer keyboard.
Now showing you states 26. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is just showing what is to the right of victim Margaret Amato.
And now showing you states 27.
This is another photograph of that phone that was next to Margaret Amato on the desk. It's just been moved to another location on that desk, and then I photographed it.
Now showing you states 28. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This shows the left side of Margaret Amato. There's some suspected blood that is pooled on the carpet here, and there is another cell phone on the floor there below her.
We're now showing you states 29. Is this the same cell phone you indicated in states 28?
Yes, it is. It's just a closer-up view and a little more over to show the photo, where the location of the cell phone is.
Now showing you states 30 in evidence. What are we looking at in this photograph?
In the photograph here is her laptop computer. Now here at the edge of the desk is like a stand for a wireless phone. The very top corner of that has some damage to it. And then on the wall here, actually behind this bookcase here, is a suspected projectile hole.
Now showing you states 31. Is this a closer up image of what you described in states 30?
Yes, it is. It's a closer up image of that wireless telephone base.
Now showing you states 32. What are we looking at in this photograph?
In this photograph, it is showing the opening to the foyer and the front door of the home. And you can see also in this, here is that wireless phone that belongs to that base.
And is the staircase on the other side of that wall? Now showing you states 19.
Yeah, from that photograph, it was taken in this corner, and it shows here the foyer, and the staircase would be on the other side of that wall.
Now showing you states 33 in evidence.
Here's a closer up shot of that suspected projectile hole in the west wall of the office behind that bookcase.
Now showing you states 34 in evidence. Can you make any observations in this photograph?
In this photograph, we have the desk here. This is the north wall of the office with the staircase on the other side of this wall in the foyer. And on the ground here is one spent cartridge case.
Showing you states 35 in evidence. Is this a closer up image of states 34?
Yes, it is, showing where the cartridge case is located on the carpet of the office.
I'm showing you states 36 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
This photograph shows after we've cut a hole in the wall in order to collect that projectile. We had to move the bookcase a little bit. So that's what's in this photograph.
And in this photograph, there's also a Dell laptop.
That is correct.
Showing counsel what's been marked for identification of states KK. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness what's been marked for identification of states KK. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this exhibit?
From the description on the bag, reading Dell laptop from downstairs.
Is this the same Dell laptop that you just described in the photographs?
Yes, it is.
And did you collect this photograph or this laptop and seen it into for digital forensics to be examined?
Actually, this laptop was transferred directly to digital forensics.
Showing counsel what's been marked for identification of states 14F and 14G. Permission to approach the witness. Yes. Showing the witness what's been marked as states 14F. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it because it's my handwriting on the package describing what's in it, the unique case number, as well as my initials on the front and on the tape sealing the package.
Is this in the same condition as when you first packaged it?
Well, there are some additional stickers that are on the package, as well as some more red evidence tape.
And inside the package, are there cartridge cases in there?
Yes, there are 4 spent cartridge cases.
And are those individually packaged?
Yes, they are.
And if you could please put over the packages. You mean this? cartridge case that was located in the office that you just described?
Can I look at my notes to reference the scale number?
Would it refresh your memory?
Yes, it would. Want me to open up the envelope?
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
These methods? And what is that?
This is a spent cartridge case at marker number 1.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it due to my handwriting and my initials on the red evidence tape sealing the package.
And did you package this item?
Yes, I did.
Is it the same cartridge case that you collected from the office that you just described?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Permission to move into evidence?
What number?
It's not marked yet.
Your Honor, we would object that our previously filed motion.
I'm sorry, it's 2J, actually 2J.
Marked it on our list.
2J. JJ is what I have.
This is the case.
Any objection to JJ?
On our previously filed motion, Your Honor, we object.
All right, can you approach? What's been pre-marked for ID as sub JJ will be moved into evidence as 37 in evidence.
Now I'm showing 637. Could you please publish the hearing?
Put it back in here.
Now I'm showing you states 14G. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting on the front of the package, as well as my initials are on the front, and my initials are on a section of red evidence tape that is sealing the envelope.
And what is this exhibit of?
4 projectiles from the home.
And contained in this package is there a projectile from the office?
Yes, there is.
And you just located package, is that the package of the projectile you located from the office?
Yes, it is.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it because my handwriting on the front of the envelope, as well as my initials on the red evidence tape sealing envelope.
And how did you notate that as being the projectile from the office?
I notated with the scale letter that I had placed next to the projectile hole, which was scale A.
Is that substantially the same condition as what you have in the package?
Other than the additional red evidence tape on it, it appears to be the same condition.
It removed its evidence. The projectile, which,
2I.
22I?
2I.
Oh, 2I.
You'd object to the previously filed motion, Judge.
Commissioner rule remarks not authority as ceased to allow remove the evidence.
And permission to publish. If I could, Your Honor, if you could put it on the.
You made this trouble easier.
I'm now publishing states 38. And again, Mr. Rubar, is this the same projectile you located from the wall that's depicted in states 36?
Yes, it is.
And if I may I put the cartridge on the overhead as well? I'm now publishing again, states 37. Again, this is the shell case from the floor.
Yes, it is.
And train counsel listed marked for identification as states 14H. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness listed marked as states 14H for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it because of my handwriting on the front of the package and the unique case number. My initials are also on the front, and my initials are on the red evidence tape seal in the envelope.
And what is this?
This is one swab from the head stamps of the 4 spent cartridge cases.
Did you collect any other computers from the office?
No.
Were any other computers located or electronics located in the office?
No.
Now again, showing you states 19. Moving into the kitchen. When you began your investigation in the kitchen, what observations did you make?
In the kitchen, I observed the body of Chad Amato on the floor, kind of between the eating area and the kitchen. Basically in the northeast corner of the eating area. I observed a hole to the bottom of a cabinet that was attached to the south wall of the kitchen. Then there was a corresponding hole in the south wall of the kitchen underneath the cabinet. And then I observed a spent cartridge case on the floor of the eating area on the west side.
Now showing council what's been marked as states AA through AAA for identification. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness what's been marked as states AA through AAA. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I recognize them.
How do you recognize them?
They are photographs that I took in the kitchen area.
Are these pictures of their an accurate depiction of the scene you observed on January 25th of 2019?
Yes, they are.
Permission to move states AA through AAA into evidence in states next.
No objection, Your Honor.
Was the pre-marked by DSLL removed into evidence in states exhibit 38 evidence, pre-marked by DSC exhibit
39, Judge.
Oh, sorry, 39. Was the pre-marked by DSC exhibit 10M removed into evidence in states exhibit 40 evidence, pre-marked by DSC exhibit 10M is removed into evidence in states exhibit 41 evidence. Was the pre-marked by DSC exhibit 00 was removed into evidence in states exhibit 42 evidence. The pre-marked for ID States Exhibit PP will be moved into evidence in States Exhibit 43 in evidence. This was pre-marked for ID States Exhibit QQ will be moved into evidence in States Exhibit 44 in evidence. This was pre-marked for ID States Exhibit RR will be moved into evidence in States Exhibit 45 in evidence. This was pre-marked for ID States Exhibit SS will be moved into evidence in States Exhibit 46 in evidence. This was pre-marked for ID States Exhibit TT will be moved into evidence in States Exhibit 47 in evidence. Pre-marked for ID States Exhibit UU will be moved into evidence in States Exhibit 48 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID States Exhibit VB will be moved into evidence in States Exhibit 49 in evidence.
pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit WW will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 50 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit XX will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 51 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit YY will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 52 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit ZZ will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 53 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit AAA will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 54 in evidence.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Mr. Ruber, I'm now showing you states 39 and evidence. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a view looking down the hallway between the gym and the eating area. To the right here, you have the washer and dryer. To the left, you have the small bathroom. Here is the body of Chad Amato. And then right here on the ground is one spent cartridge case.
And you described the vantage point of this photograph and where it was taken. Can you please indicate in states 19 from what direction that photograph would have been taken?
That would have been taken looking east down this hallway into the eating area.
Now showing you what's in evidence as states 40. What are we looking at in this photograph?
In this photograph, here is the washer and dryer. This carpeted area in the top of the photograph is of the gym. And then you're looking at a spent cartridge case on the tile floor.
And is that the same cartridge case that is depicted on the bottom of states 39?
Yes, it is.
I'm now showing you states 41 in evidence. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
We are looking at the body of Chad Amato. Here is a middle island area in the kitchen. And you have a large amount of suspected blood on the floor around the middle island. And then right here is like a lunch cooler that's on the floor.
I am now showing you states 42 in evidence. Can you please describe what we are looking at in this picture?
You're looking at a suspected projectile hole at the bottom of this cabinet that is against the south wall of the kitchen.
I'm now showing you states 43. What is this a picture of?
This is of a corresponding hole that's in the south wall of the kitchen under those kitchen cabinets from the previous picture.
Is this the hole that you described in states 42?
Well, in this photograph, you can't see that hole in the wall due to the shadow and then the piece of the wood that's hanging down here.
But it's behind that?
Yes, it is.
Now showing you states 44. Is this another angle of what you described previously?
Yes, it is.
I'm now showing you states 45. Is this a closer up image of states 44?
Yes, it is.
I'm now showing you states 46 in evidence. What observations do you make in this photograph?
In this photograph, you could see the feet of Chad Amato. Here is chairs that are around a table in the eating area. And then on the floor here is a spent cartridge case.
Now showing you states 47 in evidence. Is this another or closer up photograph of the spent cartridge case you described in states 46?
Yes, it is.
And can you please indicate on states 19 where that would have been located?
It would have been located on the west side of the eating area here.
I am now showing you states 48 in evidence. What is this a picture of?
This is a photograph of two chicken breasts that are in a vacuum sealed bag.
And did you make any observations of this chicken?
Yes, I observed the chicken to be defrosted.
I'm going to show you states 50 in evidence. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Here is a large amount of suspected blood on the floor of the kitchen. You see here is a cooler bag that's on the floor. And then these cabinets are those cabinets that are against the south wall of the kitchen.
And is that the same wall you described in states 42 with having the projectile?
That is correct.
I'm now showing you states 49 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
It's a closer photograph of that cooler, lunch bag cooler that's on the floor. You can see here there's a fork still in the bag, as well as an icy bag, like a bag that you would have in the freezer that would be used to keep the items in there cool.
And to your knowledge, was that bag still frozen?
No, it was unfrozen.
I'm now showing you states 51. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a suspected gunshot wound to the back of the head of Chad Amato.
Now showing you states 52 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
This shows Chad Amato laying on his back, and a firearm in a black nylon holster is attached to his belt.
Showing you states 53. Is this another angle of states 52?
Yes, it is.
I'm now showing you states 54. Is this another angle of 52?
Yes, it is.
Now in front of you, you have the package marked 14F for identification. Could you please locate inside that package the cartridge case that you described as being located in the eating area in states 19? Did you locate it?
Yes, I did.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it because my handwriting on the front of the envelope and the unique case number, as well as my initials on the red evidence tape seal in the envelope.
And how did you identify that as being the cartridge case located by the eating area?
I have it labeled as number 3, indicating marker number 3.
And is that package in substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
Yes, the only difference is another red evidence tape sealing portion of the envelope.
The state would move into evidence the cartridge case. Three C.
Any objection?
Just 14F?
No, it's 3C.
And we object to our prior ruling, Judge.
The objection will be overruled to remark for identification. The evidence is 55. That's what I said. Do you wish to publish? Okay.
Now publishing states 55 to the jury. And Mr. Rivard, you also have a package that contains the projectile located in the hallway area near the kitchen. I mean, projectile shell case. It will be 3B. Did you locate that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it because my handwriting on the front of the envelope, the unique case number, as well as my initials on the red evidence tape sealing the envelope.
And how do you recognize that as being the shell case located in the hallway?
I recognize it because I labeled that shell case marker number 4, and it's number 4 on the envelope.
And is it in substantially the same condition as when you packaged and collected it for evidence?
Yes, it is, with the exception of another piece of red evidence tape on the envelope.
Permission to move 3B into evidence of state's next.
Objection on our prior motion, Judge.
Objection overruled. Remarks for ID as 3B will be removed in evidence as 56. Permission to publish? You may.
I'm showing you again states 53. Now, the holster located on Chad's hip, did you collect that for evidence?
Yes, I did.
Showing counsel what's been marked as states 3G for identification. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness what's been marked as states 3G for identification. You recognize this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting on the front of the envelope, as well as a unique case identifier, and my initials are on the red evidence tape sealing the envelope.
And is this piece of evidence in substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is, with the exception of a couple of stickers on it and some more red evidence tape at the end.
State would move into evidence 3G as states next.
Object on our prior motion, Judge.
Objection will be overruled. 3G will be removed in evidence as States Exhibit 57 in evidence.
Permission to publish. You want to hold it up? And a permission to walk the item in front of the jury.
Thank you, Judy. Three more. And the puppers get ice cream.
Mr. Rubart, did you observe any suspected blood on that holster that you just held up for the jury?
No suspected blood was observed on the holster.
On January 25th of 2019, did you observe any blood on the holster?
No, I did not.
And even on today's date, do you observe any blood on the holster?
No, I do
Oh,
not.
my God, he doesn't feel good. Oh, thank you, Jen. Two more. I usually don't do this. I feel bad that I'm doing this to you guys.
Now showing counsel what's been marked as 3F for identification. Permission to approach the witness. Showing you what's been marked as states 3F for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting on the front of the box indicating what's in it, a unique case number identifier, as well as my initials are on the evidence tape sealing the box.
And what is inside the box?
It is a Glock Model 17, 9x19 caliber semi-automatic firearm with a 10-round
Yeah, me
capacity
too. I don't have
magazine.
any human ice cream. I only have dog ice cream in the
And is this
freezer.
the same firearm that you located on Grant Amato's hip?
Yes, it is.
And is this exhibit in substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is, with the exception of some more additional red evidence tape.
Statement of movement to evidence states 3F, that states next.
On the grounds of a prior motion.
All right, objection overruled as to remark by release 3F will be moved into evidence as states exhibit 58 in evidence.
Judge, how would you like this published?
It can be published, but you're gonna have the deputies look at it beforehand.
rather have the deputy hold it and publish it, or you can publish it in files?
This is boring. Can we move on to some good witnesses, please? It's not good to put your most boring witness towards the beginning of the trial. Oh wow, it's a gun. They were shot. Okay.
Actually, Mr. Rewart, if you could please take a close look at, just for the record, 658 for me.
Okay.
Do you observe any suspected blood on states 58?
No, I do not.
And on January 25th of 2019, did you observe any suspected blood on states 58?
No, I did not.
I want to move on to the projectiles. I'm showing you again states 43 in evidence. Did you locate a projectile behind the wall in states 43?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect that projectile for evidence?
Yes, I did.
How did you get the projectile out of the wall in states 43?
A hole was cut in the wall and the projectile was collected.
And do you know where exactly in the wall the projectile was located?
I believe the projectile had actually fallen down in the wall. So the back of the cabinet had to be cut open in order to retrieve it.
And if you could, please look at 14G for identification. And if you could please locate the projectile that you located in states 43.
Okay.
Did you locate that projectile?
Yes, I did.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it because it's my handwriting on the envelope, as well as the unique case number, and my initials are on the red evidence tape seal in the envelope.
And how did you recognize it as the projectile located in the kitchen wall?
That hole was marked with scale C, and scale C is written on the envelope.
Your Honor, at this time, state would move into evidence states 3D as states next.
Objection of our previous motion.
What's been pre-marked for ID, States Exhibit 3D will be moved into evidence of States Exhibit 59, and objection is overruled.
Permission to publish. Did you locate another projectile within the kitchen?
Yes, I did.
Where did you locate it?
There was another projectile at the bottom of the kitchen island.
And I'm showing you states 41 in evidence. Is this a side view of the island that you just described that you located a projectile?
Are you able to just scoot the picture over a little bit, please? Okay.
Does that help?
During our investigation, we located a suspected impact mark on the tile floor here. And then there was a corresponding hole at the bottom of the island. And then a projectile was located by us having to cut through the bottom of that island, which is like a cabinet door. We cut at the bottom of it and we located a projectile under there.
And going back to your package 14G, can you please locate the projectile that you located within the island? Did you locate that projectile?
Yes, I did.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it by my handwriting on the front of the envelope, the unique case number, and my initials are on the red evidence tape sealing the envelope.
And how did you identify that as being the projectile found within the island?
I had marked the hole leading into the island, or the hole in the bottom of the island, as scale number 6. And so scale number 6 is written on this envelope.
And how did you retrieve the projectile from the island?
The bottom of the island was broken into and the projectile was located there.
And is that projectile in substantially the same condition as when you packaged it for evidence?
It is, with the exception of some more red evidence tape.
The state would then move states 13E for identification into evidence as states next. 3E, I'm sorry. Not 13.
Object to the prior motion, Judge.
What's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 3E will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 60 and evidence. Objection is overruled.
And I'm going to show council what's been marked for identification as states 3S, R, and T. I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states 5R, 5S, and 5T. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I had taken.
And what are these photographs of?
They are photographs of the suspected impact mark on the floor, of the tile floor of the kitchen that I marked with scale 5, and the hole at the bottom of the kitchen island that I marked with scale 6.
Permission to move states 5R, 5S, and 5T into evidence as states next.
No objection.
What's been pre-marked for
ID as 5R, remove the evidence as 61 in evidence, remarked ID as 5S, remove the evidence as 62 in evidence, remarked ID as 5T, remove the evidence as 63.
I'm now showing the witness, or showing the jury states 61. Mr. Rebar, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This mark here is a suspected impact mark at scale number 5. And then here is a suspected projectile hole at scale number 6 at the bottom of the kitchen island.
And is this the same floor that we just looked at in states 41 after it was cleaned up?
Yes, it is.
Now showing you state 62. What is this a photograph of?
It is a closer up shot of the suspected impact mark on the tile floor of the kitchen at scale number 5.
And I'm now showing you state 63. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up shot of the suspected projectile hole at the bottom of the kitchen island that I marked with scale 6.
And is this where you located the projectile that's now been moved into evidence at state 60?
That is correct.
I'm sorry, instead of publishing state 60 for the record. Now, Mr. Rubart, showing you again states 41. Can you please indicate, and comparing that with states 61, can you please indicate for the jury where markers 5 and 6 would have been located using your laser pointer?
I believe scale 5 was located underneath this area of dried suspected blood. And then scale 6 would be underneath the island approximately here.
How far away from Chad Amato would you say scale 5 would have been?
It would have been approximately 1.5 to 2 feet.
Well, I hope the rest of the trial is more exciting, because this is stuff to help you go to sleep right now.
Now, to your knowledge, was a card holder located from Chad Amato?
Yes, it was.
And did that card holder contain miscellaneous cards that belonged to Chad Amato?
Yes, it did.
Going to show counsel what's been marked for identification as 13I
What
and
is that?
13Z. Permission to approach the witness. I'll start with 13I. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting on the front of the envelope. It has a unique case identifying number, my initials, and then my initials on the red evidence tape seal in the envelope.
And what is contained in this exhibit?
a black leather card holder from Chad
I
Amato.
want coffee. I have coffee. I don't have cream.
Substantially the same condition as when you collected it.
I don't even have ice
Yes,
cream
it
to put
is,
in my
with the
coffee.
exception of another piece of
I
red
didn't even
evidence
put
tape
ice
at the
cream in
bottom.
coffee at this point. I don't even have ice cream.
I'm now showing you.
And I'm not
states
putting
13Z
bacon
for that
flavored dog
condition.
ice cream.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting on the front of the envelope, the unique case number, and my initials are on the front of the envelope and on the red evidence tape sealing the envelope.
Even Belle is going
What
back
is
to bed.
contained in this exhibit?
She's like, I'm done with
Miscellaneous
it.
cards from card holder, which is item AR21.
Is AR-21 what was contained in states 13?
Nope, I can't handle
Yes, it is.
black.
And is.
When I was
item
younger, I would do
13Z
black with just
substantially
sugar,
the same
but
condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is.
not anymore. It's too bitter.
Permission to move states 13I and 13Z into evidence of state sentence.
Just on the previous motion.
I drink Beverly before I would drink black coffee.
Marked for ID as
Y'all know what
states
Beverly is?
13I will be moved into evidence as 60, states exhibit 64.
Paul knows what
And
Beverly
evidence,
is.
what's been pre-marked for ID is 13Z will be moved into evidence as states exhibit 65 in evidence.
No. I don't have anything that resembles cream in any way, shape, or form. But Beverly is a drink. It's made by Coca-Cola. You can get it at Epcot for free to try it. You can buy it at Disney Springs. I think someone that lives in Atlanta told me that they don't have it at the Coca-Cola headquarters building. But it's an Italian drink made by Coca-Cola, and they use it to, like, I guess they don't drink it like to drink it like we drink Coke. They drink it like to clear their palate before they eat or in between courses, and it's bitter. It almost tastes like Alka-Seltzer, like that. Or you like when you put a aspirin on your tongue and let it dissolve, that bitter taste. That's what Beverly tastes like. And I would drink Beverly before I would drink black coffee. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, it's not good, but that's what all the Disney people do now. When something's nasty, we're like, it's become an expression. I drink Beverly before I drink that. Lawyers for Alex Murdaugh announced they filed a lawsuit against former county clerk Becky Hill, who attorney Jim Griffin says has not been held accountable at all for her conduct. She's on probation. How is that not being held accountable? She lost her job. She was indicted. She was charged, indicted, on probation. They think she needs to be charged with jury tampering. But that's exactly what the obstruction, we talked about this on the members only on Saturday. That was what the obstruction of justice charge was jury tampering. She has been held accountable. She got a slap on the wrist, but she was held accountable. What do they think they're gonna what do they think they're gonna get out of her? She doesn't have anything. Does she? She didn't get anything out of the book because they pulled the book immediately. And I don't imagine a clerk of court makes that much money. I don't know what her husband does for a living, but. And he's in prison. Well, I know Dick Harpootlian said that she needs to be charged with jury tampering or attempted jury tampering. Because even if she didn't influence the jury, she still attempted to. But then you said that the obstruction of justice charge was for jury tampering. Because I remember we talked about this Saturday. So what in the heck else can they do to her? It's like double jeopardy. It wouldn't apply. Unless it's obviously got to be a civil suit. Therefore, there's got to be something civil to sue her for. So it was a criminal case. Now can they turn it into, well, Karen Reed turned it into a civil case when she sued Canton for her civil rights. So I guess they can do the same thing to Becky for violating his civil rights by telling everybody to assume he was guilty. He's in prison. What, is all that money going to sit in the commissary? No, I guess it'll go to his kids because he's probably just doing it to do it because he's such a jerk anyway. At this point, I'd just let it go if it was me. It wouldn't be me because I wouldn't have been in his position. But seriously. Spike, where you going, honey? I brought your bed out here so you could get comfortable. His back legs are getting weaker and weaker. I don't know what's going to happen if his back legs get paralyzed. We're going to have to buy him one of those doggy wheelchairs that strap around their waist. When he jumps off the step, sometimes his two back legs stay on the step. And just his front legs go. And then he's standing there with his top legs on the bottom step and his back legs are still on the top step. And he's just standing there like, oh, he's getting back in his bed. He just had to get up and walk around in a circle and then get back in the bed. I think he feels better since I started giving him the treats with the big words I can't say. Glucosamine and chondroitin or whatever it's called. It's so cute.
Permission to publish, date 64. And Mr. Rivera, where specifically did you locate item 64?
Why don't you use the microphone, lady?
Referencing my case notes.
He looked at it first and then was like, oh, I have to ask. Crap.
Would it refresh your memory to look at your case notes?
Yes, it would.
Refresh your memory.
Would it refresh your memory to do so? Yes, it would. It's like they have a little script.
Okay, that card holder was located in the front left pocket of Chad Amato's pants.
Permission to publish, date 65 to the jury. Were these items located in the card holder?
Yes, they were.
Located on Chad Amato?
That is correct.
For the record, what types of cards are we looking at?
We are looking at a Florida driver's license for Chad Amato. We are looking at a PayPal business debit card for Chad Amato.
Is there an elevator behind him?
Simple Visa debit card for Chad Amato. A PNC Bank debit card for Chad Amato. A Hertz card for Chad Amato. A card from HPSO. A AAA card for Chad Amato. a Southwest Airlines card for Chad Amato, and a Blue Cross and Blue Shield insurance card for Chad Amato, and an emergency 24 card for Chad Amato.
Showing counsel has been marked as state 13U for identification. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness what's been marked as states 13U for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
By the description of the item on the bag, as well as the case number.
And what is contained in this exhibit?
A one black belt with suspected blood from Chad Amato.
And where was this belt located?
It was located around Chad Amato's waist.
And is this item in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
Well, I did not collect this item for evidence.
This was collected at the medical examiner's office.
That is correct.
And do you recognize this exhibit or this piece of evidence?
Yes, I do.
Statement moves, permission to move states 13U into evidence. The state's next. Any objection?
Just objecting on prior motion, Judge.
All right. Objection will be overruled. What's been pre-marked for ID, States Exhibit 13U will be moved into evidence in States Exhibit 66 in evidence.
If you could please publish state 66. Mr. Chair.
This isn't the first courtroom I've seen with elevator buttons behind the witness stand. I can't figure it out. Why are they there? Is that the panic button disguised as an elevator button? Why? It's a cord. Wow.
Permission to mark states 66.
Oh, or a belt. Never mind. It's a belt. I'm sorry.
May we approach?
Jury, this is our breaking point for this evening. Again, remember, you do not talk to anybody, you do not go on the news, the internet, avoid the news, social media, everything. Just to let you know, because I didn't get to tell you as much earlier, as you may notice, it gets cool in here throughout the day. Unfortunately, we can't control the temperature. I would love to. So you may want to bring a jacket or a sweater so you're more comfortable in listening to the evidence throughout the day. Again, you can have snacks and drinks in the jury room, but usually we are going, all mornings probably start at 8:30 from now on. All right, so you all, if you could be here at 8:15, that way the deputy can take you back to the jury room, you guys get all settled, and then we can come in here and we can start up at 8:30, because that's the plan, is to start at 8:30. All right, and then otherwise we'll usually go to about 5:30 every day, unless there's for some reason, we'll try and tell you ahead of time. If there's for some reason there may be a witness from out of town and it turns out we're gonna end up going a little later, that way you can make any phone calls that may be necessary. Okay, but otherwise have a wonderful evening, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Leave your notepads on your seats, flip over, please.
Their instruction to the jurors that we're not being rude to them.
Yes,
You know,
yes. And normally, I do that right before I swear them in, but we swear them in the morning, so I tried to remember, I will do that this afternoon, or this morning when they come in. All right, if we can go get the witness, though. Ms. Atkins, are we getting the witness?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like the witness on the stand when the jury's here. Sir, you can come back in, and I'd like you on the stand as if you were yesterday, sir. All right, and you're still under oath. And at this point, let's go get the jury, please. All right, and if there are individuals coming in, I do have a sign on my door because I have a senior judge covering my docket sounding today, so there may be probably some people who walk in and some confusion, because even with a sign, some people don't read it. Jury present. You may be seated. All right, I hope everyone had a good evening. I did want to state one thing as well this morning. If you see the attorneys outside of this courtroom, either coming in the morning or leaving in the afternoon or on breaks or recesses or otherwise, and they do not say anything to you, not even hello, it's not because they're being rude or discourteous to you. They're not allowed to talk to you about the case, and they're just making sure there's not any appearance of any improper contact with you. So I just wanted to make sure that all the jurors were aware of that as well. We are going to continue with our witness from yesterday. At this point, the state was still in the middle of their questioning. So Ms. Adkins, you may continue your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please?
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Rivera.
Good morning.
Yesterday, we left off with our discussion of the kitchen. I'll show you again for you, states 19. Today, I want to begin our discussions going through your investigation of the gym within the home. I'm showing counsel what's been marked for identification as states triple H through triple Z. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states triple H through triple Z. If you could please look through these exhibits. Mr. Ruber, do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They are photographs that I took at the scene.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what you you observed at the scene on January 25th of 2019?
Yes, they are.
Permission to move states triple H through triple Z into evidence as states next.
What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3H will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 67 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3I will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 68 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3J will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 69 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3K will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 70 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3L will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 71 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3M as in Mary will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 72 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3N as in Nancy will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 73 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3O will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 74 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3P will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 75 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3Q will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 76 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3R will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 77 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3S will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 78 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3T will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 79 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3U will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 80 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3V will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 81 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3W will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 82 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3X will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 83 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3Y will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 84 and evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3Z will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 85 in evidence.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Mr. Rupert, I'm showing you states 67. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph looking down the hallway between the gym and the kitchen towards the gym.
And can you make any observations of this photograph?
You have one spent cartridge case here on the floor. The laundry room here is on the left, bathroom is on the right, and the gym is at the far end of the hallway.
I'm going to show you again states 19. Can you please indicate from which direction this photograph was taken?
This photograph was taken right here at the west end of the eating area, and it was looking west towards the gym.
I'm now showing you state 68 in evidence. Can you please describe this photograph?
This is standing in the doorway of the gym, and on the ground here is one spent cartridge case. We have a weight bench here. Here is a door going out to the back porch area, and in the top left corner is the decedent, Cody Amato.
I'm now showing you states 69. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up photograph of the spent cartridge case that was on the floor of the gym.
And is that the same cartridge case in state 68?
Yes, it is.
Now showing you states 70.
Oh my God. Are you
Can you please
kidding
describe this
me?
photograph?
This is looking westward through the doorway here leading into the garage. And there is the body of the decedent, Cody Amato. Right here is a firearm on the ground. Here's that doorway out to the back porch. And then you have a weight bench here. And then another a piece of gym equipment here on the left.
I'm showing you state 71. Is this a closer image of state 70?
Yes, it is. You can see in the image, here is the firearm. Here is a gray small backpack that had suspected blood on it. And there is the body of the decedent, Cody Amato.
Now showing you state 72.
This is a photograph standing in the doorway to the garage from the gym, looking downward at the body of Cody Amato. Here is that gray backpack.
And to your knowledge, did law enforcement previously open this door leading into the garage?
Yes, I did.
Oh, dude, why are you crying? You did
Now showing you
this.
state 73.
Here is a close-up image of that firearm that was on the floor of the gym next to Cody Amato.
Now showing you states 74. Can you please describe this photograph and any observations you've made?
Here's a mid-range shot showing where the firearm is on the ground of the gym, and then that gray backpack that had the suspected blood on it. This is also standing in the doorway leading to the garage from the gym.
And behind the backpack, can you make any observations?
There is a pool of suspected blood here on the carpet.
I'm now going to show you state 75. What observations do you make in this photograph?
Here is a close-up image of the face of the decedent Cody Amato. You can see there is blood or suspected blood on his right ear and suspected blood on his face. And right here is a suspected gunshot wound.
Now showing you states 76. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the
Hey,
corner, the
Nancy.
northwest corner of the gym. Here's that doorway leading to the garage. This right here is a suspected ricochet impact mark from a suspected projectile. And here is a suspected projectile hole in the wall of the gym near the corner.
And did you make
Nancy, this is Grant Amato. He killed his yay, thank you for being a member for 10 months, Nancy. This is Grant Amato. He killed his parent and his twin brother because he was spending thousands and thousands of dollars on a cam girl and he lost his job. He and his twin brother were living at home with their parents, and he was stealing money from his parents and borrowing money from his brother and not paying it back. And they were cutting him off and telling him not to do it anymore, and so he got mad and killed him.
any observations of the door frame?
Yes, the door frame here has some suspected blood and tissue, as well as the ricochet mark right there.
Now showing you state 77. Is this a closer image of state 76?
Yes, it is.
And what is this a photograph of?
It shows the suspected impact ricochet mark from a projectile.
And can you make any observations of the door frame in this photograph?
Although it's a little out of focus, you can see here is some suspected pieces of tissue and blood.
Now showing you state 78. What is this a photograph of?
This is another photograph looking at the suspected ricochet mark here on the frame of the doorway to the garage, and then the suspected projectile hole in the wall of the gym. You can see here, there's a couple dots of suspected tissue and or suspected blood.
And using your laser pointer, can you please indicate to the jury the suspected tissue and suspected blood?
Right here, right there, right there.
Now showing you state 79 in evidence. Can you please indicate to the jury what this is a photograph of?
This is a close-up image of that door frame. You can see here is the ricochet mark, and then these are spots of suspected blood and tissue.
I'm going to zoom up. Using your laser pointer, can you please indicate specifically where you see suspected blood and tissue?
Yeah, he does remind me of
Here's
Chandler
an area of
Halderson
suspected blood and
too.
tissue. There's another area. Another area. Another area there.
And yeah, he's another one of ours.
Some more areas of suspected tissue. And then here's another area of suspected tissue.
And this is all within the door frame.
That's correct.
Now showing you states 80 in evidence. Can you please describe this photograph to the jury?
This is a photograph looking down at the threshold of the doorway leading from the gym to the garage. You see there's a large pool of suspected blood here. And there is some blood on this metal threshold here. And then there's an area of suspected blood spatter here on the door frame and there.
I'm going to zoom in, and if you could please indicate for the jury exactly where you see suspected blood.
Suspected blood is right here in the door frame.
In Seminole County in 2019.
Right there on the door
So
frame.
it is
suspected blood spatter.
close to Orlando.
area of
He worked
suspected
at
blood spatter.
Orlando at a hospital. He was a
Here's an
nurse
area of
anesthetist
suspected blood here on the
at
threshold
a hospital in
both sides.
Orlando.
of the threshold where the door would come in contact if it's shut.
Do you see any suspected blood on the outside of that metal
I
frame?
can't say the name of the
Yes, there's
town he
also
lived
an
in.
area here on the garage floor and right there.
I'm going to zoom up. If you could please, using your laser pointer.
Here's a spot of suspected blood. Spot of suspected blood there. And a spot of suspected blood right there.
There is nothing wrong with Florida, y'all.
Can you please indicate if you see any suspected blood?
We're just
Here's an area of
transparent
suspected
with
blood
our
spatter here on the frame,
kookiness.
and then here on the frame too.
Now showing you states 81. Can you please indicate to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is a photograph of that backpack that was on the floor between the firearm and the body of Cody Amato. And you can see there's some suspected blood on that bag.
I'm going to show you again. State 71. Is that the backpack you are referring to depicted in states 81?
Yes, it is.
Again, showing you states 81. Can you please,
I'm not
using
the
your laser
only one
pointer,
that's not
indicate where you
nuts.
see suspected blood?
I see suspected blood right here on the bag, and right here on the bag, and right here on the bag.
Did you have an opportunity to go through the contents of that bag?
Yes, I did.
Now showing you a photograph of states 82 in evidence. Can you please tell us what this is a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a cell phone clip that was located in the bag.
And this is, you locate this in the same bag depicted in states 81?
Yes, I did.
I'm now showing you a photograph of states 83. Can you please indicate to the jury what this is a photograph of?
This is a metallic card holder that was in the backpack.
And again, the same backpack indicated in states 81.
That is correct.
No, it's swamps in Florida.
I'm showing you a photograph of states 84. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the other side of that card holder.
And actually, I live pretty close to one.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the contents
And
in
even
States
closer
84?
to the Swanee River.
Yes, I did.
Showing you a photograph of States 85 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the cards that were contained in that card holder.
And for the record, can you please indicate specifically what types of cards you located?
Yes, I located a Delta dental card, a concealed weapons permit for Cody Amato, a Florida driver's license for Cody Amato, a car insurance card for Cody Amato, a United Healthcare card for Cody Amato, a AAA card for Cody Amato, a Drive Shack card for Cody Amato, a Fun card, and a card from Top Golf.
Were these all of the cards that you located within that card holder?
Yes, they were.
Did you locate any other cards within the backpack in States 81?
No, I did not.
Now, of the cards that you found, did you locate any forms of payment?
No, I did not.
Did you locate any credit cards?
No, I did not.
Did you locate any debit cards?
No, I did not.
Now, we just discussed the backpack depicted in photograph 81. So I want to begin by showing, I'm going to show council States 13K for identification. 13Y,
The judge is a woman.
14A, 13L, 13M, and 13W. Permission to approach the witness. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States 13K. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting on the front of the bag. It has a unique case number with my initials, and my initials are on the red evidence tape sealing the bag.
And is this exhibit in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
Permission to move States 13K into evidence as States next.
Any objection?
So it's not my motion, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. Then as to 13K, this one pre-marked for ID as 13K will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 86 in evidence.
Now showing you States 13L for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
My handwriting's on the front of the envelope, the unique case number and my initials are on the red evidence tape sealing the envelope.
And what is contained in this exhibit?
The card holder from the gray bag.
And is this exhibit in substantially the same condition as when you packaged it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
Now showing you States 13M for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it because my handwriting's on the envelope, the unique case number and my initials, and the initials sealing the red evidence tape on the envelope.
And what is contained in this exhibit?
Miscellaneous cards from the card holder.
And is this exhibit substantially the same condition as when you packaged it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
I'm showing you States 13W for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is contained in this exhibit?
Inside this exhibit is a set of keys from the gray bag.
And is this exhibit in substantially the same condition as when you packaged it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
I'm showing you what's been marked with states 14A for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
My handwriting is on the front of the envelope, the unique case number, and my initials. And my initials are on the red evidence tape sealing the envelope.
And what is contained in this exhibit?
This is a watch, a pen, and an ID badge from Orlando Health collected from Grant Amato.
And is this exhibit in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
And finally, I'm showing you states 13Y for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
My handwriting is on the front of the bag, the unique case number, and my initials, as well as my initials are on the red evidence tape sealing the bag.
And what is contained in this exhibit?
Inside this bag is a pen, a chapstick, earbuds, a cell phone charger cord, a protein bar wrapper, all from the gray bag.
And is this exhibit in substantially the same condition as when you packaged it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
At this time, state would ask permission to move states 13L, 13M, 13W, 13Y, and 14A into evidence as states next.
Monica.
13L for ID will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 87. What's been pre-marked as 13M for ID will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 88. What's been pre-marked for ID as 13W will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 88. What's been pre-marked for ID as 13Y will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 89. And what's been in evidence and what's been pre-marked for ID as 14A will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 90 in evidence. Did I say 88 twice? I thought 13M is 88, 13W is 89, 13Y is 90. And then 14A is 91.
14A was 91?
Yes.
Thank you.
At this time, the state would ask permission to publish dates 86, 89, 88, 87, 90, and 91. Starting with Exhibit 86. And Mr. Greenberg, do you see suspected blood on this backpack?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point on the backpack of where you see suspected blood?
There's suspected blood on the front here, as well as suspected blood on the back. That's all that I see.
Permission to walk the exhibit from the jury?
Paper bag ASMR drives me crazy.
States 89.
Yeah, at least he's wearing gloves. That's true, Nancy. I don't know who decided ASMR was supposed to be soothing. Does the opposite to me.
Where specifically were these keys located?
These keys were in the gray backpack.
Those bags are loud and clear, but when they speak, you can't hear a darn thing.
Now showing you States 87. Can you please publish
Oh,
87?
you're gonna get a wire through the top of your head because those Q-tips did not keep your neck solid like it was supposed to. You're gonna get stabbed.
Now showing you States 88. Can you please publish the jury?
I thought I'm talking to Donald. He's gonna get stabbed in the head with a wire. I was warning him. What sound makes men nervous? I thought it was I love you that made men nervous. Isn't that the sound that makes men nervous? I love you.
Now showing you States 90. Can you please open this package? For the record, what are you holding up?
This is a pen, a roll of chapstick, an empty protein bar wrapper, a earbuds.
When you say earbuds, can you please open that? What is
Seriously,
located inside?
These
why?
are earbuds that go in the ear to listen to music or
And would these connect to an iPhone or a cell phone?
yes. Then you have a cell phone charger.
And how do you know it's a cell phone charger?
Why
It's
is it?
consistent with what I know to be a cell phone charger.
Why is any
It's
of
got
this
an end here
important?
that would be consistent with an Apple device. And a plug there.
Just any random stuff in the house is important.
For the record, I'm publishing the phone charger. As well as the earbuds. open states 91. For the record, what are you holding up for the jury?
A wristwatch
Where was the wristwatch located?
on the wrist of Cody Amato. Here's a pen
And for the record, where was the pen located?
in one of, I believe, one of the pockets of his shirt.
And for the record, what are you holding up?
I'm holding up a ID badge for Cody Amato from Orlando Health.
For the record, I am publishing the ID badge from Orlando Health. Mr. Rubart, can you make any observations of this ID badge?
Yes, there is some suspected blood on the ID badge.
Is this a suspected blood that you indicated?
Yes, it is.
And again, where did you locate this ID badge?
This was attached to Cody's scrub top.
I knew
Mr. Rubart,
those secrets weren't gonna
through
work.
your investigation of when you found Cody Amato, you indicated you found a phone holder, a phone charger, and earbuds that would connect to an Apple device. Did you locate any phones on Cody Amato?
No, I did not.
Did you locate any cell phones in the backpack that you located?
No, I did not.
Did you locate any cell phones within the gym that you investigated?
No, I did not.
And just to be clear, did you locate a cell phone in any of the pockets of Cody Amato?
No, I did not.
Now, you previously indicated in states 68 that you located a cartridge case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you collect that cartridge case for evidence?
Yes, I did.
I think I'm showing counsel what's been marked for identification as 14F. Now I'll also show counsel 14G. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness what's been marked for identification as states 14F. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Does this exhibit contain the cartridge case that you located on the gym floor?
Yes, it does.
If you could please open the package. And what is this package of?
This is a small manila envelope that has number 5, representing marker 5, and has a spent cartridge case.
And how do you know that to be the cartridge case that you located on the gym floor?
Because it's consistent with what I marked as marker 5.
And is this exhibit substantially the same condition as when you packaged it and collected it for evidence?
Yes, it is, with the exception of there's another piece of red tape at the bottom.
Permission to move 4B into evidence as stated next.
Any objection?
Subject to our prior motion, Judge.
Objection overruled. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4B will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 92 in evidence.
Permission to publish states 92. Did you also locate a projectile from the gym?
Yes, I did.
Where did you locate the projectile?
It was in the wall underneath the suspected projectile hole.
Now showing you states 78 in evidence. Is this the hole you were referring to?
Yes, it is.
And is this where you located the projectile?
The projectile had actually fallen down into the wall, so I located it at the bottom near the gym floor.
And how did you retrieve the projectile?
I cut a hole into the wall.
And if you could, please refer to your package 14G. Inside, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Inside that exhibit, does it contain the projectile that you located from the gym wall?
Yes, it does.
And how do you know that to be the projectile located from the gym wall?
I had labeled that suspected projectile hole in the wall with scale E. So then I marked E on my envelope.
And is that projectile in substantially the same condition as when you packaged it for evidence?
Yes, it is, with the exception of 2 additional pieces of red tape.
This time the state would ask to move 4A into evidence and states next.
Object on prior motion, Judge.
All right, objection overruled. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4A will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 93 in evidence.
Permission to publish, states 93. As in regards to previously indicated, in state 71, that you located a firearm, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you collect that firearm for evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as states 4C for identification. Permission to approach the witness. I'm showing the witness what's been marked as states 4C for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
My handwriting is on the front of the box, as well as a unique case number and my initials. And my initials are on the red evidence tape seal in the box.
And what is contained within this exhibit?
Inside this box is a Smith & Wesson M&P 9 9mm Luger caliber firearm with 1 magazine.
And is this exhibit in substantially the same condition as when you packaged it for evidence?
Yes, it is.
Permission to move states 4C into evidence of states next.
Objection overruled. What's been pre-marked as for ID as 4C will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 94 in evidence.
Permission to publish.
Give it to the deputy.
Now, Mr. Rubart, what type of bullets did you locate within that firearm located on the gym floor?
There was 1 live round in the chamber of the firearm and 4 live rounds in the magazine.
If you need to refer to your notes, do you happen to recall the brand of live rounds that you located?
If I could refer to my notes?
Would it refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
Or if it is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Do you recall the brand?
All of the live rounds had a head stamp of PMC 9mm Luger.
Now, did you attempt to swab what's now been put into evidence as 94 for any possible DNA?
Yes, I did.
How did you do this?
I collected swabs from the grip, trigger, and slide of the firearm, as well as from the front and rear sights of the firearm, and a swab was also collected from the end of the barrel of the firearm.
And what is the purpose of swabbing the firearm?
To try to obtain a DNA profile.
Showing counsel what's been pre-marked for identification as 14C, 14D, and 14E. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness what's been pre-marked as states 14C, 14D, and 14E for identification. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
All 3 envelopes have my handwriting on the front, as well as the case number and my initials, and all are sealed with red evidence tape that has my initials on them.
And what are contained in these exhibits?
14C is a 1 swab from the grip, trigger, and slide of the firearm. 14D is 1 swab from the rear and front sights of the firearm. And 14E is 1 swab from the end of the barrel of the firearm.
Permission to move states 14C, 14D, and 14E into evidence as states next.
Objection overruled. What's been pre-marked as 14C will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 95 and evidence. What's been pre-marked as 14D will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 96 and evidence. And what's been pre-marked as 14E will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 97 and evidence.
Showing counsel what's been pre-marked for identification as 14H. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Showing the witness what's been pre-marked for identification as states 14H. I believe we discussed this yesterday, but do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is this an exhibit of?
It is an envelope that contains 1 swab from the head stamps of the 4 spent cartridge cases located in the home.
And how exactly did you swab the cartridges?
1 swab was collected from the head stamps of the 4 spent cartridge cases.
And what was this swab to help you indicate?
I collected the swab in order to obtain a DNA profile.
And were these from the 4 cartridge casings that you located in the office, kitchen, and gym of the home?
Yes, they were.
Permission to move states 14H into evidence as states next.
Objection overruled. What's been pre-marked after ID as 14H will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 98 and evidence.
Showing counsel what's been pre-marked as 13J for identification. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness what's been pre-marked as states 13J for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it because of my handwriting on the front of the envelope, as well as the case number and my initials. And my initials are on the red evidence tape sealing the envelope.
And what is this an exhibit of?
Of a cell phone holder.
And where was this cell phone holder located?
It was located in the gray bag.
And was this the gray bag located by Cody Amato?
That is correct.
And is this exhibit in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
It has an additional red piece of evidence tape as well as a yellow sticker on it.
This time the state would move 13J into evidence as states next.
Pre-marked as State's Exhibit 13J for ID will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 98 in evidence. 99 in evidence.
Permission to publish? For the record, I'm publishing states 99. And Mr. Rewatch, does this cell phone holder contain a clip?
Yes, it does.
And again, did you locate any cell phones within the cell phone holder?
No, I did not.
I'm now showing council what's been pre-marked for identification as 4J through 4R. For D
Oh, what ship removes for what?
through 4I and 14N as in Nancy. And 4S through 4S through 4Z, as well as 5B, 14O, 14P, and 14Q. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Showing the witness what's been pre-marked for identification as states 4D through 4I and 14N as in Nancy.
Okay.
Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took in the home.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of your investigation that you conducted on January 25th of 2019?
Yes, it would. Yes, they are.
Now showing you 4J through 4R. Do you recognize these exhibits?
It would have been so much nicer if we'd seen an arrest or a interrogation video or something before they did all this boring evidence.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs that I took in the home.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the investigation you conducted at 2112 Sultan Circle?
Yes, they are.
Now showing you, it's been pre-marked as states 4
How much longer?
through 4Z, 5B as in boy, 14O, 14P, and 14Q for identification. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are the exhibits of?
They are photographs that I took in the home.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the investigation you conducted at 2112 Sultan Circle?
Yes, they are.
Permission to move states 4D through 4I and 14N into evidence and states next.
No objection, Your Honor.
What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4D will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 99 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4E will be moved. It is 100. I apologize. 100 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4E will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 101 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4F will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 102 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4G will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 103 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4H will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 104 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4I will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 105 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 14N will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 106 in evidence. And that was 14N as in Nancy. 105.
Permission to move states 4J through 4R into evidence and states next.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
What's been, actually, wait a second, let me look. I'm sorry, states at 14N was actually 106. Mr. Dowdy, not 105. Okay. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4J will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 107 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4K will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 108 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4L will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 109 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as 4M as in Mary will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 110 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4N will, as in Nancy, will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 111 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4O will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 112 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4P will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 113 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4Q will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 114 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 4R will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit
Congrats.
115.
That's the birthday
in
present you
evidence.
bought yourself, right?
Permission to move states
Cool.
4S through 4Z, 5B, 14O, 14P, as in Paul, and 14Q, into evidence and states next.
Any objection?
I'd like the board diagram of board. Is it 4U and 4V at this time?
I'm sorry, are you saying 5B,
No, 4U and 4V?
4U, and 4V?
Yes.
All right.
Is that the, what you just announced?
Can you all approach? All right. All right, so at this point, what's been indicated as State's Exhibit 4S will be moved in, for ID will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 116. What's Exhibit 4T will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 117. What's Exhibit 4U will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 118 in evidence. What's Exhibit 4W will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 119. What's Exhibit 4X will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 120. What's Exhibit 4Y will, for ID will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 121 in evidence. What's State's Exhibit 4Z will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 122 in evidence. What's Exhibit 5B will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 123. And then it was 14. O, what's been pre-marked as 14O will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 124 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 14P will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 125 in evidence. And what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 14Q will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 126. And the court reserves as to quadruple B.
I believe you admitted 4U in evidence?
4U I allowed in evidence.
You allowed in evidence. And that was the,
4V I did not allow into evidence. And I have 4V up here.
same objection for 4B.
Why don't we do this? We've been going for about an hour and a half. So why don't we take our recess, morning recess at this point? Okay. Okay, as to quadruple V or 4V, however you want to put it, essentially, The voir direing the witness is in regards to the admissibility of a threshold question as to the admissibility and the circumstances on the basis of whether or not it's accurate or otherwise, or as to the competency of the witness. So the circumstances as to that portion goes to the weight, not the admissibility, and it's subject for cross-examination. So the request for voir dire is going to be denied.
Are you allowing it in evidence?
Yes, I am. Based upon the other circumstances, as far as the objection as to the hearsay, I think was the other objection. And based upon the circumstances, not even as far as seeing, there doesn't appear to be anything, the state's not offering anything in the statements for the truth of the matter asserted.
That's not necessarily true, because they're going to be offering phone records later on that's going to confirm those messages.
Are you indicating as far as timestamps or otherwise? Timestamps is not necessarily hearsay, Mr. Dowdy.
I'm talking
The actual
about,
statement itself of, because there, I know one of the statements you mentioned was where it says Cody Amato probably doesn't indicate a statement or a truth, or is there something that you are specifically concerned about that you believe that it is indicating?
for that particular entry for Cody's phone, the state, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, later on in this, your case in chief, will be introducing phone extractions from Chad's phone that will most likely confirm that entry. As to the other entries on that cell phone that you see, I would object. I know it's on hearsay, and I have no way of cross-examining whether or not the content of those statements, the people that are on there. I just have no way of doing that.
Okay. Understood. The objection's overruled.
Just to give you a full idea, I want to confirm, when the cell phone extraction folks testify, I anticipate to include in that record a text string between Dad and Cody, but not for the truth. It's to show the timeline and the nature of their communications, how frequently they text, things like that. I'm very well aware that those statements, if I were to offer them for the truth, would certainly be hearsay, and I would never argue that in closing argument, certainly not. But for purposes, just because something is not admissible for one purpose doesn't mean it's not admissible for another. So that's where we're going.
Well, in looking at this, the court, we haven't even gotten to the aspect of the other evidence, but in looking at this specific screenshot, probably is not, in the court's view, not a statement that is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's why the court's indicating us to that. Any indication of timestamps is not hearsay. So that is the other aspect. So as to why the court's allowing this. Other statements of other individuals, the court would indicate are the same. And that is why, in looking at it, viewing it, and based upon the issue was the voir dire aspect, the voir dire goes to the weight, not the admissibility, or what you wish to voir dire about, I should say, goes to the weight, not the admissibility.
And that's why I wanted to voir dire him and ask him how he picked up that phone and all of a sudden messages are on there. But if you're not going to allow me, that's fine. I'll do it on cross.
The fact that portion that goes not to the accuracy of what he found or otherwise. That's what the subject matter for voir dire would be, as to the threshold portion of a fair and accurate depiction. So that's why it goes to the weight, not the admissibility, based upon the research that the court just made sure to conduct before I ended up ruling. All right. So your objection is at this point overruled as to quadruple V, and that'll be entered into evidence as to, we were at 127, was it?
Well, when the jury's back, and I'll just raise my objection on hearsay.
That's fine. The other thing I did want, before we bring the jury back, I do want to make sure everyone's aware too, the random sheet of the 1 through 55 of all the jurors that we had, the court is going to file at this point under seal, but put it in the court file. So just in case that it is clear of which badge number or juror number was which seat number, because we placed them in the same order that is listed on the random sheet, and that will be provided. And initially, just the ones that were called that Monday night were released on Monday night were the ones that were challenged or otherwise stricken for cause on Monday. With realizing that there's an anticipation, realizing that the court has to accept back strikes until the jury is fully sworn. The other individuals were not released until we finished, until yesterday, just in anticipation in case the defense decided to have more back strikes, which everyone knows occurred. So, but I'm going to have that in there so that way it's clear on who was, the badge numbers are definitely clear for the record, just to let everybody know. All right.
Just for purposes of keeping track, evidence numbers, did you, is 4V is in Victor, is that going to be 125, 127, 4V?
4V is going to be 127.
Thank you.
All right. And I'll announce that if you wish for the jury on the record, so that way it's also here for the jury, and then we can go from there. Ms. Atkins, how much longer do you think you have?
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to know. We still have a couple more pieces of evidence and going through the photographs.
Probably 5 minutes, maybe.
All right, I'm gonna let the jury know what we'll try and do and see is if we can finish this witness, then we're gonna go maybe a little bit later and to lunch today. Okay? Yeah.
Oh, so longer than that. Well, longer than that.
Okay.
Probably a little bit of lunch.
All right, well, we'll see when we finish the state. Do you have, are you doing the cross? Okay, I should have known since you're objecting. Then, Mr. Dottie, do you have any idea or any anticipation of what your cross would be?
Well, subject to Mr. Rugard's answers, I would say 2 hours.
Okay, all right, just so I can have an idea.
At
Did you
most
say
2
2 hours?
1 hour, 2 hours.
Okay, all right, then most likely we'll be breaking in your cross for lunch.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's get the jury, please. All right, we took a little bit longer break. The attorneys and I had some matters to go over. At this point, just for your benefit, the court overruled the defense's objection, and then the 4V or quadruple V photograph is entered as 127. You may continue your direct examination, Ms. Atkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm showing counsel what's been pre-marked for identification as states 14R and 14S. Permission to approach the witness.
And Judge, I'm sorry, you just admitted 4 you in evidence?
4U was previously entered as 4V.
Okay, now I object on your sake.
Okay, and the objection's overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may proceed.
Showing the witness what's been pre-marked for identification as states 14R and 14S. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
They are photographs that I took of the item.
Okay. And what are these photographs of?
They are of that firearm that was on the floor of the gym. Shows in one photograph, one loose round that was from the chamber and the magazine. And then in the next photograph, it shows 4 rounds from the magazine.
And are these photographs, if they're an accurate depiction of how you observed the firearm from the gym when you collected it for evidence?
Yes, they are.
Permission to move states 14R and 14S into evidence as states next.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right. What's been pre-marked for ID as 14R will be entered into evidence as 128 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as 14S will be moved into evidence as 129 in evidence.
Permission to publish? You may. I'm publishing states 128. Mr. Rewatch, what is this a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the firearm that was on the floor of the gym, the magazine that was loaded into the firearm, and 4 live rounds that were in the magazine.
Now showing you states 120.
Chamber of the firearm.
And using your laser pointer, can you please just indicate for the jury what the magazine is?
This is the magazine that was loaded into the firearm.
And can you please indicate where the chamber of the gun is?
The chamber of the firearm is right here.
Oh, Nancy,
The
that
live
keeps
round that was in
happening.
The chamber of the firearm.
It's
Thank you.
long crime feed.
Did you have an opportunity to conduct an investigation of the second floor of the home?
Yes, I did.
For the record, I'm showing what's titled Second Floor of States Composite 19. I'm going to begin with your investigation specifically of the room titled Cody's Room. I'm showing you what's now in evidence as states 104. Can you please describe this photograph to the jury?
This is a photograph taken from the doorway going into Cody's bedroom. A bed is located here on the right. A computer desk is over here next to the bed. A computer tower is located on a shelf on the wall. We have a second computer table over here to the left. And these are display cases of various figurines.
I'm now showing you what's in evidence as states 105. Can you please describe this photograph to the jury?
Here's a photograph of that computer table right next to the bed here. On the top here is this shelf that also contains a computer tower.
Nancy, you know they don't show pictures of crime scenes during trials?
Is this the computer tower you just indicated in the previous photograph?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Now showing you states 102. What is this photograph of?
In this photograph is the other computer desk on the other side of Cody's bedroom, and it shows two computer towers here on the floor underneath the computer table.
I'm now showing you states 100. Is this a closer view of the computer located underneath the table?
Yes, it is.
At least they could show us the
After looking at
one
these photographs, is it fair to say there were numerous
body in them,
electronics
but
located within Cody's room?
Yes, there were.
I don't know. The body might be in that one because it's Cody's
I'm now showing
room.
you a photograph of states 106. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph taken of the closet in Cody's bedroom. In the corner here is a blue gun box.
Zooming in to the gun box. Did you collect that gun box?
Yes, I did.
Pre-marked as states 13N as in Nancy. And I'm showing counsel what's been pre-marked as states 13X. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness what's been pre-marked as states 13N. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is this an exhibit of?
It's an exhibit containing a gun box for a Smith & Wesson M&P 9 9mm Luger firearm.
And is this package in substantially the same condition as when you collected the item for evidence?
Yes, it is.
Now showing you states 13X for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by my handwriting on the front of the envelope, as well as the unique case number and my initials. And my initials are on the red evidence tape sealing envelope.
And what are the contents of this exhibit?
This is one swab from the handle and two clips of the gun box.
And did you collect this swab?
Yes, I did.
How did you do so?
I collected a swab from the handle of the gun box, as well as the two locking clips that seal the box.
And what did you swab the box for?
I swabbed it to obtain a DNA profile.
And is this package in substantially the same condition as when you collected it for evidence?
Yes, it is, with the exception there's a red piece of evidence tape and a yellow sticker on the back.
Permission to move states 13N and 13X into evidence of states next.
All right, what's been pre-marked for ID, States Exhibit 13X will be moved into evidence as, actually 13N will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 130 in evidence. It's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 13X will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 131 in evidence.
Permission to publish what's now in evidence as states 130.
You may.
Please open it.
It's leapfrogging Friday.
Now showing you states 103 in evidence. Do you recognize this photograph? What is this a photograph of?
It's a photograph of a Microsoft Surface Pro laptop computer.
And where was this Surface Pro located?
It was located in Cody's bedroom.
Showing you again states composite 19, titled second floor. Did you conduct an investigation of the room titled Grant's room?
Yes, I did.
When you began your investigation, how did you determine that this room on the top left corner was Grant's room?
There was paperwork on a desk in the room that had Grant's name on it.
And did you attempt to determine, going back to what was titled Cody's room, how did you determine that the room indicated on the bottom left was Cody's room?
There was also some paperwork in there indicating with Cody's name.
It is a crazy way to show evidence. I don't like it.
Showing you what's in evidence, it states 107. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the closet in Grant's bedroom.
It states 108 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph showing some figurines that were on a shelf in Grant's bedroom, Grant's closet in his bedroom.
I'm showing you what's in evidence. It states 109. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of some shelves that were built into one of the walls of Grant's bedroom, showing more of some figurines that are on display.
And in the bottom left-hand corner, can you make any observations?
This is a computer desk that is in Grant's bedroom.
Showing you what's in evidence, it states 111. Is this the computer desk you were describing in the previous photo?
Yes, it is.
Showing you what's in evidence, it states 112. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a computer tower that was underneath the computer desk.
Is this a close-up image of states 111?
Yes, it is.
Showing you states 113 in evidence. Is this a close-up image of the computer you described in states 111?
Yes, it is.
I'm showing you states 110 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
This is just another angle of the same computer desk in Grant's bedroom.
It's 114.
Just an overall photograph of the computer table desk in Grant's bedroom.
Now showing you states 115. What is this a photograph of?
Here is another small desk that is in Grant's bedroom next to the closet that's up here in the corner.
And you previously indicated there was some paperwork. Is there paperwork on this desk?
Yes, there is.
It's a blurry photograph, but do you recall if the paperwork had Grant's name, the name Grant Amato on the paperwork?
Yes, it did.
In these photographs, were there numerous electronics depicted?
Yes, there were.
Were there numerous electronics in Grant's room?
Yes, there were.
Were these items collected
for evidence?
The computer tower that was underneath the computer desk was collected.
Was the computer tower submitted to digital forensics?
Yes, it was.
I now want to draw your attention, going back to States 9, what's titled, or States 19, what's titled the first floor. Drawing your attention to the master bedroom. Did you conduct an investigation of that room?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you what's in evidence as States 118. What is this a photograph of?
It is a photograph of a cell phone that is plugged into a charger, which is then plugged into the wall. And it's sitting on some sort of a chair.
And using the laser pointer, going back to States 19, can you please indicate where you located this chair with cell phone?
Found this time.
It was located in the northwest corner of the master bedroom.
I'm now showing you what's in evidence as States 127. What is this a photograph of?
It is a close-up photograph of that cell phone.
The same cell phone you previously indicated in States 118?
Yes, it is.
I'm now showing you what's in evidence as States 119. What is this a photograph of?
It is a photograph of a entertainment center that was against the south wall of the master bedroom. And at the bottom of the entertainment center is a small safe.
You said south wall, so going back to States 19, can you please indicate where you located this entertainment center and safe?
It was located along the south wall here, west of the doorway into the foyer.
Now showing you States 120 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
It's a closer up photograph of that safe that was at the bottom of the entertainment center that was against the south wall.
And did you have an opportunity to examine the safe depicted in States 120?
Yes, I did.
What kind of safe is this?
It appears to be a Slyponus safe.
And do you recall what kind of locking mechanism is on the safe?
It has a keypad that you have to enter in a code.
And with the assistance of law enforcement, were you able to open the safe?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing you a photograph of what's in evidence as States 125. What is this a photograph of?
It is showing the inside contents of that safe.
And this is after the safe has been opened?
That is correct.
And can you please describe the contents we currently see to the jury?
We see a gray lockbox. To the left of the lockbox is 2 CDs. There is a shelf inside the safe. On that shelf is a hard drive and a drawstring bag that had keys inside of it.
Did you attempt to unlock this gray lockbox at the bottom of States 125?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to examine the contents in that lockbox?
Yes, I was.
And it may be obvious, but did this lockbox use a key to be unlocked?
Yes, it did.
I'm showing you States 126 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
It is showing the contents of the lockbox.
And do you recall the contents of the lockbox?
Inside this black plastic bag were 2 passports belonging to Margaret and Chad Amato. And in this manila envelope was money.
Do you recall how much money? And if it would help to refresh your memory, or would it help to refresh your memory by looking at your notes?
Yes, it would.
She's doing a good job at not leaving. I wonder how long she's been a lawyer.
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
It has.
How much money was located in the lockbox?
There was 24 $100 bills, and there was 6 $50 bills.
And did you add all
She
that up?
looks young.
Yes, I did.
And what was the total amount of money you were able to ascertain?
$2,700.
Do you recall examining a closet located in the master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And going back to the keys you located, were you able to determine if the keys unlocked anything in particular?
There was a set of keys that unlocked a gun safe that was in the closet.
And were you able to unlock the gun safe in the closet?
Yes, I was.
And did you locate anything within the gun safe?
Inside the gun safe was a gun box that contained a firearm.
Did you collect that firearm for evidence?
Yes, I did.
Showing counsel has been pre-marked for identification as states 13R. Permission to approach the witness. Showing the witness what's been pre-marked for identification as states 13R. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it because of my handwriting on the box, as well as the unique case number and my initials. And my initials are on the red evidence tape sealing the box.
And what is contained within this box?
Inside the box is a Glock Model 26 9x19 caliber semi-automatic firearm with a magazine.
And is this box in substantially the same condition as when you collected the item for evidence?
Yes, it is.
Permission to move states 13R into evidence as states next.
Objection overruled. As to State's Exhibit 13R, that would be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit number 128 in evidence. 120, actually we're at 30, aren't we? Give me 1 second. $132. You may.
I'm now showing you what's in evidence as states 117. What is this a photograph of?
This shows a shelving unit that is in one of the walls of the living room.
And for the record, going back to states 19, can you please indicate for the jury where you located this entertainment center?
The shelving unit was right here on the east wall of the living room, next to the bar and an opening to the eating area.
Showing you what's in evidence, it states 121. What is this a photograph of?
It's a photograph of 2 PlayStation 3 game consoles.
And is this a closer up view of the PlayStations that were depicted in states 117?
Yes, they are.
And zooming up again on states 117, do you notice any other electronics?
Yes, there is another game console right there.
And when you say right there, for the record, on the middle shelf of the entertainment center?
Yes, below the 2 PlayStation 3 game consoles.
Now showing you what's in evidence, it states 122. What is this a photograph of?
It is a photograph of a desk and a hutch that has a computer tower on it in the 2nd floor bedroom/office.
And showing you states 19, what's titled second floor. Can you please indicate to the jury where you located this computer?
This computer was located along the south wall of the bedroom office, east of the door to the hallway.
Going back to 122, can you please indicate all forms of electronics that you see in this photograph?
In this photograph, you have a computer tower, you have a printer, you have a computer monitor,
Now showing you states 124 and evidence. What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a small table that was against the east wall of the 2nd floor office bedroom.
And can you please indicate if you see any forms of electronics in states 124?
A computer monitor was on the table, and underneath the table in a black plastic bag was a computer tower.
Now showing you what's in evidence is states 116. What is this a photograph of?
It is a photograph of a laptop computer.
Do you recall where this laptop computer was located?
It was located in one of the closets off of the hallway of the 2nd floor.
Going back to states 19, what's titled second floor, can you please indicate where this laptop was located?
If I can look at my notes to refresh my memory on which closet?
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, it would. Yes, it has.
Where did you locate states 116?
It was in the west closet.
Now, is it fair to say throughout the course of your investigation, you located multiple forms of electronics throughout the home?
Yes, I did.
Is it fair to say that these were expensive electronics?
Yes, they were.
Now, throughout the course of your investigation of the home, did you locate any controlled substances in the home?
Yes, I did.
Can you please indicate for the jury what kinds of controlled substances you located within the home?
I located prescription medicine as well as marijuana.
And can you please indicate the amounts of marijuana or any observations you made of the marijuana in the home?
There was a unmarked prescription bottle that had marijuana, suspected marijuana in it, in Margaret's vehicle. There were 3 mason jars on top of the firearm locker, so to speak, in Chad's closet that contained suspected marijuana. In the master bathroom, in one of the bathroom drawers, there were 2 small chocolate mint containers that had suspected marijuana in them.
Now, when you located suspected marijuana, Now, let me ask you this. Throughout your career as a crime scene analyst, have you been to crime scenes or been to scenes located at locations that you might consider a drug house
Yes, I have.
or homes that drugs were being sold?
Yes, I have.
And throughout your investigation at 2112 Sultan Circle, did you find anything that would indicate to you this was a drug house?
No, I did not.
Did you find anything that would indicate to you that drugs were being sold out of this home?
No, I did not.
The substances you found, what conclusions were you able to make?
That they were for personal use.
And you did you find any baggies or labeling mechanisms that might indicate sale of items?
No, I did not.
Did you locate, was there anywhere in the home that you suspected cannabis was previously or was being grown or previously grown?
Yes, there was.
Can you please indicate what you located?
In the master bathroom, there was a wooden closet that had been originally up against the doors that the deputies had made entry and had been actually pushed by the deputies in order to get into the master bathroom. Inside this closet were items that were consistent with growing marijuana.
Now, based off of your training and experience, were you able to determine whether or not this growing area was active?
It did not appear to be actively growing marijuana at that time.
And how did you determine that?
There were no plants, no suspected marijuana plants currently being grown.
Did you locate any scales in the home?
No, I did not.
Did you locate any ledgers that might indicate drug transactions?
No, I did not.
So again, everything you located led you to believe this was personal use.
That is correct.
Now, you indicated you had an opportunity to examine the vehicles that were at the home.
Yes, I did.
Specifically, did you have an opportunity to examine Chad Amato's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Where was his vehicle located?
His vehicle was one of the two vehicles that were parked in the garage of the home.
Do you recall which vehicle was his?
His vehicle was a beige Lexus.
And how did you determine that was his vehicle? Chad, and by when I say his, I mean Chad's vehicle.
Inside the vehicle had a name tag with Chad's name on it, and as well as I was informed by the investigators that this was his car.
I'm showing you states 123 in evidence. What is this a photograph of?
It is a photograph of the interior of Chad's vehicle. You can see that name tag there on the passenger front seat of the vehicle.
Did you notice anything in the center console area of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe?
There is a gray charging cord for a cell phone.
At this time, Your Honor, showing counsel what's been pre-marked the state's 9R for identification. This time, the state would ask permission to move 9R into evidence as a self-authenticating document from the DHSMD.
No objection, Your Honor.
What's been pre-marked for ID as then State's Exhibit 9R will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 133 in evidence.
Permission to publish states 133. For the record, this is from the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles with vehicle information for Chad Amato. An Lexus four-door. Is this the same vehicle in states 123?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, by stipulation, we would ask 13O and 13T to be moved into evidence as states next.
Well, Judge.
Then what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 13O will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 134 in evidence, and what's been pre-marked as, was it 13, it was 13O and 13T? Okay, will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 135.
Mr. Ruber, I just have a couple more questions for you. It's been a long 2 days. Mr. Ruber, are you familiar with cell phones or smartphones that require a fingerprint, bless you, to unlock the phone?
Yes, I am.
Now, throughout your career as a crime scene analyst, have you had the occasion to unlock a cell phone using a deceased person's finger?
Yes, I have.
On what occasions would you have done this?
They would have been done on death investigations.
Specifically, what types of death investigations have you done this?
I've done it on suicide investigations, natural death investigations, and homicide investigations.
How many times throughout your career would you say you have used a deceased person's finger to unlock their cell phone?
I would say at least a dozen times.
And were you successful in unlocking those cell phones using the deceased owner's finger?
Yes, I was.
Now, can you explain to the jury just how long it took you to process the scene at 2112 Sultan Circle?
We were at the house for approximately from January 25th until January 30th. So 5 days.
One moment, Your Honor. The state attended witness.
I'm going to keep the photos right here. Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Rubar. So you worked for Orange County Sheriff's Office for 9.5 years,
That is correct.
and that was as a crime scene investigator?
That is correct.
And then you have 6 years with Seminole County,
That is correct.
okay? And that's also as a crime scene investigator.
Well, the title at Seminole County Sheriff's Office is a crime scene analyst.
Okay, and basically it's the same thing. With your responsibilities are to collect and gather evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And your supervisor in Seminole County is Christine Snyder?
That is correct.
She supervised you on this case?
Yes, you did.
You arrived approximately when at this scene?
It was 11:35 hours.
Okay, and then it was approximately 2 p.m. when you started to process the area?
Yeah, 2 o'clock is when we received the search warrant.
Search warrant. So then you just, between 11:30 and 2 p.m., you were briefed about what happened?
That is correct.
I don't know, well, the theory of what happened, correct?
That is correct.
Was it any suspects mentioned in this matter during that time frame?
During that time frame, no. It was just mentioned that one person from the home was not accounted for.
That would be Mr. Grant Amato.
That is correct.
So at that time, he's not a suspect.
It's not up to me to determine who's.
You can answer, I'm sorry.
I was just told that he was missing and
Okay.
that he was not accounted for.
Okay, so during the discussions before 2 p.m., is this a triple homicide that you're going to process in your mind?
Yes.
Okay. And some of the things that you do are obviously take photographs, correct?
That is correct.
Is that one of the primary things you do first?
That is correct.
Okay. And also your responsibilities are to gather, not analyze evidence, correct?
It is to gather some evidence, but I'm also trained to process evidence for latent fingerprints.
Okay. And that would be because you're trying to find things of evidentiary value, correct?
That's correct.
And it's in order to assist investigators to lead to the arrest of whoever this person was, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And part of that gathering of evidentiary evidence is to gather DNA.
That is correct.
And the means of gathering DNA are swabbing different items.
That is correct.
Can you explain the process of the swabbing of DNA to the jury?
Yes, the swabs that we use come to a package. They are sterile inside the package. Once I open them up, I usually take one swab at a time, moisten the tip of the swab with distilled water, and then collect from the stain.
And if you wanted to say, whoever, say my hands are wet right now when I touch this, you could take that swab and probably would gather my DNA?
Possibly.
Your Honor, objection. Relevance based on knowledge.
You're saying as far as lack of predicate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled as to this point. He can state what his knowledge is. His
You can
basis.
answer.
Possibly.
Okay. And that's very important nowadays, correct? To try to collect as much DNA as you can?
That is correct.
Okay. And how about blood? What process do you use to gather blood?
The same way with a moistened swab.
Okay. And how about latent prints? Do you try to gather those too?
That is correct.
I think it speaks for itself. Can you explain what latent prints are, just a general knowledge?
Generally, whenever you possibly touch an item, you're going to leave what's known as a latent fingerprint, which is just a basically what a fingerprint is. On your fingers, you have ridges that allow you to grip items. Everybody has an individual set of fingerprints. No two people have been found to have the same fingerprint. And then on your skin, you have oils that moisten the skin. So whenever you touch an item, you leave some of that residue possibly on that item in the shape of your fingerprint.
And then there are some surfaces that are more conducive to leave fingerprints than others, correct?
That is correct.
Things such as glass would be very conducive.
That's correct.
Things like plastic, like a plastic wrap over an item.
That's correct.
Okay. Other things might not be good for latent, such as concrete. Wouldn't be very good, would it?
That's correct.
Okay. How about the windows of a house? Would that be conducive to get latents?
Well, the windows would be made of glass, so they would be conducive for fingerprints.
Okay. An item such as wood, would that be difficult?
Depends on what type of wood it is. If it's an untreated wood, it would be more of a porous nature, so the fingerprints would soak into it, which you could still process porous items, but you would have to use chemicals such as anhydride or physical developer. If it's a treated wood that has like a waxy surface, then you could use your traditional powders and dye stains for processing for fingerprints.
Okay. And how about footprints? Do you try to gather footprints from a scene?
Yes, we do.
And how do you go about that?
We gather footprints on the scene, such as like a tile floor, using black powder or black magnetic powder. It's kind of the same concept with fingerprints. There's residues on your shoes that you pick up wherever you walk. And then when you walk onto a smooth surface, you could leave an impression of those residues that can be processed with the powders.
Okay. So what I want to do is go over some photographs with you. And in these photographs, I'm going to ask you questions about different types of evidence you try to gather.
Okay.
I'll just show you what's State's Exhibit 17. This is the rear of the house where you entered, right there.
That is correct.
Okay. And this is foil, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were talking earlier from the prosecutor about I guess the growing operation in the closet or the armoire. That's that P55 right there.
Yes, that's that. You can see here in the doorway, there's this piece of furniture, this closet or armoire.
Yes, sir. Okay. Did you process anything on the door handles for DNA or latent fingerprints?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
During the investigation, it was determined that our main suspect lived in the home. So processing surfaces like that would not be of evidentiary value. And also considering that door was initially secured and locked when deputies found it.
Okay. And who makes that decision whether or not to test something? Is that up to you or is that your supervisor?
It was a decision that was made by both me and my supervisor.
Okay. And was she with you when you processed this crime scene?
Yes, she was.
I want to show you here. This is the entrance to the garage, correct? That's the garage?
That is correct.
And right here, that's the garage door opener?
That would appear to be.
Okay. Have to approach the witness now. Mr. Weber, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. Does that appear to be the garage door opener on that house?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, at this time I would like to, that's a fair and accurate depiction.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer an evidence, Defendant's Exhibit 1.
No objection. All right, the pre-marked for ID as Defendant's Exhibit A will be moved into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 1 in evidence.
Thank you. Now, was your understanding there was no forced entry into this home, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you process this garage door opener?
No, I did not.
Did you ever open it?
No, I did not.
So typically, I assume you have a little bit of experience with garage door openers. There would be like a keypad underneath
Yes.
there? And that keypad would be conducive to get DNA evidence off of?
Yes, it would.
Okay, but you never processed that.
No, I did not.
Can you tell the jury why?
It just wasn't processed.
How about the driveway in the garage floor? Was that examined for any thing of evidentiary value such as blood or footprints or anything like that?
Yes, it was.
Okay, you didn't notice any blood?
No, there were no visible signs of blood.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 8. Here is a close-up of the doorway. Did you process the door handle or the key lock on that?
No, I did not.
How about the flooring? Did you examine that for any possible footprints or droplets of blood?
There was no blood observed.
Okay. Did you do any DNA swabs of the door locks?
No, I did not.
And can you tell us why?
Again, the main suspect that we developed in the case lived at the home, so his fingerprints on those surfaces would not be of evidentiary value.
Well, Mr. Rubin, I thought you said a few minutes ago that there was no suspects in this case.
Well, you asked me when we discussed a couple of hours before the search warrant.
Correct.
Why? So during the 6 days that we were at that scene, we did develop who our main suspect was.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this then. When did you take this picture?
That picture was taken the first day.
The first day?
Yes.
Okay, so the first day, you said you didn't have a suspect, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so tell us again why you didn't take any DNA swabs of that handle?
Because our processing was over 6 days long. And again, like I said, our main suspect lived at the house.
I understand that, sir, but at the time you took this picture, your testimony was you did not have a main suspect. And I'm asking you why on this day you did not process that lock. You can answer.
The first day that we were there was photographing the inside and outside of the house, doing notes inside and outside of the house, doing my observations of the 3 decedents in the house, and then having the medical examiner respond to the scene and collecting evidence from the bodies of the decedent.
That's your answer for why you did not do a DNA swab.
Well, that's all that we did on the first day when that photograph was taken.
But on the first day, is it crucial that you process and obtain as much evidence as you possibly can for evidentiary value to obtain any evidence against a possible suspect?
That would be the idea, yes.
This is State's Exhibit 4. There is no driveway to this house. Is there a concrete driveway?
No, there is like a dirt driveway that leads up to the concrete slab next to the garage.
Okay. Did you attempt to obtain any type of tire tracks or anything of that nature from the dirt?
No, we did not.
This is State's Exhibit 41. Would it be fair to say it's a rather bloody scene?
That would be fair to say.
Were you able to obtain any type of footprints in that blood?
There were no visible footprints in that blood, and the floor was processed by my supervisor, Christine Snyder.
And can you explain to the jury how you processed the floor?
Well, my supervisor is the one that processed the floor.
Can you explain if you had to do it, what you would do to process the floor?
I would visually look for any visible footwear impressions in blood. Then I would process the tile floor with black magnetic powder to try to enhance or develop any footwear impressions. Then I would process that floor with a blood reactive chemical, such as leucocrystal violet or amido black.
And that was a tile floor?
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that that tile floor would be very conducive to obtain footprints if someone stepped in that blood?
It could be.
Again, here, this is State's Exhibit 46. This is a casing that you found?
That's correct.
Okay. There were no footprints gathered here of evidentiary value?
Like I said, my supervisor is the one that processed the floor.
This is State's Exhibit 48. This is the chicken that you were talking about yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And this, you said, testified yesterday, this chicken was defrosted?
It appeared to be defrosted.
Okay. Now, you had testified earlier that plastic or a wrapping would be conducive. This clearly would be conducive for fingerprints, this type of material?
It could be.
Okay. Did you process this for any DNA or latent prints?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
Again, our main suspect that we developed lived in the house, so his fingerprints on that type of surface would not be of evidentiary value.
And again, you took this picture on the 25th, correct?
That's correct.
And again, your testimony was on the 25th, you did not have a main suspect.
That's correct.
Even though you did not have a main suspect, you failed to try to process this chicken for any type of evidentiary value, such as latents, blood, or DNA.
Well, again, like I testified the first day, we did not do any latent processing in the house.
Is it your testimony you only start taking gathering that type of evidence when you have a suspect?
No.
Okay. I mean, your job is, when you first go in there, is to gather as much evidence as you possibly can, correct?
In the time frame that I have, yes.
Well, you're not in a hurry, are you?
No.
You're going to thoroughly investigate and process this crime scene, correct?
That's why the house was held for
5 days.
6
I
days.
understand it was held for 5 days, but I'm asking you what you did on the first day.
I testified on the first day that I photographed the house, collected my notes of the condition of the house and the decedents, collected evidence from the decedents so we could have the medical examiner come in and collect the bodies of the decedents.
Well, I understand that, but the medical examiner is not going to process chicken. That would be your responsibility, wouldn't it?
He's fussing at him for not
That would be your
processing
responsibility,
the
or your
chicken.
supervisors, correct?
That's correct.
What, does he think the chicken killed him? What the heck? They weren't shot by the chicken.
I'd like to show you, this is Exhibit 62. Now, this is a close-up of the tile floor, correct?
Oh,
That's
I
correct.
thought it was going
And
to be
this,
close up of the
from a
chicken.
distance, some of these spots probably you wouldn't even be able to see, would you?
What do you mean?
I mean, from afar, this is a real close-up, and you're
Yes.
seeing little specks of blood.
Yes.
And this would be indicative of how easy it would be if someone stepped into that, they would pick something up from that floor, correct?
Probably with the amount of blood there.
And you, in your experience, you processed shoes too, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's to gather, if somebody walked through something like this and you had a shoe, you might be able to detect or come up with some blood or something that would be attached to the shoe, correct?
That's correct.
Did that happen in this case, to your knowledge?
I believe there were some shoes from the defendant that were sent off to FDLE.
Okay, are you aware of the results?
Yes, I am.
Sustained.
Now, you testified a little bit ago about opening cell phones by a dead person's thumb. Did you do that in this case?
No, I did not.
You did not? Okay. And in order, if you had, you would have to take that bloody hand and try to open the phone, but you didn't do that in this case.
Not in this case.
When was the last time you tried to open up someone's phone through a dead person's hand?
It was approximately 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago? Do you recall 3 weeks ago what type of phone that was?
It was a Apple iPhone.
And I know there's a lot of models. If you don't know, you don't know. Do you know what type of model it was?
I don't recall.
Okay. And the occasions that you were able to open up a phone using a dead person's thumbprint or however it is, have you ever had an occasion where it didn't work?
Yes.
How often did that happen?
I would say a couple times.
And how long ago was that?
Probably about 6 months to a year.
And by chance, and I'm not going to hold you to it, do you remember what type of phone that was?
No, I don't recall.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Showing you here what State's Exhibit 85. This came from the card holder from Cody Amato.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you process any of these cards for latent prints or DNA?
No, I did not.
And why is that, sir?
It was just not decided upon to process those for fingerprints.
Now, I just showed you the cards. This is State's Exhibit 84. This is actually the card holder, correct?
That's correct.
It looks like it's made out of metal.
That's correct.
That appears to be very conducive if you wanted to get DNA or fingerprints from it, that type of surface.
That's correct.
Was that done in this case?
No, it was not.
Can you tell us why?
It was just not decided to have been processed.
Thank you, sir. I want to show you a State's Exhibit 82. Now, this is a phone clip carrier. This is where you would put your cell phone in?
Yes.
It's my understanding from your testimony that you did not retrieve a cell phone belonging to Cody Amato.
That is correct.
Okay. Did you ever process this holder?
That holder was sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for processing.
Thank you.
For those that don't know, our state police is highway patrol, and our state
Here, I'm
agency
showing you
that
State's Exhibit
investigates
80.
crimes
This
is the
The
FDLE,
threshold from the gym to the
Florida
garage.
Department of Law Enforcement.
That is correct.
Okay. And going towards the garage, we see a mat. It looks like it's got some debris on it. Maybe outside grass or something.
That's correct.
Right over here. And I guess over here. Were you able to obtain any type of footprints around this area?
There were no visible footprints and blood on those mats.
And also, I assume this is concrete outside here to the outside of the garage. There was nothing found?
Nothing was found.
What I'm showing you here, sir, is State's Exhibit 22. You testified yesterday, this was a wine glass,
That's correct.
and this was empty, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any liquid wine in it at all?
No.
Did you smell it to see if it smelled like wine or anything?
No, I did not.
Okay. Obviously, this would be a very conducive surface to obtain latent prints.
Yes, it would.
Did you process this?
No, I did not.
Again, that was your decision?
That was the decision made between me and my supervisor.
How about the calculator, the numbers? It looked like they're plastic. Was that processed at all?
No, it was not.
Okay. Anything on the computer desk? Did you swab any parts of the desk for anything of evidentiary value?
There were some swabs collected from the areas of suspected blood on the desk.
Okay, thank you. This phone right here, was this processed at all?
No, it was not.
Again, can you tell us why?
Because obtaining fingerprints on that item, since we had developed our main suspect, developing fingerprints on that item would not have been of evidentiary value.
Let me ask you, when did you gather information that you had a suspect?
That information was obtained during the course of the investigation of the 5 days at the house.
Of the 5 days, was it on the 5th day, the 4th day? Can you tell us?
I don't recall.
Okay. But it was not on the 25th when you first processed the house. Your testimony was you did not have a suspect then.
That's correct.
Showing you State's Exhibit 27. This was a cell phone. Is that the position where it was found at?
No.
Where was it found at?
It was found a little farther up on the computer desk.
Up here?
Yes.
Was this processed at all for fingerprints?
No, it was not.
The other side of that phone's glass, correct?
That's correct.
It's an iPhone? Another surface very conducive for prints,
Yes.
but it wasn't processed.
No, it was not.
Showing you State's Exhibit 29. Here again, this is in the Margaret's little office.
That's correct.
This was another cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell us what that surface is, the substance there?
It is suspected blood on the cell phone.
Okay. Was the glass on the other side of the phone processed on this phone?
No, it was not.
Showing you here is State's Exhibit 30. Right here, this looks like the charger for the landline phone.
That's correct.
These look like numbers, the dial.
That would be correct.
Was this processed at all, these numbers? Swabbed for latents or DNA?
No, they were not.
Another, just your decision or your team's decision?
That's correct.
What I'm showing you here is State's Exhibit 32. Now, once again, this was taken, picture was taken on the 25th, the first day, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this was sometime after 2 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
You weren't inside the house before 2 o'clock?
No, I was not.
Did you ever, this is rather unusual. Do you have any explanation why they're up there?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us why?
We were informed by the older surviving brother that the parents were doing some renovations in that foyer and that sunlight would hamper either the painting or something that was done in that foyer, so that the parents had covered those windows to prevent sunlight from coming in.
Exactly, because the sunlight would come in and it would shine right in her. So this has nothing to do, so you didn't process this. This wouldn't be something you would process.
No, that was already there prior to the incident.
Okay, thank you, sir. Showing you here is State's Exhibit 36. Again, these are headphones and the laptop. Was the laptop processed at all for prints?
No, it was not.
Again, that was just a decision made.
Yes.
I'm showing you here, sir, State's Exhibit 107.
And
I believe this is Grant's room. Is that correct?
Yes, it's showing the closet in Grant's bedroom.
Okay. While you were in photographing that, did you find any gun cases in there?
I don't recall.
Would your report refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
With the court's permission, can you read his report?
Anyway, let us know if and when your memory's refreshed when you're done.
I'll show you 109.
Okay.
This actually looks like, are those gun cases down there?
Yes, those are 3 gun cases.
Okay. Does that help you better? Refresh your memory just seeing that?
Well, that was a different area of
Oh,
his
yes, sir.
bedroom.
Okay. And did you open up these gun cases?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what was inside them?
They were all 3 were empty.
Okay. They did have some foam gun inserts in them, though?
Yes, they did have some foam inserts that the gun would fit into.
And a foam insert, that's where the person would place their weapon inside, just to have it secured so it won't bounce around?
Yes.
Did you observe some foam inserts in the closet, just on their own outside the box?
I don't recall.
Could you look at your report and see if that refreshes your recollection?
There was nothing in my notes.
Report that
for
reflect
that.
that? Show you States Exhibit 111. This would be the bedroom, the computer in the bedroom.
Yes, that's the computer table in Grant's bedroom.
Okay. Did you process anything of this for latents or DNA?
No, I did not.
Any type of blood found in this bedroom?
There was no visible blood found in the bedroom.
I'd like to show you States Exhibit 103. Here's this laptop here, was that processed at all for latent prints or DNA?
No, it was not.
So I'm gonna go back, sorry about this, skip back to the closet. This is 107, I believe this is Grant's closet. Would those foam inserts be right in there?
Right in where again?
Right about there? Under,
From this picture, I can't identify those as being foam inserts.
okay. Okay, sir, I want to show you here, before we get there, let's go to the safe. This is 120, this is the safe outside. Oops. You were able to gain entrance to this safe?
I personally wasn't, but one of the investigators was.
Did you observe him open it?
Yes, I did.
Prior to him opening it for you, did you process this for latent prints?
No, I did not.
Now, this possibly could be some important evidence here, couldn't it?
Possibly.
Why didn't you process it then?
Again, it was an item that, since we had developed our main suspect as living in the house, his fingerprints on there would not be of evidentiary value.
Again, sir, this picture was taken on 125, correct?
Yes.
And on 125, you did not have a main suspect.
Yes, also that safe at that time is secured. There's no evidence that it was broken open. There's no pry marks on it.
Isn't it possible that somebody could gain entrance to it, just like law enforcement did? Remove the contents and close the safe back up?
Possibly.
In your experience, then, wouldn't it be important to process this?
Possibly.
But it wasn't done.
It was not done.
Now, you talked about the marijuana that was gathered. There was like a couple of mason jars that were found. That was in the master bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then that closet, armoire, whatever you want to describe it, that was like a homemade growing system.
That's correct.
But it didn't seem like it was an operation.
It did not seem it was an operation.
So I want to show you your State's Exhibit 118. This was the cell phone that was found in the master bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
It was plugged in when you saw it.
Just like that.
Just like that. Did you happen to notice how much power was on the phone?
No, I did not.
When you first looked at that phone, was it a black screen?
It was in exact condition as it was as I photographed it.
Now, this is the same phone. This is, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 127, correct?
That's correct.
Now, obviously, it's not black. It looks like it's turned on, and it looks like it's showing messages.
That's correct.
Did you power up the phone, or was it already on?
It was just like that as I photographed it.
So when you, that phone, so that phone still, when you're photographing that phone, this is what it looks like right there, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's what it looks like. So this picture looks like the material is the same. You have not moved this phone at all. And when you photographed it, that was on the screen?
That's correct.
Well, first I thought you said it was a black screen when you first looked at it.
No, I said I photographed it just like it was.
Okay, so you have a cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
After a while, doesn't your cell phone go dark? It locks up?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. Is it your testimony that this phone, did you have to open the phone to make it look like the message? You didn't do anything to it?
Well, I was informed that one of the deputies that had made entry into the home had touched the phone.
Okay, and touched the phone? So this phone wasn't even processed or latents or anything?
No, it was not.
So how, please explain to me how we're looking at a phone that was just sitting there for, obviously for a long time, still has the messages screen that's showing.
Well, I just said that one of the deputies that had made entry earlier that day had touched the phone.
Okay, well, let's say earlier that day. So at least a few hours ago, we'd have to say, right? Because you were waiting for 2.5 hours to get into the house.
That's correct.
So 2.5 hours later, is it your testimony that you walked up to that phone and that's what you saw?
I did not touch the phone.
You did not touch the phone?
I did not touch the phone.
You didn't touch the phone, you got the bottom button to get the screen cover, the wallpaper, or however you want to phrase it?
I did not touch the phone.
You did not touch the phone, you just walked up there and that was on it?
I photographed it as it was.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Members of the jury, we're going to try and get this witness done and do the redirect at this point, and then we're going to break for lunch since he's been here yesterday and today. All right. Is that okay with everyone? All right. And everyone shaking their head yes. Redirect.
All right, Mr. Rebar, I want to touch on some things that counsel brought up. He asked you multiple times about your investigation, specifically on January 25th of 2019. You testified that your investigation of the home at 2112 Sultan Circle took place over the course of 5 to 6 days. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And during those 5 to 6 days, did you preserve that scene?
Yes.
Did you and your supervisor preserve that scene?
Yes, we did.
And to preserve that scene, did you keep anyone else from entering and exiting the home?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So is it fair to say that during those 5 to 6 days, you were able to keep all of the evidence within the home untouched and unmoved from any outsiders?
That's correct.
So it doesn't matter what time during the course of those 5 to 6 days you actually developed the suspect. The evidence would still be there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you stated you did, in fact, come up with a main suspect during the course of your investigation of the home.
That's correct.
So within the 5 to 6 days that you were at Sultan Circle, you and your supervisor developed a suspect. Or not, you didn't specifically develop a suspect, but a suspect was developed while you were conducting your investigation of the home.
That's correct.
Okay. And to be clear, was that suspect Grant Amato?
That's correct.
And based off of all of the information that you had at that time, was Grant Amato a resident of the home at 2112 Sultan Circle?
Yes, he was.
And to your knowledge, were all of the residents of the home Grant Amato, Chad Amato, Margaret Amato, and Cody Amato?
That is correct.
Okay. So because this was determined to be a domestic situation, would processing the scene for latent prints show residents of the home?
That's correct.
Would processing the scene of the home for DNA show residents of the home?
That's correct.
So even if Grant Amato's prints were located within the home, would that have only showed you that he in fact lived there?
That's correct.
So even if Grant Amato's DNA was found within the home, would that have only showed you that Grant in fact lived there?
That's correct.
Okay. Counsel is asking you about latent prints from fingerprints. If you swab an area or process an area for latent prints, Are you able to determine a time that that print was made?
No, we are not.
Okay. So even if you found a print belonging to Grant Amato, you would not be able to determine exactly what day Grant Amato made that fingerprint.
No, we could not.
Same question for DNA. If you found DNA in the home, can you determine the time or date of when the DNA was put there?
No, we could not.
So even if you located Grant Amato's DNA within the home, would you have been able to determine exactly when his DNA was put there?
No, we could not.
And counsel went through a litany of showing you various photographs of items that belonged in the home. Is it fair to say that any one of those 4 residents could have touched those items throughout the course of their lifetime within the home?
That's correct.
So is it fair to say that it's possible Grant Amato's fingerprints or DNA were located on those items because he lived there?
That's correct.
Now, just because you swab something for DNA, does that mean you will always locate DNA?
Not necessarily.
And just because someone touches something, does that guarantee that their print will be there?
No, it does not.
Counsel asked you about the chicken that was on the counter and whether or not prints were on the chicken. Is it fair to say that someone who lived in the home took the chicken out of the freezer?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Do you recall if the chicken was moist or wet?
It was moist.
Can you get prints off of a moist item?
It's more difficult, but it's possible.
And again, you had determined this was a domestic situation throughout the course of your investigation of the home.
That's correct.
And just to be clear, your supervisor processed the scene for any possible shoe prints. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You did not take part in that.
No, I did not.
Now, is it practical to process every piece of evidence or every item that would be located within a home?
No, it would not be.
Did any items in the home appear to be moved or out of the ordinary, with the exception of the decedents and the shell casings and guns?
No, nothing appeared to be moved or ransacked or out of the ordinary.
Did anything appear to be rummaged through?
No, nothing appeared to be rummaged through.
Counsel asked you if you had an iPhone. Do you in fact have an iPhone?
I have an agency-issued iPhone, yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with Apple products or iPhones?
Somewhat.
Okay. Are you familiar with display settings?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with, can users determine the display settings on their phone?
Yes, they could be adjusted.
Okay. So to be clear, the photographs of the cell phone, you did not touch that phone.
No, I did not touch that phone.
You photographed it as you saw it.
As I saw it, yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, do you have any questions of this witness? All right, write them down. The jury, Mr. Rupert, has quite a few questions for you. All right, so let me ask you first parts. Number 1, an Amazon Echo appears on the desk in
What are
the
you
office.
talking about,
Was it
Michelle?
considered for evidence and given Amazon records conversation sounds?
Are you talking about the chicken?
That item was eventually collected.
What did Kristen process the first day, January 25th?
She assisted with note-taking and documentation inside the home. She scanned the inside of the home and the outside of the home with a Faro 3D scanner.
At what time was the suspect named?
Oh, okay.
I believe it was after the second day.
I was
The
like,
second
oh,
day,
you guys were talking about a
my supervisor had
minute
attended the
ago.
autopsies of the 3 victims,
Now you're
and then I
talking
was
about-
asked to go do a search warrant of a hotel room where Grant Amato was found.
Exhibit 30. So in Exhibit 30, is the black cylindrical tower on the desk an Amazon product? And if so, was this device sent to digital forensics to retrieve any recorded conversations? And if no, why was it not sent to forensics? I assume that may be from the last question, but.
Yes, that item was collected, and I do believe that some attempt was made to get the information off of there. I don't know the extent of that.
How many bullets were loaded in the magazine of Chad's firearm? What is the full capacity?
If I could look at my notes to refresh my memory.
You may do so. Let me know when you're finished and if your memory's refreshed.
Okay, I'm done.
All right, is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
All right, then how many bullets were loaded in the magazine of Chad's firearm and what is the full capacity?
The magazine for Chad's firearm was a 10-round capacity magazine, and there was 5 live rounds in the magazine.
Same question, but for Cody's firearm. You need to look at your notes?
Yes, please.
All right, you may do so.
Okay, I'm done.
All right, is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
All right, then what is the capacity, what's the loaded amount in the magazine and what's the full capacity for Cody's firearm?
For Cody's firearm, it was a 17-round capacity magazine.
That would be funny.
There was 1 live round in the chamber,
There's not.
and there was 4 live rounds in the magazine.
Like, I don't understand.
Was there suspected tissue or blood found on the handgun found near Cody Amato?
No, there was not.
Yeah, I knew what you meant, Michelle. You guys, I do not feel well today, if you couldn't tell.
Where was the keys and cell phone holder located in the bag? The front zipper pocket or the main zipper pocket? And you're refreshing your memory with your notes?
Yes, I am.
Let me know if you're done and if your memory's refreshed.
I am done.
All right. So where was the keys and the cell phone holder located in the bag, front zipper pocket and main zipper pocket?
I just have the items that were listed in the bag. I do not recall if they were in the main pocket or the smaller pocket.
What is the clear bag in the gun case from Cody's closet? Spare parts?
Yes, there was a clear plastic bag that appeared to have some spare parts.
All right. Let's take Exhibit 80. Okay. In the picture, the threshold of the garage door, is that a small pool of blood suspected or just a stain? And they're asking to see the picture again if it's suspected. In the picture, the threshold of the garage door, is that a small pool of blood, suspected blood, or just a stain?
This whole thing here, and even in here, is a pool of suspected blood.
Why doesn't the state still look for other evidence, meaning testing for prints, just in case the main suspect is cleared? Do you stop looking because you have one theory or suspect?
Well, we, like I said, we had developed the suspect to have lived in that home. So therefore, fingerprints deposited in that home, we couldn't tell when they were deposited or how long. So they were not of evidentiary value.
In regards to the door from the garage to the gym, was there suspected blood and tissue on the door frame and door edge that is in contact with each other when the door is closed?
Yes, I believe that was shown in an earlier photograph. There was suspected blood and tissue on the edges of the door and the door frame that would be in contact if the door was closed.
All right, and this one, again, please clarify, there are droplets of blood outside the door leading from the gym to the garage?
Yes, there are some droplets of blood here on the floor of the garage.
All right. Please clarify, you found 2 cell phones near Margaret?
Yes, two cell phones were found, one that was on the desk, the computer desk, and then one that was found on the floor with suspected blood on it.
Were they both Margaret's?
To my knowledge, they were Margaret's.
Whose phone was on the floor by Margaret?
Again, I believe that was one of Margaret's cell phones.
Did the holster on Chad's hip appear new?
I don't know if I could say if it appeared new. It appeared free from damage. It appeared to not have any suspected blood on it or any other markings.
Is there any blood on the gun in exhibit? This is 93, please. Pardon? Oh, 93 is physical? Okay. All right. The question is there any blood on the gun of exhibit 93? I have exhibit 93 as the projectile from the gym wall. I don't have it as an actual gun. So that may be the issue. Oh, she's saying it's 73. The question says 90. Okay, so it's the photo from the firearm in the gym, number 73.
Can I answer the question?
If you already know the answer without the picture, that's fine. Yes. Is there any blood on the gun in exhibit 73?
No blood was found on that gun.
Did Cody's body appear moved?
Yes, it did appear to be moved.
I thought they already established that. Pay attention, Jerv.
Was there any blood on the door leading from the gym into the garage? Some of these questions are duplicative from individual jurors, but please answer.
Yes, there was some suspected blood on the door leading to the garage.
Was exhibit 73 fingerprinted?
Is this exhibit 73?
Yes.
Yes, that gun was processed for latent fingerprints.
Are you a forensic analyst?
I am a crime scene analyst. What would their definition of a forensic analyst?
I can only ask you the questions they write.
Correct.
Did Chad's body appear to have been moved after he was shot?
So,
Yes, it appeared that his body had been moved.
Whose phone was located in the master bedroom? States exhibit number 127.
Catherine. Yeah, her hair was a different.
That phone was determined to be Chad Amato's phone.
Yeah, I can see it.
Who was the owner of the phones in the office and the master bedroom? I believe you answered that as well, but please answer again.
I believe both phones were Margaret Amato's phones. And the phone was in the master bedroom was Chad's phone.
Were the phones in the office on or off?
Her hair's not dark, is it?
I don't recall.
If the analyst was not aware, and I assume you're the analyst, if the analyst was not aware of any suspects, would he have processed the crime scene differently?
He wasn't aware, he said.
Possibly.
Did the analyst follow the same procedure in the Amato home as he would have in any other homicide crime scene without suspects?
Wow, a lot of questions.
Well, since we had developed a suspect in this case and the suspect lived in the house, that's why surfaces in the house was not processed for fingerprints. If there was a scene where we did not know who the suspect was, then certain areas would have been processed for fingerprints.
That makes a lot of sense.
State, do you have any follow-up questions based upon those questions?
Have any additional suspects from January up until today's date, have any additional suspects ever been developed in this case?
No, they have not.
In the course of those 6 months that have passed, if another suspect had been developed, would you have done any further investigations?
Possibly.
Would you have done any follow-ups if an additional suspect had been developed?
Yes.
And again, up from January to today's date, no other suspects have been developed except Grant Amato. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And back in January of 2019, on January 25th of 2019, did you see any forced entry into the home?
No forced entry was observed into the home.
Did you observe any possible break-in?
No, there was no evidence of any break-in into the home.
Did you observe anything to have been rummaged through or disheveled?
Nothing appeared to be rummaged through or disheveled.
Just
Anything
yes or
that
no,
would lead you to believe
the question.
a robbery or burglary had occurred?
No, I did not observe anything that would lead me to believe that a robbery had occurred.
Yeah, she was.
You were asked whether
That was a good movie. The first
you
one.
thought Cody
The
Amato's
remake
body
sucked.
had been moved, and you answered yes. I'm showing you state 72. Can you please indicate why you believed Cody's body had been moved?
I believe his body had been moved due to the amount of blood, suspected blood that had pooled here.
And when you say here, we're looking at the bottom.
Next to the one edge of the door frame.
Okay.
So I believe at some point his head was over this area and the blood was dripping from the wounds to his head.
And did you compare the area that you indicated at the bottom by the door frame with the area where Cody's head was actually resting?
Yes, there was substantially more amount of suspected blood in this location.
Okay. You also indicated that you believe Chad Amato's body had been moved. I'm showing you states 41.
Wow.
Why did you believe Chad's body had been moved?
I believe that his body might have been moved due to the fact that we found a impact mark in the tile floor there that would be consistent with being struck by a projectile. And you see that his head over here is where the suspected gunshot wounds were, so they don't match up to where that impact mark was. So I believe at some point his body was rolled over.
Rolled over as in Chad may have been face down?
That at some point Chad may have been face down, yes.
And now, based on this photograph, he is face up.
In this photograph, he's laying on his back, face up.
Did anyone from law enforcement move his body or roll Chad over?
No.
Showing you state 78. You were asked about the door frame. Can you please indicate where the door would close or what would have closed?
Yes, in this section right here is a section of the door frame that if the door was closed, it would make contact with that area.
And I'm going to zoom in. Can you please indicate any areas you may see? I'll start with the top of suspected blood or tissue.
Yeah, I knew they'd been in movies.
Yes, there's an area here, an area here, and an area here of suspected blood and tissue.
I'll move down. How about here?
Yes, there's another area here of suspected blood and tissue.
Anything further?
It appears to be another area here of suspected blood or tissue.
All right, no further questions.
So your testimony is you believe that body has been moved?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And that's based upon, because there's blood pooled by his feet?
Yes.
So the person that manipulated that body would have had to step around all of that blood so as not to leave any evidence that someone else was there, any type of footprints.
That's correct.
Okay. And you processed that area and you did not recover or obtain any footprints of evidentiary value.
No, there was no visible footprints in blood on the carpet or on the garage floor.
Yes, sir. Show you State's Exhibit 41. Again, your position or opinion is that this body was also manipulated and moved?
Possibly.
And again, the person who did that obviously avoided making any footprints or leaving any type of evidence of value around that body, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing, no footprints were found. No blood was smudged with shoe prints or anything of that nature, was there?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
What does that prove?
Members of the jury, any more questions of this witness? And nobody's indicating, may this witness be excused and released?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
He's
All right.
subpoenaed for the defense team.
All right. All right. So you're at this time, sir, Mr. Bart, you're excused, but you are not released at this point from either of your subpoenas. You're subject to recall, so you have to be available in case you are called to the stand. But you're free to go about your business at this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. We are going to take, at this time, a brief lunch break. We'll be back. I'd like to start up at 1:45. So if we could make sure you're back into the jury room before that. Okay? All right. Otherwise, thank you very much. Lay your notes upside down. And remember, don't talk about the case. You may be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
Okay, we're gonna quit there. What time is it? It's 5. Okay, so we're gonna stop there for today. And we will pick it up there tomorrow. Thank you guys for coming out. Sorry, I wasn't my normally witty, cheery, funny, happy self today, but I don't feel very good. So I will see you guys in the morning at 9. Remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. I will see you in the morning. Have a great evening.